Chapter 27-22. MSD, what's the situation? The opening of the myriad net hell's main passage in the lower cabin immediately alarmed Ba Chai, who was in the core hall of the top floor of the Black Wind. He, who was enjoying the care of two beautiful demon-kin women, immediately stood up in shock and flew into a rage. Who opened the myriad net hell's main passage? Hurry up and check the central control room. The only ones with this authority were the 5 demon-kin think tanks sitting in the central control room to the left of the core area of the top floor. At this moment, when the 5 subordinates accompanying Ba Chai in the luxurious hall received the order, 2 of them immediately walked towards the entrance of the luxurious hall. At the same time, they extended their mental power and transmitted the mental imprint to open the entrance of the hall. In the next instant, his spiritual brand landed on the sensor device on the side of the door. The latter flickered with a faint black light, but the door didn't move at all. He didn't open it at all. The 2 demon dweller managers were stunned for a moment, and the other person immediately did the same and also shot out a spiritual imprint. In the end, as expected, there was still no response. It would be strange if they could. All of the Black Wind's authority had been taken back by Yi Xian, and the entire bastion had been refined into a personal artifact like the Black Mosquito. Forget about the 2 of them, even Ba Chai wouldn't be able to take a single step out of the penthouse. Boss, something big seems to have happened. I don't think we can open the door. Their hearts shook violently. The 2 demon heart-trusted aides stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Ba Chai, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall, with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. At the same time, at the bottom of the myriad net hell, following the opening of the main passage at the center of myriad net's prison, a series of cracking noises rang out. The pillars around the nearly 10,000 cages scattered throughout the vast black prison were slowly retracting into the folded space of this area. Of course, all of this was done by Yi Xian. However, he didn't open all of the cages, only about 80% of them. It was completely random. The remaining 20% of the cages were completely silent. After refining the super brain that was the core of the Black Wind's AI, Yi Xian directly grasped the identities of these 10,000 Federation prisoners. The 7,000 Federation powerhouses he released basically didn't have any background, but their cultivations weren't bad. Since Yi Xian couldn't subdue them like how he did the Demonkin thought translation, and they basically didn't mean they didn't have any precious treasures, it was better to just let them and earn a large amount of Federation contribution points for him. As translation, Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian. He didn't plan Yi Xian. Yi Xian would Yi Xian the Federation war was Yi Xian didn't plan. Yi Xian didn't plan Xian translation art Xian translation Xian. Among them was Long Xian, a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty who was closest to his cage. At this moment, with 80% of the cages open and the main passage to leave the bastion open, the 7,000 Federation powerhouses who had just escaped were stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed. They all rushed toward the main passage at the center of the black prison. Although everything that was happening in front of them was too strange, they didn't have time to think too much about it. This was a rare opportunity to escape. If the main passage closed again, that would be a real trap. Time waits for no man. In an instant, a large number of powerhouses from the Federation flew over and rushed into the black light curtain passage. Their figures disappeared and they were completely free. This scene was like the legendary pardoning of the entire world. At the same time, near the edge of the Cataclysm prison, nearly 100 prison wardens also rushed over. Although their cultivation was low, the mysterious black fog in the black prison had a suppressive effect on the consciousness of human powerhouses. They couldn't use their cultivation at all. Even if they wanted to fight, they could only rely on their physical strength. Therefore, these prison wardens had no fear. Although they were confused by such a large-scale escape, at least they knew what they had to do. No matter what, they had to keep as many as they could. The more they kept, the better the rewards they would receive when they returned. Soon, the 100 prison wardens rushed to the edge of the black prison's main passage and began a fierce battle with some of the Federation powerhouses who had just arrived. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to any of this. The cages were closed and the main passage was open. He had done all he could. If some of these people couldn't escape in the end, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door for me. 300 to 400 meters to the right, Prince Long Xian was angrily clinging to one of the pillars of his cage, slapping and roaring. He watched helplessly as most of his fellow prisoners escaped from their cages. More than half of them had even completely escaped through the black light curtain's main passage. Only he and a small number of unlucky prisoners' cages were unresponsive. This kind of differential treatment simply infuriated him. Open the door. Son of a bitch. Are you blind? I'm a prince. I'm the third prince of the dynasty. You should save me first. *CK me. After slapping for a while without any reaction, Long Xian was in despair. He even revealed his identity as he roared. He felt that he was too unlucky. He had been fine for so many years in the domain of the buried meteorite, but recently he had a lot of bad luck. First, he was captured by the Black Wind on his way back to the Sky River planet. Then he found out that the immortal dragon blood that his mother had prepared for him had fallen into someone else's hands. Now more than 7,000 prisoners had been pardoned, but he didn't get a share. Kachak. Just as Long Xian was roaring crazily, he suddenly heard the sound of the pillars of the cage rising and disappearing into the folded space. His face was filled with joy at first, but then he subconsciously looked down at his feet. When he found that his cage didn't respond, his face immediately darkened. Immediately after, Long Xian's gaze followed the direction of the cracking sound. 300 meters away, Yi Xian had a calm expression on his face as he calmly walked out of the cage with his hands behind his back. He even seemed to faintly glance in his direction. *CK. This is not fair. Son of a bitch. I'm a prince. I'm Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty. You can't treat me like this. *CK me. Seeing that Yi Xian was able to escape, but there was still no reaction from his side, Long Xian felt completely unbalanced. He continued to roar, which was heard by a large number of Federation experts who passed by his cage and were rushing toward the Black Prison's main passage. Unfortunately, no one gave him a second glance. So what if he was Prince Xian? Was he more important than running for his life? Chapter 27-23. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Trapped in a wormhole after exiting the Black Wind, Yi Xian immediately hid behind a small Death Star not far away and lay in wait. Roughly 10 minutes later, when he estimated that most of the 7,000-plus federal experts had left, he finally made his move. With a single thought, he kept the Black Wind into the undying world within his body. Of course, he had also closed the main channel of the Myriad Net's prison's black light screen. According to his original plan, Yi Xian planned to first hide in a remote and secluded star region, then refine some slave seals. After completing all of this, he would release the Black Wind and enter to subdue the demon scout within the Battlestar. Of course, he couldn't subdue all of them. After all, he still needed a large number of demon brain cores to upgrade his spirit source core. He could just subdue half and kill half. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed out from the back of the small Death Star that he was hiding in earlier. Just as he was about to activate the Purple Hole shuttle, an irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly came from the space to his right. Rumble. Not only did this force appear abruptly, but it was so strong that it caused the nearby void to tremble slightly. Yi Xian's figure was pulled in uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. He streaked across the void and shot forward rapidly. When he turned his head in horror, he clearly saw that in the natural wormhole on the right that led to the first universe, there seemed to be a black light flashing quietly. And this inexplicably terrifying suction force was coming from the wormhole. *CK. At this critical moment, Yi Xian only had time to curse. Then he summoned the Purple Hole shuttle and entered the wormhole immediately. In the next instant, the black light flashed again in the natural wormhole. Before the Purple Hole shuttle could be activated, it was sucked in instantly and disappeared completely as if it had entered a black hole. Just as the Purple Hole shuttle was sucked in by the terrifying power of the natural wormhole leading to the first universe and disappeared into the wormhole, the Sky River star, which had just calmed down because of Yi Xian's recent departure, was once again bustling with activity. This time, Yi Xian released more than 7,000 Federation powerhouses and refined the Black Wind. He obtained a huge amount of rare resources and treasures that were originally going to be sent to the demon's ancestral land and then offered to the Qinji clan. Although outsiders didn't know about all of this, along with his identity as a Federation member, the interstellar mercenary card that was imprinted in Yi Xian's mind was completely aware of it. Moreover, before Yi Xian took out the Purple Hole shuttle, this information had already been sent out by the interstellar mercenary card using a special signal frequency. Therefore, Yi Xian's Federation contribution points skyrocketed once again. Because of this, Yi Xian finally left the human ranking list. At this moment, all the information related to him on the human ranking list were displayed in the Federation's Hall of Affairs at almost the same time. Earth ranking, 999th. Yi Xian, 9th level core realm. Interstellar mercenary serial number, the 131488080. Current Federation contribution points: 176878943, 30 million. Previously, Yi Xian was ranked 1998 on the human ranking list and had slightly more than 100 million Federation contribution points. However, he had already used up 30 million of them. Now, his Federation contribution points had suddenly increased by more than 70 million, allowing Yi Xian to rush out of the human ranking list and enter the Earth ranking. Although his cultivation had jumped from 8th level core realm to 9th level core realm, he was still in the first major realm, the core realm. On the Earth ranking list, there was no one else who had achieved this. However, all of this had happened in the short span of a day. It was difficult for the entire Sky River planet not to be shaken. Right now, the Federation's Hall of Affairs in the sky above the Sky River Star Ocean was in a complete uproar. A large number of Federation powerhouses and interstellar mercenaries were looking up at the information screen with envy, exclaiming from time to time, "Oh my God, it's happening again, as expected of my idol. How long has it been since he left?" In the blink of an eye, more than 70 million Federation contribution points have entered his account. If I had known earlier, I would have shamelessly begged him to take me out with him. Maybe some of these 70 million would have landed on me. That's more than 70 million contribution points we're talking about. He got it in the blink of an eye. Think about it, we've been in this star field for over 100 years, and we've only accumulated a little more than 1,000 points. At the same time, far away in another star field, on the immortal planet of the Empire's capital, the noblewoman suspected to be Long Shen's birth mother, wept with joy when she heard the news of the Yi Xian Federation contribution points ranking list. "Shen, you are indeed mother's good son. It's only been a month and you've already earned more than 70 million Federation contribution points. You must have killed the leader of the demon race's scouts and made a breakthrough in your realm. You little brat, you've obviously broken through the black hole realm and entered the 9th major realm. Why did you hide your cultivation to be 9th level core realm? You're still as naughty as before, achoo." As the graceful noblewoman on the undying star of the imperial capital whispered in joy, the third prince, Long Xian, who was still imprisoned in the lowest level of the Black Wind, sneezed as if he sensed something. He couldn't help but think of his mother. Long Xian sat down on the ground and choked with sobs. "Oh mother, your son wants to go home. I've been so unlucky recently. It's so dangerous outside." In just 3 short days, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the Heavenly River planet, had already met 7 or 8 times to discuss matters in secret. Even now, the two of them still felt that it was inconceivable that Yi Xian had left the mortal ranking 3 days ago and charged into the Earth ranking in one fell swoop. They had personally witnessed the prince being taken away by the Demon Scouts clan ship, the Black Wind. He had already become their captive, yet he was still able to earn so many contribution points. This was completely unreasonable. At this moment, Zhao Long was happily striding into Bai Jingjuan's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he laughed out loud. "Ah, good news, great news. It's been confirmed. Our prince is fine and he even made a great contribution." An hour ago, a large number of Federation experts returned to the Sky River planet one after another. When they saw the prince's ranking, they revealed a piece of news. It turns out that they all escaped from the Black Wind 3 days ago. There are thousands of them in total. This is exactly the same time as when the prince entered the Earth ranking list. Without a doubt, the prince saved those people. Otherwise, there's no way he could explain his 70 million contribution points. Moreover, the prince's identity has been confirmed. Some of those people said it themselves. At that time, there was indeed a young man in the Black Wind's myriad prison who called himself Prince Xian of the Empire. We didn't guess wrong. TSK. We don't have to worry anymore. As expected of Prince Xian of the Empire. Maybe he was captured on purpose just to earn contribution points. Chapter 27-24. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio descending on the demon domain. When Bai Jingjun heard Zhao Long mention the 30% of the Federation soldiers that he had eliminated using various methods in the past month, Bai Jingjun was stunned for a moment. Then he awkwardly twitched his mouth. He was the one who had reminded Zhao Long of this matter, so Bai Jingjun was more or less responsible for it. One had to know that the Tianxin nation had stationed a total of more than 100,000 Federation soldiers on the Heavenly River planet. 30% was more than 30,000. Zhao Long was really ruthless. In just a short month, he had eliminated 30,000 soldiers under his command. On average, that was more than 1,000 people per day. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bai Jingjun suddenly realized that he had underestimated this guy in the past. He was really ruthless. Fortunately, because of Prince Xian, the two of them had turned from enemies to friends. Moreover, they had common interests and were firmly tied together. This made Bai Jingjun feel slightly gratified. After calming down, Bai Jingjun immediately smiled and led Zhao Long to sit down in the living room. Brother Zhao, you're wrong. Although it's a pity that 30% of the Federation soldiers were eliminated, we've already confirmed Prince Xian's identity. We even have a good understanding of his mentality and methods. Under such circumstances, as long as we have a few more interactions in the future with our abilities, it's definitely not surprising that Prince Xian would take a fancy to us and reward us. And with Prince Xian's support, the two of us won't care about this small heavenly river planet. When the time comes, we can directly go to the imperial capital to complete the mission. Not to mention the 30,000 soldiers stationed there. Even if all the Federation soldiers on the heavenly river planet are gone, it won't matter to you or me. Ha ha, that's true. Zhao Long was happy to hear this and immediately laughed again. His face was full of emotion. This is really a turn of events. This Zhao never thought that after our prince was captured by the demon's Black Wind flagship, not only would he be fine, but he would also be able to cause such a commotion in the demon's space fortress. It's really amazing. Of course. He is a direct descendant of the imperial family from the imperial capital's immortal star. How could we see through him so easily? At this point, Bai Jingjun seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment and his expression changed. This isn't good. At that time, the black wind of the demon scouts took away one of the maids of the purplish warbler. Could she still be alive? If that's the case, wouldn't the news of Xuanyuan's disappearance be exposed when he returns? Zhao Long was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Rumble, boom. Yi Xian's heart had already risen to his throat as the thunderous explosions continued to resound in his ears. He concentrated his attention and tried his best to control the trembling violet cave shuttle as he aimlessly moved forward along the endless darkness before him. At this moment, he was already trapped in the natural wormhole that led to the first universe. If he had not successfully summoned the violet cave shuttle the instant before his body fell into the wormhole and instantly entered the inner cabin of the warship, he would have been smashed to pieces. This was a large natural wormhole that connected two universes. Even a large planet-level warship might not be able to completely protect it. With the strength of Yi Xian's body alone, it was obvious that he could not withstand the crushing force of the void within the wormhole. Fortunately, the violet cave shuttle that had just completed its fifth fusion not long ago did not disappoint him. After merging with the wormhole warship, the strength of the violet cave shuttle had increased by at least several times. Even though it was being tossed around by the void-crushing force in the wormhole like a small boat in a raging sea, it still managed to withstand it and did not disintegrate. This situation lasted for more than a month. During this time, Yi Xian did not relax at all. Although the surroundings were pitch black and there was nothing, he relied on his intuition to control the violet cave shuttle and move forward with all his might. At this moment, at the end of the endless darkness in front of him, an extremely dim ray of starlight finally appeared. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then his spirits were lifted. The violet cave shuttle's speed was almost instantly raised to the extreme by him, and like a small purple-black meteor, it rapidly moved forward. Boom. The instant they rushed out of the wormhole, the hull of the purple hole shuttle shook violently again, but the tremors quickly dissipated. What appeared in front of them was, shockingly, a vast expanse of the Milky Way. Whoosh. With a thought, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he had already stepped out of the warship. After waving his hand and keeping the violet cave shuttle into the undying world in his body, he concealed himself and randomly chose a direction. As he moved forward, he sized up this unfamiliar star field. It was the same endless void and the same countless stars, big and small, scattered like the stars in the sky. This star field didn't seem to be any different from the third universe of the human race. However, Yi Xian understood that this place most likely didn't belong to the third universe of the human race. Instead, it was the first universe occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Previously, after refining the Black Mosquito Battlestar, Yi Xian more or less understood the first universe of the Demonkin's ancestral land through the Black Mosquito Battlestar's central superbrain. According to what he knew, the ancestral land of the entire Demonkin race was a desolate star field at the edge of the first universe, and the natural wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race was in the deepest part of the Demonkin star field. Therefore, Yi Xian had come from the third universe through the wormhole, and now the void of stars he had arrived in should be a corner of the hinterland of the Demonkin star field. Although the Demonkin star field was located at the edge of the first universe, its territory was vast. At the center of the star field was an enormous black star called the Demonkin Star. This star was the ancestral land of the Demonkin imperial family. The endless void of stars around the Demonkin star field was divided between the 10 great tribes of the Demonkin race. Each tribe had a sizable star field. Each tribe had a grand commander and a high priest. In the entire Demonkin race, they were second only to the Demonkin emperor, and their cultivations were all above the Black Hole realm. Below the grand commander were the head leaders like Ba Chai, and under them were 10 head leaders. In other words, each Demonkin tribe had a population of nearly 1 million, and the entire Demonkin race had a population of more than 10 million. It didn't sound like a lot, but when he thought about how every Demonkin was worth at least 1,000 Federation points, Yi Xian couldn't stop his heart from pounding. When it came to earning Federation points, what better place than the Demonkin star field? In Yi Xian's eyes, the Demonkin star field was an unguarded fantasy hunting ground. Chapter 27-25. Cleansing the black wind for 3 whole days, Yi Xian controlled the purple cave shuttle with its concealment formation activated. Finally, they stopped at an extremely quiet border region. After putting away the purple hole shuttle, Yi Xian directly threw the black mosquito ship out of the undying world within his body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the inner cabin of the black mosquito ship. At the same time, he immediately used his mental energy to summon Barker, Mount Naibwa, Li Mosquito, and the other demon slaves. After a short while, they arrived at the luxurious hall in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Yi Xian first asked Barker about the cultivation progress of all the demon slaves on the Black Mosquito shuttle. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he turned to Nabashan and Li Mosquito. I have already refined the Black Wind. Right now Ba Chai and all the demon scouts on the Black Wind are trapped inside. The 2 of you come with me. Help me subdue Ba Chai and clean up the Black Wind. At this point Yi Xian seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Barker. Also, inform Guihai Dao and Song Qingyu to choose 500 powerful Demonkin slaves. They will enter the Black Wind with me and hunt the low-level Demonkin in the 2nd floor of the cave-dwelling area. We will dissect their brains and extract their cores. After receiving the order, Barker immediately turned and left. In less than 2 hours, he returned to report that 1,000 Demonkin slaves were ready to depart at any time. In that case, let's depart. Yi Xian rose at once. With a wave of his hand, he led Nabashan and Li Mosquito out of the Black Mosquito shuttle. At the same time, a black curtain of light about 100 meters in radius appeared in the middle of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Guihai Dao and Song Qingyu each led 500 elite Demonkin slaves and rushed out with murderous intent. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking was fleeting. When all the Demonkin slaves had come out, Yi Xian put the Black Mosquito shuttle into his undying world and threw the Black Wind out. We have plenty of time. Let's start from the 2nd floor of the Demon Dweller's cave. As he spoke, Yi Xian immediately sent out a spiritual imprint. Soon after, a door quickly appeared on the hull of the Black Wind battleship. Boom! Yi Xian took the lead. Just as his figure appeared in the central square of the 2nd floor of the Black Wind ship, a light rumbling sound suddenly came from his right. A demonic dweller scout who happened to be in the area threw a punch at them furiously. His cultivation base was not bad, 9th level core realm. You're already at the great circle of the 9th step, yet you're still hanging around on the 2nd floor. Looks like you're not very successful in the Black Wind. Pursing his lips, Yi Xian's figure swayed slightly as he dodged the opponent's punch. At the same time, he did not hesitate to shoot out a level 2 slave seal. At the same time, Mount Naibwa and Li Mosquito, as well as the 1,000 demon slave elites led by Guihai Dao and Song Qingyu, all arrived one after another. The originally spacious central plaza was instantly filled with people. Alright, you guys are free to do what you want from now on. Kill all the demonic dweller scouts below 5th level core realm. Dissect their brains and extract their cores. As for the corpses, clean them up after the battle and pile them up in the central square. After saying that, Yi Zhuan casually chose a main passage and his figure flickered slightly as he shot out like lightning. Through the super brain of the Black Wind ship, Yi Xian was already familiar with the situation inside this space fortress. Right now there were about 1,500 demonic dweller elites on the 3rd and 4th floor of the Black Wind ship. These guys' cultivation bases were not bad. After all, this was the flagship of the Demon Dweller Scout Corps. Their leader, Ba Chai, personally oversaw the place. The strength of his subordinates was naturally higher than the other 9 space fortresses. Basically, they were between the 3rd level satellite realm and the 6th level nebula realm. Of these 1,500 powerful demonic dweller elites, Yi Xian planned to subdue 1,000 of them and kill 500 of them. Apart from that, There were about 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers in the second floor of the demonic dwellings. All of them were at the core realm. Of these 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers, Yi Xian planned to subdue half of them and kill the other half. In that case he needed to prepare a terrifying 5,000 slave seals. Among them there were 1,000 slave seals from 3rd to 6th level. Right now Yi Xian only had less than 500 slave seals. 2 9th level, 4 8th level, 10 7th level, and about 400 3rd level to 6th level. These were all emergency slave seals that he had reserved. As for the 5,000 slave seals needed to cleanse the entire Black Wind ship, he had to make a last-minute effort to condense them. With this goal in mind, Yi Xian directly arrived at a level 3 passageway. He picked a demon cultivator cave and subdued the dozen or so demon cultivator scouts inside. Then he had them wait outside the cave and act as guards. Then he turned around and entered the dwelling. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus on condensing demonic seals. With his current level of spiritual power, the speed at which he condensed the most common first-level slave seals was much faster than before. In less than 2 days, he had already condensed 4,000 first-level slave seals. The next step was simple. Yi Xian wandered around as if he was taking a stroll. When he saw demonic dwellers with 6th-level cultivation and above, he waved his hand and subdued them immediately. A total of 4,000 first-level slave seals were used up in less than a day. At the same time, Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the rest of the demonic slaves hunting mission was coming to an end. They began a thorough search of the entire second floor to eliminate any demonic slaves that had slipped through the net. On the other hand, Yi Xian entered a demonic dweller dwelling again to cultivate the last 1,000 strengthened 3rd to 6th level slave seals. Although the number of slave seals he had condensed this time was only a quarter of the previous ones, they were all strengthened slave seals that were at least level 3, so it took even more time. Yi Xian only walked out of the demon cultivator's cave after a full 3 days. At the same time, thousands of demonic dwellers' corpses that had been cleaned up in the past 3 days were piled up like a mountain in the central square of the second floor's dwelling area. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, Guihai Dao and Song Qingyu immediately went up to him and handed him over the 4,000 demonic cores that they had obtained from dissecting the demonic dwellers' brains. After Yi Xian took them, he immediately tossed them to the devouring system in his body and ordered it to immediately decompose and extract the spiritual origin power in the demonic cores. After doing all that, Yi Xian took out the Devil Bloodstar Tear sword that had been upgraded to an epic combat weapon. With a shake of his hand he tossed it out. Along with a cheerful sound, the sword instantly turned into a blood-red color. It drifted and flashed as it plunged into the mountain-like pile of corpses and began to absorb the blood essence in the corpses. Chapter 27-26. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Qijian Ba Chai. In less than 6 days, the second floor of the Black Wind's demon dwellings had been completely cleaned out. However, Yi Xian did not rush to the 3rd and 4th levels immediately. Instead, he spent another half a day reorganizing the situation. He assigned 4 Kiliarchs to each pick their own centurions and worked their way down from level to level. In the end, he formed 4 complete 1,000-man demon slave legions. During this time, Guihai Dao led 500 elite demon slaves to the lowest level of the Black Wind, the Myriad Prison, and killed the hundreds of demon prison guards. Yi Xian did not plan to deal with the 1,000 or so experts of the Federation who were still imprisoned in the Myriad Prison. Since they could not escape, he would deal with them when he had the time. After everything was done, Yi Xian only brought Li Mosquito and Naboshin with him as he descended to the 3rd level. The entire 3rd level was filled with elite demons who were all at the 3rd level of the satellite realm and above. Yi Xian was no match for them with his current strength. As such, he stayed at the back throughout the entire process of clearing out the 3rd level, allowing Li Mosquito and Naboshin to crush the demons in front. All he needed to do was to casually throw out enhanced versions of advanced slave seals when the demon elites he encountered along the way were suppressed by the Li Mosquito and the Mount Naibwa. It was extremely easy. The 2 Black Hole Realm experts attacked at the same time and swept through the entire 3rd level in less than half a day. Nearly 400 of the 1,000 elite demons were killed, and another 800 were subdued by Yi Xian with slave seals. As for the last 200 people, Yi Xian deliberately left them for the 4th level. There were about 300 elite demons on the 4th level. After subduing 200 of them, the rest would be killed as well. Before entering the 4th level, Yi Xian made a trip to the 3rd level's warehouse. His goal was to store the various resources and treasures in the warehouse into his undying world. Almost 20 years of accumulation from the 9 bastions was not enough to describe the vast amount of resources and treasures that Yi Xian had pocketed. What was left behind were ordinary items. After that, the three of them entered the fourth floor of the Black Wind. The demons on the fourth floor were extremely powerful. For example, the close to 100 bodyguards were basically all at the Nebula Realm. Even so, in the face of two Black Hole Realm powerhouses, they were nothing more than ants. With Black Mosquito and Nabashin taking action, it only took Yi Xian about 2 hours to clean up the outer area outside the circular corridor on the fourth floor. The last 200 demonic slaves were finally completely used up. Nearly half of them were personal guards with a Nebula Realm cultivation base. At this point, only the third floor of the Black Wind Bastion and the core area of the fourth floor's circular corridor had not been cleaned up. Yi Xian planned to leave the demonic nest until the very end. In the core area of the fourth floor, there were only a dozen or so demonic powerhouses trapped there. Apart from the leader Bachai himself, there were only 5 think tanks, 5 stewards, 2 female demonic slaves, and 4 of Bachai's trusted aides. Yi Xian planned to use the slave seal to subdue Bachai, 1 think tank and 1 steward each. The rest could all be killed. Yi Xian had clearly informed Li Mosquito and Nabashin of this before entering the core area of the fourth floor. It would be convenient for them to make a move. It would be best if they could wipe out the rest as soon as they entered. Bachai was a peerless existence with a cultivation base of Black Hole Realm Class 9 perfection. Although Li Mosquito and Naboshin were also in the Black Hole Realm, they were only Class 7 and Class 4. The two of them were barely able to fight Bachai together, so how could they have the spare energy to deal with other intruders? Your mission is very simple. After entering, the first thing you need to do is to kill the rest as soon as possible. In addition, you only need to work together to delay Bachai for a while. It's best if you can provoke him and distract him. Standing in front of the entrance to the core area of the fourth floor, Yi Xian turned to Li Mosquito and Nabashin beside him and reminded them again. This last point is very important. It can be said to be the key to success or failure. Remember this. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately activated the spirit core within his sea of consciousness and directly activated the perfect vibration skill. In an instant, his figure disappeared without a trace. He couldn't even sense the slightest bit of aura, as if he had completely disappeared. Whoosh. Immediately after, he raised his hand and sent out a spiritual imprint. After it entered the sensor device on the side of the door, the originally tightly closed door suddenly opened. In the next instant, Li Mosquito and Nabashin's figures flickered and turned into 2 swift streaks of light that shot in side by side. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who had hidden his figure, quietly followed behind them. Nabashin? Black Mosquito? The strange sound of the door suddenly opening alarmed Bachai and his many think tanks and confidants in the sofa area of the hall. They all subconsciously turned their heads to look. Almost at the same time, Bachai exclaimed in surprise. At first, his face was stunned, then he seemed to realize something and instantly flew into a rage. So it was the two of you who were playing tricks in the dark. This daddy must kill you, boom. Whoosh. Before the furious Bachai could finish his words, Nabashin and Black Mosquito, who had rushed forward, had already attacked at the same time. They did not hold back and used all their strength. A majestic and mighty spiritual pressure swept out from Nabashin's body like a hurricane setting off a tsunami. It gave up on Bachai and instantly descended on the heads of the few demon-dweller think tanks on his left side. Accompanied by the loud rumbling sound of space being shaken, it suddenly crushed down. Kachacha. Facing the full force attack of a Black Hole Realm powerhouse, the few demon-dweller think tanks were caught off guard and immediately spat out blood without any suspense. There was even a series of ear-piercing sounds of bones cracking. Their bodies had already withered and turned into a pile of meat paste, limp on the ground. At the same time, Li Mosquito directly returned to the body of a Black Mosquito demonic beast. Not only did her body turn into an ugly and terrifying giant mosquito in the blink of an eye, a pair of black translucent membranes stretched out from her back. With a light pat, countless black energy wind blades burst out of thin air, sweeping forward in an overwhelming manner. Like a hot knife through butter, it covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did it lock onto the figures of the other demon-dweller butlers and attendants, even Bachai was no exception. He was also enveloped in the black cloud formed by countless spiritual wind blades. In the blink of an eye, a large area was completely enveloped, and the sound of tearing silk was constantly heard. This was the strange sound of flesh and blood being cut by the spiritual wind blades. Countless spiritual wind blades, in the blink of an eye, dismembered all the demon-dweller butlers and guards except Bachai, turning them into countless pieces of flesh of varying sizes and falling to the ground. Chapter 27:27. Super Big Eater. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 confidants, stewards and attendants were almost completely annihilated. But Ba Chai reacted from the extreme shock in an instant. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. His expression was ferocious to the extreme. Moreover, a strand of an irresistible and violent aura surged out from within his body. It raged out like a raging wave, and it transformed into a surging torrent that obliterated all things in the world. Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. His whole body and mind were enveloped by an unprecedented strong sense of crisis. His life was hanging by a thread. Destruction vortex. In the face of this irresistible terrifying aura, a strong desire to survive suddenly exploded from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart and spread rapidly, causing Yi Xian to go completely crazy. He didn't even pay attention to the perfect vibration technique. His expression was ferocious as he roared resolutely. At the same time, the purple-black spiritual source core hanging in the central domain of the sea of consciousness in his mind also began to rotate at a crazy speed at this moment. All the spiritual source power contained in it was instantly extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and whizzed toward Ba Chai. At the same time, the 10th level slave seal also turned into a faint light and followed closely behind. Puff. Umph. Dang dang dang. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure roaring out from Ba Chai's body had also arrived in front of him. It was as if a huge star was blasting toward him at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward without any suspense. Even Li Mosquito, who was also at the late stage of the black hole realm, immediately let out a muffled groan in the face of this terrifying pressure of the perfect stage 9. Her body, which was suspended in the air, was like a fallen leaf in a violent wind, showing a sense of being blown by the wind and rain. As for Naboshin, whose cultivation was only at the 4th stage of the black hole realm, his body was instantly rushed out and flew back hundreds of meters in the air. After landing on the ground, he was still frantically retreating. Boom. An earth-shattering boom resounded through the air. At this moment, the small purple-black dot that was as small as a speck of dust, but was actually formed from the extreme compression of all the origin energy in Yi Xian's mind's core, also exploded with a loud bang. After condensing to the extreme, the vast and boundless spirit source energy completely bloomed at this moment. In less than half an instant, it had enveloped a large space of several hundred meters around Ba Chai. The boundless spirit source energy collided with each other, instantly forming a gigantic energy vortex. Berserk and tyrannical, it seemed capable of annihilating everything. Caught off guard, even Ba Chai, a perfect black hole stage 9 supreme existence, froze for a few moments in the face of this mental energy whirlpool that was so violent and berserk that it was descending upon him. Just at this moment, the level 10 slave seal that had turned into a weak ray of light quietly fell to the side of his neck. It entered his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene was witnessed by Yi Xian, who was retreating backwards. His heartstrings relaxed, but at the same time, his vision turned black and he completely lost consciousness. After a full 7 days, Yi Xian finally woke up from his coma. Although he had regained consciousness, he was still in a very bad state. There was not a single spot on his body that did not hurt. It was as if there was a ruthless, ferocious star beast hiding in his mind, continuously roaring and roaring. The rumbling sounds of explosions reverberated endlessly, giving him a splitting headache. All of this was caused by him completely exhausting all the spirit source energy accumulated in the spirit source core in his mind. It was the result of an extreme overdraft of his spirit source energy. Ding. All demon cores have been decomposed. Do you want to immediately extract the spirit source? Just as Yi Xian was feeling gloomy over the fact that the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was completely empty, the familiar system prompt sounded at the right time. It turned out that the demon core he had thrown to the system to deal with had been completely decomposed. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately ordered the system to immediately extract all the spirit source. Soon, a warm current appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, slowly but continuously pouring into the spirit source core suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. The almost exploding pain in Yi Xian's mind gradually subsided because of this. After nearly an hour, it finally disappeared completely. Only then did Yi Xian realize that he was lying on a sofa in the core hall on the top floor of the Black Wind Fortress. As for Li Mosquito and Naboshin, they were sitting cross-legged on another sofa not far away, cultivating. In addition, there was another figure in the hall. It was Ba Chai, who had been subdued by the level 10 slave seal. At this moment, he was also sitting cross-legged on a sofa not far away with his eyes closed in meditation. The violent and arrogant aura from before had long disappeared. Master, you're awake? After all, he was a supreme existence at the Black Hole Realm 9th stage. Even if he was in a state of meditation, Ba Chai still sensed Yi Xian's awakening at the first moment. He opened his eyes and got up to walk over. On the other side, Nabashan and Li Mosquito were awakened at the same time. They immediately stood up and walked over side by side. Yi Xian immediately asked about what happened after he fainted. Only then did he know that it was already 7 days later. If he counted the time he spent in the lower 2 floors, Yi Xian had been on the Black Wind for half a month. Fortunately, the Demon Scout's bastions were engraved with a concealment formation. The Black Wind was currently in such a state of concealment, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by the demon race powerhouses accidentally passing by. At present, Yi Xian's state had not yet recovered, so it was indeed not appropriate for him to leave in a short period of time. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to use this opportunity to study the immortal star superfragment. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, allowing Ba Chai, Nabashan, and Li Mosquito to move freely. There was no need for them to accompany him here. Then he took out a small space box from the undying world in his body, which contained a large amount of demonic black crystals. Ding, discovered demonic black crystals. Do you want to immediately absorb the demonic black crystals to nourish the star brain fragment? After opening the small space box, Yi Xian flipped his hand and threw it directly to the devouring system in his body. The next moment, the familiar system prompt quietly sounded in his mind. Absorb at full force now. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to absorb immediately, and then no longer cared about this matter. Everything would be handled by the devouring system. What he did not expect was that in less than an hour, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding, all demonic black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment's current level. Fragment. Used up? Yi Xian was stunned and almost suspected that he was hallucinating. One had to know that the small space box that he had just thrown to the devouring system contained 100 cubic meters of demonic thought black crystals. They were piled up like a small mountain, yet the immortal-grade cosmic super brain fragment that was only the size of a fingernail had been completely consumed in less than 2 hours? Chapter 27-28. Black Mosquito Holy Child's Trial. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian retrieved 2 more dimensional boxes from his undying world and tossed them to the devouring system. Once again he gave the order to absorb as much as he could. These 2 boxes also contained 100 cubic meters of black crystals. These crystals were the most common type of cultivation resource in the bastions of the Demonkin Scouts, and they were stored in large quantities. Therefore Yi Xian wasn't worried about the consumption of these crystals. The only thing he was worried about was the growth rate of the immortal rank super brain fragment. What if this guy didn't show any reaction after being bombarded with so many demonic black crystals? It would be really troublesome if that guy didn't move at all. With this big matter in mind, Yi Xian didn't even have the mood to meditate and recuperate. He waited anxiously. About 4 hours later, the familiar system beep appeared in his mind again. Ding. All demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. Fragmented level? Yi Xian was once again dumbfounded. With the first absorption from before, Yi Xian had already expected that the 2 small spatial boxes he threw out this time would be used up in at most 4 hours. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that even after swallowing 200 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, it was still fragmented level. This was clearly not the right rhythm. This time I've thrown 10 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals at once. If there's still no reaction, then there's no justice in this world. After being disappointed twice in a row, Yi Xian couldn't keep his calm. This time he took out 10-dimensional boxes from his undying world, totaling 1,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, and threw them all at the devouring system. After waiting anxiously for nearly 20 hours, the long-awaited system notification rang out once again. Ding. All black will crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. Fuck. I've already thrown in 1,300 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals and there's still no reaction. Isn't this a little too shameless? Hearing that the result was still the same, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in any longer. He was so angry that he even cursed. He was going crazy. This is the last time. If you continue to shamelessly refuse to budge, then I won't serve you anymore. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian decided to try one last time. This time, he threw in 100-dimensional boxes from his undying world. The amount of demon sense black crystals in each box was a terrifying 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals. After that, Yi Xian began to anxiously wait for a long time. It wasn't until the evening of the 5th day that the system notification that he had been waiting for finally sounded out again. Demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade, fragmented level. What the F***CK? Yi Xian collapsed on the spot. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He gnashed his teeth and even had the heart to kill someone. The unwillingness that was stuck in his chest suddenly rose up and became even more intense. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he didn't plan to continue trying. If there was no reaction even after throwing in 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to throw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals next? He didn't care about the demon sense black crystals, but he couldn't afford to waste time. If he really threw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to anxiously wait for the Imperial Guards for 2 months? He might even go crazy. Thinking like this, Yi Xian gave up the urge to try again. After his state of mind completely calmed down, he continued to ponder over this matter. Even Ba Chai, Naboshan, and Li Mosquito were called over by him to analyze and ponder together. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't reveal sensitive information like the immortal grade star super brain fragment and his personal star communication system. He just casually brushed it aside. The problem should be with the demon sense black crystals. When he finished explaining the general situation, Li Mosquito didn't think much and immediately responded, "You should have some of the most common ordinary demon sense black crystals, right? If they really don't work, I suggest you try to get some multi-pupil thought crystals." Multi-pupil thought crystals? What's the difference? Yi Xian was stunned. Only now did he know that the demon sense black crystals were the same as the star core origin. They were divided into different grades. And the ones he had were probably the most common low-grade ones. No wonder they didn't work. After all, the main body of the star superbrain fragment was an immortal grade star superbrain. Even if it was reduced to a fragment, its grade didn't change. How could it be interested in the most common low-grade demon sense black crystals? Multi-pupil thought crystals refer to the demon sense star crystals with pupil halos. An ordinary devil will star crystal is just a translucent black crystal. The crystal is completely empty and there's nothing inside. Seeing that Yi Xian was confused, Li Mosquito explained patiently with a faint smile. As for the multi-pupil thought crystal, you can see layers of halos like pupils inside the crystal. At least 1 layer and at most 9. The more halos there are, the higher the grade of the crystal. So, if the multi-pupil thought crystal is broken down, it can be called single-pupil thought crystal, dual-pupil thought crystal, 8-pupil thought crystal, and finally 9-pupil thought crystal. I see. Yi Xian immediately understood and then shook his head with a bitter smile. If that's the case, I really can't find a single multi-pupil thought crystal in the sea of demon sense black crystals I have. I don't even have a single pupil thought crystal, let alone a 7-pupil thought crystal. At this point, Yi Xian frowned and turned to glare at Ba Chai. Don't tell me you've kept all of them? There are 2 huge space fortresses, but you can't find even a single pupil thought crystal. This is very unusual. Whether it's a single pupil thought crystal or a 7-pupil thought crystal, normal demon sense elites can't come into contact with it. Li Mosquito covered her mouth and smiled, then said again, because in the entire vast demon sense star region, there is only one place that can produce multi-pupil thought crystal. Be it 8-pupil thought crystal, 9-pupil thought crystal, or the worst single-pupil thought crystal, they all come from there. Normal demon sense elites can't enter at all. So, even if there are some multi-pupil thought crystals flowing out from there, they are all controlled by some high-ranking demon sense elites. Normal demon sense elites can't even take a look at them. However, if Master really wants to enter that place, there is an excellent opportunity right now. At this point, there seemed to be an extremely dark light flashing in the depths of Li Mosquito's eyes. She paused for a moment, then continued, among the 10 demon sense tribes, there is currently a vacancy for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. If I remember correctly, there are still about 2 months before the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son selection trial begins. As long as Master gets a trial spot, he can swagger into that area. Because all the holy sons of the 10 tribes of the demonic dwellers were selected from the forbidden land of Saint Devil on the demonic emperor planet. Chapter 27-29. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Target, Black Mosquito Tribe. So, I have to go to the Black Mosquito Tribe first, obtain the qualification to be the holy son of the Black Mosquito Tribe, and then go to the demonic emperor planet in the center of the demonic star area with the other trial takers? It seems a bit cumbersome. After hearing Li Mosquito's explanation, Yi Xian finally understood, but he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, he looked at Li Mosquito again and asked unwillingly, "Is there no other way to enter the forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet other than the trial takers?" The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is not a place that can be entered casually. It is said that even the inheritance of the demonic tribe originated from there. Therefore, it is the most important place in the entire demonic star area. Besides the trial takers of the 10 tribes and the demonic emperor clan, only the 10 great commanders and 10 high priests of the 10 tribes and the direct descendants of the demonic emperor clan are qualified to enter. But even these people can't enter at any time. They only have a chance to enter once every 100 years. Even the demonic emperor himself is the same. The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is a very mysterious and independent void. The once-a-century restriction is one of the rules of this void. It is like the great Tao that everything in the universe follows. It is not something that can be changed or reversed at will. "I see," Yi Xian nodded, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and continued, "It seems that we can only go to the Black Mosquito tribe to obtain the qualification to be the holy son of the demonic emperor planet. There is no time to lose. Let's go now." As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to Batchai. "You stay on the Black Wind. The supply of black crystals of demonic will on the 3rd floor of the warehouse has been opened. Increase the combat strength of the 4,000-man demonic slaves on the 2nd floor as soon as possible. As for the 1,000-odd Federation prisoners on the bottom floor of the Myriad prison, ignore them for now. There is no need to send the jailers. Let them be for a while. After the trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe are over, I will come and deal with them." After that, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Wind with Li Mosquito and Naboshan. After stepping out of the Black Wind, the 3 of them appeared in the void of the universe in the blink of an eye. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Black Wind ship, which had been refined into a magic treasure, instantly entered Yi Xian's body and was kept in his undying world. Then Yi Xian took out the Black Mosquito ship again. After giving a few instructions to Naibo Shan, he let him return to the Black Mosquito ship and take charge of it. The reason why Yi Xian didn't want Mount Naibwa to stay outside and head to the Black Mosquito tribe with him was actually a decision he made after careful consideration. In fact, if not for the fact that he was familiar with the Demonkin star field and needed a guide by his side, he would even want to drive Lizzie back to the Black Mosquito ship. Although with their powerful black hole realm strength, if they stayed by Yi Xian's side, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety when he walked through the Devil Domain. However, this kind of reliance was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, there would be great consequences. Yi Xian had just entered this starry sky world with the universe galaxy as the background, and his cultivation realm was still at the first great realm at the bottom. It was the golden period when he should face difficulties, experience trials and grow and quickly improve his cultivation realm. It could be said that everything was starting from the beginning. If there was a black hole realm powerhouse by his side at all times like a flower in a greenhouse, it was tantamount to destroying his future. Soon as Yi Xian opened the black channel of the Black Mosquito ship, Mount Naibwa's figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a stream of light and shot in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After putting the Black Mosquito ship into the undying world in his body, Yi Xian turned his head and instructed Lizzie to hide her cultivation realm at the 3rd great realm, the satellite realm, and told her some things to pay attention to when traveling in the Demonkin star field in the future. Then, he waved his hand and took out an ordinary private battleship that had just been refined, which was inconspicuous in both appearance and performance. He entered the battleship with Lizzie and quickly headed toward the star field where the Black Mosquito tribe was located. The Black Mosquito tribe was located in the northwest of the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet. The territory ruled by the tribe occupied 1/10 of the vast void of the entire Demonkin star field. In this vast star field, there were countless large and small stars scattered about, but the overall situation was basically similar to that of Universe 3, which was occupied by the human race. Most of the large and small stars distributed in the void were extremely desolate. Not to mention intelligent life, there weren't even any plants. At most, they were rich in all kinds of rare minerals and resources. This kind of desolate mineral star occupied about 90% of the total. The remaining 10% of the stars were divided into 2 types. One was the demonic beast star that was occupied by various demonic beasts. Li Mosquito was captured by the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe from the Mosquito star. That was her ancestral land. The entire mosquito star was filled with countless black mosquito demonic beasts. Among all the demon beast stars in that star field, the demon beast star was the largest and most eye-catching. This was why the black mosquito tribe was called the Black Mosquito Tribe. The demon beast star occupied more than 90% of the small 10% of the stars that had life. The last 10% of the stars was where the demons of the Black Mosquito Tribe lived and reproduced. It was called the demon beast star. There were only 10 of them. The 10 demon beast stars were respectively commanded by the 10 great leaders of the Black Mosquito Tribe. There were hundreds of thousands of demons under their command. The demon beast warriors, which were similar to the human race's army, were all in the tens of thousands. Among the 10 demon beast stars, the one called the Black Mosquito Star was the headquarters of the entire tribe. The great commander and high priest, who had the most authority in the entire tribe, were in charge of the Black Mosquito Star. The demon beast great leader of the Black Mosquito Star, Naboshan, was sent out to represent the Black Mosquito Tribe to control a space fortress and go to Universe 3 of the human race as a frontline scout. Apart from the Black Mosquito Tribe, the other 9 demon tribes were basically the same. Those who were sent out to represent the tribe to control a demon beast scout space fortress were all demon beast great leaders of the tribe's main stars. As for the trial test for the Holy Sun, generally speaking, the trial takers were selected from their own tribes. Each demon tribe only had one place for the trial test. That was to say, in the entire Black Mosquito Tribe, only 10 demon dwellers could enter the forbidden land of Saint Devil in the Demon Royal Star. Yi Xian had just arrived and he was a new face. It wasn't an easy task for him to obtain a share of the spoils from the 10 outer trial spots. It could even be said that there was not much hope. Yi Xian learned all this from the Li Mosquito Tribe while he was on his way to the Black Mosquito Tribe. Only now did he know that the 9th realm after the Black Hole Realm was called the Origin Realm. The great leader of the Black Mosquito Tribe, Zhuofengtai, and the high priest Hui Gulei were both in the Origin Realm. Chapter 2730. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The first appearance of strangeness. Although Zhuofengtai, the Black Mosquito Tribe's great commander, had a powerful cultivation base of Origin Level 3 and walked the path of physical strengthening, in fact, Zhuofengtai might not be a match for High Priest Huigul, who was only at Origin Level 1 if he went all out. This kind of situation was also common in the other 9 demon tribes. The great commander of a tribe usually had a powerful cultivation base and held real power. Although the high priest's cultivation base was lower and did not care about worldly affairs, his status was extraordinary. This was because to become a high priest, one must first become a tribe's holy son. After becoming a holy son, one must also obtain some kind of spiritual power inheritance from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land or a secret method to use spiritual power. Only then could one become a high priest. Among the 10 demon tribes, apart from the great commander and the high priest, the Holy Son was also qualified to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, but he could only enter once every century. Because of this, every time a tribe's Holy Son died and a new Holy Son had to be selected, almost all the demons in the tribe were tempted. After all, if one became a Holy Son, they would have the opportunity to become the tribe's high priest, which was a step to the sky. Considering that there were too many competitors, and the overall strength of all the demon tribe powerhouses under the Black Mosquito Star, which was the tribe's main planet, was definitely better, Yi Xian decided to choose one of the 9 demon tribes as the starting point. 2 days later, Yi Xian's private warship finally entered the Black Mosquito Tribe's territory. The closest demon tribe star in the void ahead was the Black Mountain Star. After Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito for the direction, he immediately urged the warship to rush over. The leader of the Black Mountain Star was called Sha Ming, and he was a demon tribe powerhouse who walked the path of body cultivation. His cultivation base was at Black Hole Realm Level 2, which was 2 levels lower than the Black Mountain Star. Not long after, a huge planet with an atmosphere appeared in the endless void ahead. According to the direction that Li Mosquito had pointed out, this planet should be one of the 10 demon planets of the Black Mosquito Tribe, the Black Mountain Planet. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito immediately exited the private battleship. Jier waved his hand to put away the battleship and went straight ahead. In the Demonkin Star area, and even in the First Universe, where the other slaves belonged to the Qinji clan, things like battleships and magic treasures were very common. In the context of the Star Age, even different universes could be traveled back and forth through wormholes. Therefore, whether it was a cultivation system or anything else, as long as there was something extraordinary about it, it would spread quickly. In fact, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito had encountered quite a few Demonkin warships on their way here from the very edge of the Demonkin Star region. At first, Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he got used to it after seeing so many of them. However, although the Qinji clan, the overlords of the first universe, had achievements in science and technology that surpassed the human races, the Demonkin were nothing more than a slave race of the Qinji clan. For a slave race like this, the Qinji clan would not spare any effort to take care of them. Therefore, none of the Demonkin planets in the Demonkin star area had anything like the defensive formations of the human race's administrative planets. However, the star network still existed. After all, the first universe was so big that if the star network was not popularized, the Qinji clan would not be able to easily control all the slave races under their command. Moreover, the star network of the first universe also used the star superbrain as a biological intelligence center. Even the planets of the third universe's human race's science and technology faction only used ordinary superbrains as the intelligence center of the starry sky network. As for the Demonkin, as the servant race of the Qinji race, the superbrains used by the ordinary Demonkin planets in their starry sky field were naturally not high-quality goods. In fact, it was very likely that the star superbrains used by the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps were the lowest of the low. If that was the case, then Yi Xian could refine the Blackwind star superbrain as well as he did the Blackwinds. The idea flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly discarded it. Black Mountain was an enormous Demonkin planet. Unlike a bastion, it didn't even have a defensive formation. Even if Yi Xian did refine the star superbrain, he couldn't do what he did with the Black Wind. He couldn't seal off all of the Demonkin and imprison them like he did with the Black Wind. In fact, all he needed was the Holy Sun trial spot on planet Black Mountain. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to refine their superbrain. All he needed to do was connect to their network and get some information. Once the decision was made, Yi Xian sent a command to the communication system to search for the star superbrain's frequency, then select the nearest channel to connect to the star network. Moreover, considering the fact that after the Black Wind battleship's superbrain was successfully connected to the starry sky superbrain, before Yi Xian could react, countless information and data instantly entered his brain, almost causing his mind to become unstable. This time, after Yi Xian gave the order, he specially added a sentence at the back. There was no need to rush the transmission of all the information and data. If he needed anything, he could give the search conditions at any time. At that time, he could just search on the spot. A moment later, the sound of a system notification filled his mind. Ding. Beginning search for star network frequency. Search complete. Beginning screening. Ding. Screening complete. Connection successful. Network attribute. Low star network, Black Mountain. Superbrain grade, normal damaged. Will you refine it? Or consume it? Refine it? Or consume it? Hearing the last sentence, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. After that, a few black lines crawled out of his forehead. Could it be that he had led that immortal rank space superbrain fragment astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection? The last time he contacted the central superbrain of the Black Wind, it didn't give him such a notification. As the AI core of a communication system, it was not right for it to want to devour other superbrains of the star network. Why did he feel like he had encountered a bandit who had just left the mountain? Just as these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind and he was slightly stunned because of this, the system notification sounded again in an extremely unusual manner. Ding. Host, please confirm. Do you want to refine it? Or devour? What was going on? This time Yi Xian was completely suspicious. This was clearly not normal. He was just stunned for a moment and did not respond immediately. At most, it would only take 2 or 3 seconds. There was no need to be so anxious, right? A ravenous wolf that had just come down from the mountains after starving for 10 days was nothing more than this. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately responded. His attitude was very clear. He would neither refine nor devour. Chapter 2731. Weeping Soul Beast. Soon Yi Xian and Li Mosquito passed through a layer of gray-black atmosphere and entered the interior of Black Mountain Star. What appeared before them was a world with a black color. Whether it was the sea or the land, everything was black. Even the plants on this star were basically the same. Yi Xian immediately understood the origin of this star's name, Black Mountain Star, because at a glance, all he could see were continuous black mountains. The entire Black Mountain Star's land was basically not too vast and flat. In addition, everything on Black Mountain Star was not much different from the planets inhabited by the human race. There were also many cities, and the buildings and roads in the cities were similar. In addition, the demon dwellers that could be seen were completely no different from humans. Even their clothing was not much different. If it wasn't for the strong and strange aura emitting from the black-themed environment, Yi Xian would have suspected that he'd returned to the third universe and entered an administrative planet of the human race. The entire Black Mountain Star was extremely vast, but because most of the areas were undulating mountains, it was not suitable to build a city as a place to live. Therefore, there were not many cities on Black Mountain Star, only a dozen or so. However, there were only 300,000 to 400,000 demon dwellers on the entire Black Mountain Star. A dozen or so cities were obviously enough to accommodate them. Moreover, it seemed a little cold and cheerless. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito chose to go to Black Mountain City, which was located in the center of the continent. Black Mountain City was not only the largest among the dozen or so demon dwellers cities, but also the largest area. It was the main city of Black Mountain Star. The leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Xiong Haizi, and the more than 10,000 demon dweller scouts under his command, who were equivalent to human soldiers, were all in Black Mountain City. Yi Xian obtained this information through his personal star communication system from the star network of Black Mountain Star. With the level of that immortal rank cosmic superbrain fragment, there was no way the other party could detect him invading this kind of cosmic network that used a low-level black sky superbrain as its intelligence center. At this moment, while Li Mosquito was flying to Black Mountain City, Yi Xian once again issued a conditional search command to the communication system. This time, he wanted to know the details of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet Saint. Less than half a minute after the command was given, the search of the communication system was completed. A large amount of data poured into Yi Xian's mind, allowing him to learn all the details in an instant. The trial period for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun was 3 months and 10 days, which was exactly 100 days later. However, since it would take some time to get to the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet, the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Huiguliai, had set a deadline of 3 months for the 10 Demon Emperor planets. Within 3 months, the 10 Demon Emperor planets had to send their chosen trial takers to the Black Mosquito planet. Being late means forfeiting. The final candidate who would represent the Black Mountain planet to the Black Mosquito tribe and then rush to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Holy Sun trial would be determined in 30 days. However, the intense competition for this trial spot had already begun a month ago. Moreover, according to the data obtained by the communication system, a month ago, the number of Devil Cultivator rankers that entered the Weeping Soul Cave in a grandiose manner to compete for a spot was actually over 10,000. The Weeping Soul Cave was a vast natural cave that was thousands of meters below the surface of the Black Mountain planet. Its size was impossible to determine, and its entrance was located in the northern wilderness region of the Black Mountain planet continent. The reason why the Black Mountain planet had set this place as the place to compete for the trial quota was because there were a large number of Weeping Soul beasts wandering in this vast cave. Weeping Soul beasts did not have flesh and blood, but were incorporeal creatures similar to spirits. This kind of existence could only be captured with spiritual power. A month later, among all the competitors who entered the Weeping Soul Cave, the person who captured the most Weeping Soul beasts would be the holder of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet's Holy Sun trial. There was a reason why the Black Mountain planet's leader, Xiong Haizi, chose to use the method of capturing Weeping Soul beasts to determine the final trial participant. In order to successfully pass the trial and become the Holy Son of the Demon Emperor tribe, one of the prerequisites was to have a certain level of spiritual power talent. Otherwise, it would be useless even if one went to the Demon Emperor planet and was destined to fail. We seem to be late. I don't know if we can still enter the Weeping Soul Cave. After browsing all the information, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. His feet suddenly sped up and soon landed in the Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito. They immediately rushed to the Black Mountain City's administrative center. Entering the Weeping Soul Cave was simple. The entrance to the cave was in the northern wastelands of the continent, and anyone could go there. However, if one wanted to participate in the trial quota competition this time, one must first register at the Black Mountain City's administrative center, and at the same time, obtain a space magic treasure used to store Weeping Soul beasts. This kind of space magic treasure was all made in a rush. After the applicant refined it, he could only stuff Weeping Soul beasts in it, but he could not take them out from it. In this way, there was no need to worry about the competitors in the cave using the method of killing and robbing to accumulate a large number of Weeping Soul beasts, because it was useless to rob them. In the end, it was impossible to bring a lot of space magic treasures to hand in the task, right? Feeling a little nervous, Yi Xian quickly entered the Black Mountain City's administrative center with Li Mosquito. After finding the processing window and asking, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Although he was late by a month, if he wanted to participate in the trial quota competition, not to mention now, he could even register one day before the deadline. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to register me. Although I'm a little late, at least there's still a month's time. With a faint smile, Yi Xian immediately requested to register. At the same time, he casually gave himself a name. Oh, right, I'm Zhang Wuji. The demon race did not have a household registration system like the 10,000 Luo Federation's citizenship, because they did not need to use such a thing to determine their identity. To prevent spies from sneaking in, the demon race's unique mental power was the best distinguishing feature. The staff at the Black Mountain City's administrative center quickly completed the necessary registration procedures. In fact, it was just a simple form to register. Then he raised his hand and took out a palm-sized pagoda-shaped magic treasure from a small cabinet, and motioned for Yi Xian to leave a mental imprint on it. This was obviously one of the methods to prevent people from cheating. Yi Xian immediately activated the mental power source core in his sea of knowledge, shooting out a mental imprint and branding it on the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure. Then the magic treasure was handed over to Yi Xian to use. With this pagoda-shaped magic treasure in hand, he had the qualifications to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to participate in the trial qualification competition. Considering that he was a whole month late compared to the other demon powerhouses, Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately left Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito and went straight to the northern wastelands of the Black Mountain Star continent. Chapter 2732. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A pleasant surprise. Yi Xian and the Black Mosquito master and servant only used less than 2 hours to enter the northern wastelands and rush to the entrance of the Crying Soul Cave that led to the vast underground world. The entrance was located between two giant peaks in the northern wilderness. It was actually just a huge abyss with a radius of a few kilometers. It was pitch black down there and nothing could be seen. No one knew how deep it was. The demon race's holy sun did not have any cultivation realm restrictions. Even the supreme beings of the Black Hole realm could participate in the Holy Sun trial. Therefore, among the more than 10,000 demon race experts in the cave below them, there were bound to be quite a few of them with profound cultivation realms. Even if there were no Black Hole realm experts, there were definitely many planet realm and even star realm experts. Therefore, Yi Xian did not intend to enter alone and decided to let Li Mosquito accompany him. It was not that he was not confident in his strength, but the key was that he was determined to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. Therefore he could not reveal his identity. In this way, when he encountered danger, many of his methods could not be used at all and would be restricted. He could only bring Li Mosquito with him. At this moment, as the two of them rapidly descended, their vision became darker and darker. When they reached a depth of about 300 meters, their surroundings were pitch black and they could not even see their own fingers. Fortunately, they could still use their spiritual power to replace their eyes to identify the way. After a short while, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, who had descended about 1,300 meters, finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The entrance to the Weeping Soul Cave was located on the wall of the abyss right in front of them. It was a cave with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. It was also pitch black inside and there seemed to be some faint, sharp and strange cries faintly coming from it. Yi Xian immediately rushed into the cave and moved forward quickly. The deeper they went, the wider the space became. In the end, they could not even see the walls of the cave on both sides. It was as if they were in a vast underground city. At the same time, the sharp cries that could only be faintly heard before became clearer and clearer as Yi Xian and Li Wuyo went deeper into the cave. They were densely packed and continuously transmitted over from all directions. These cries are from those weeping soul beasts, right? Judging from the commotion, there are indeed a lot of them. Yi Xian randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. He turned to look at Li Mosquito and asked, "Have you ever come into contact with this kind of thing before?" "I've never even heard of it, let alone come into contact with it." After casually replying, Li Mosquito seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately explained, "Although we are all in the same demon domain, all the high-level demon beasts in the demon beast star that have developed intelligence cannot have any contact with the demon beasts. This is because in the eyes of the demon beasts, all the demon beasts in the demon beast star are just prey to be hunted. In fact, this is indeed what they do. After so many years of accumulated hatred, it has reached an irreconcilable point." Screech! Before Li Mosquito could finish speaking, an extremely sharp howl suddenly sounded out without any warning. Moreover, the distance was very close, only a few thousand meters to the right in front. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito immediately looked towards the direction of the sound. Although the surroundings were still pitch black because they had gradually adapted, even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see things. Coupled with the assistance of the spiritual energy identification, at this moment, The weeping soul beast that was pouncing towards them at an extremely fast speed from a few thousand meters away was instantly seen clearly by Yi Xian and Li Mosquito. This weeping soul beast was indeed not a life form of flesh and blood. Its entire body was completely translucent like a ghost. At this moment, it was moving at an extremely fast speed with a violent howl. It was completely floating in the air, extremely strange. However, in terms of appearance, this beast was 90% similar to an ordinary monkey. The only difference was that it had a black horn that was about half a foot long on its head. Its eyes were completely red, and they were bursting with a bloody light that was filled with a murderous intent. It seems that its temper is a bit violent. It didn't even have a single word of disagreement. It directly pounced on us from a few thousand meters away? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, and as he spoke, his figure flashed and moved forward. The spirit source core in his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly rotate, releasing a powerful spirit source core that was like a large net that quickly flew out. Screech! In the next moment, the weeping soul beast that was flying over at an extremely fast speed once again let out a shrill howl that resounded endlessly. Its body had already been completely wrapped up by the invisible net that was falling down from above. As it screamed, it continued to struggle but to no avail. Ding! Discovered a spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? When Yi Xian activated his spirit source core and quickly pulled the trapped weeping soul beast in front of him, preparing to study it for a while before directly storing it into the pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure. At this moment, the notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind without any warning. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was stunned. This fierce monkey with a long horn on its head actually had a spirit source like the brain of a demon? As this thought rapidly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was stunned for a moment, was immediately overjoyed. Could it be that a meat pie had fallen from the sky? How could he actually encounter such a thing? Before this, among all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had come into contact with, only the brain of a demon contained a spirit source. Even the demonic black crystal, which was used by demons to increase the level of their spirit source, did not contain a spirit source. Instead, it was a special kind of energy that stimulated a demon's spirit source core, causing it to vibrate and increase, thereby achieving the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit source core. To put it bluntly, it was actually a kind of stimulant for spirit source core. In addition to the demonic black crystal, Yi Xian had also tested the massive amount of resources that he had obtained from the third story of the Black Mosquito ship. All kinds of rare and strange resources and minerals were thrown to the devouring system, but in the end the system did not respond at all. This result almost made him give up hope. He thought that the only way to obtain a spirit source was to hunt demons and cut open their brains to obtain their cores. He did not expect that he would unintentionally make a new discovery today. After all, the brain of a demon was not a resource that could be obtained as much as one wanted. It was simply unrealistic to hunt a large number of them over a long period of time. However, this weeping soul beast was different. Not only could it be hunted wantonly, the key was that there was a large number of them. The entire weeping soul cave was filled with these beasts, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Even the population of the entire demon race was less than a fraction of these beasts. In the future, as the level of Yi Xian's spirit source continued to increase, the amount of spirit source he would need would also increase. It was precisely because of this that when the search for a replacement for the brain of a demon ended in failure, this had become a hidden worry in his heart. Now, with the appearance of the weeping soul beast, there was finally hope for a complete solution to this problem. This made him extremely excited. With this kind of excitement, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system, absorb at full force immediately. Screech. Chapter 2733. Little Black Horns Screech. Screech. The weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy continued to shriek in a shrill voice. At the same time, the incomparably familiar energy in Yi Xian's mind continued to flow into the spiritual origin core that was suspended in the air above his consciousness. Previously, Yi Xian had extracted the spiritual origin from the system by dissecting a large number of demonkin brains. Because the amount of spiritual origin that entered his mind in such a short period of time was too great, the impact on his consciousness was too great. As a result, the process was extremely painful. But now, even though the spiritual origin aura from the illusory body of the weeping soul beast was exactly the same and equally pure, it was slowly trickling into Yi Xian's consciousness. Not only was there no pain, there was even a warm and comfortable feeling, as if his consciousness was enjoying some sort of meticulous nourishment. The former was a large and broad knife that had immediate effects. It was like a great tonic that had strong medicinal effects, but it couldn't be used for long periods of time. Otherwise, it would leave behind some undesirable side effects. The latter, on the other hand, was warm and gentle, like a bowl of light millet after a serious illness. Even though it didn't cure hunger, it could use a small fire to slowly nourish one's consciousness, soothing away some of the minor side effects and nipping them in the bud. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He had to capture a few more weeping soul beasts for future use. In the future, these two methods of absorbing spiritual origin could be used together. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. At this time, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy had completely disappeared. All that was left was a small black horn the size of a thumb, still wrapped in Yi Xian's spiritual energy and suspended in the air. The beast's body was originally a form of energy. After it was absorbed by Yi Xian, it was impossible for any flesh or blood to be left behind. What was strange was that the half-a-foot-long black horn on its head was clearly an illusory energy state, but the small black horn that remained was clearly a miniature version of the half-a-foot-long horn on the weeping soul beast's head. Furthermore, it had actually transformed from an illusory energy state into a physical object. Yi Xian immediately activated his psychic power and took the small black horn into his hand. He felt its weight in his hand. Its weight and density were clearly not light, but he could not tell what material it was made of. It was neither gold nor stone, nor bone nor keratin. It was very strange. Although Yi Xian did not understand the purpose of this little black horn, or even how it was formed, he had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of use to him in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he threw the little horn into his undying world. Then he and Li Mosquito continued to search for other weeping soul beasts. Along the way, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. Although this weeping soul beast was a good thing, it had only taken him 4 to 5 minutes to collect one. Furthermore, in the first minute or so, this beast had been howling mournfully continuously. Its movements could not be said to be small. Considering these circumstances, if Yi Xian wanted to catch a bento to collect in this weeping soul cave, it was obviously not a good time to show himself. Time was too short and he would not be able to collect much in a month. That was fine, but more importantly, it was very likely that it would attract quite a bit of trouble. After all, there were quite a number of demon experts in this weeping soul cave, more than 10,000 of them. If someone heard the weeping soul beast's howl and rushed over, Yi Xian could directly use his psychic power to envelop this strange beast and absorb its body as his psychic source. The secret would be exposed on the spot, and the news would spread very quickly. If that was the case, it seemed that he could only try his best to catch a few and bring them out of this place, leaving them for future collection. However, he did not know if this strange beast could be stored in a spatial treasure or the undying world within his body. If not, wouldn't he have to stuff it into the small tower-shaped treasure specially made by Black Mountain Star? The key was that once it was stuffed in, it could not be taken out. Yi Xian did not have the authority to do so. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a little apprehensive. He could not wait to catch a weeping soul beast and test it out before he was satisfied. However, although the mournful howls of the weeping soul beast could be heard from afar, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito could only hear the howls and not see them. This made him very depressed. Fortunately, a mere 10 minutes later, another weeping soul beast appeared not far from the right side. Yi Xian's spirit was aroused. This time there was no need for the other party to take the initiative. He impatiently went up to them and quickly caught them. First, he tried to throw it into the undying world within his body, but the result was a failure. He could not store it. The weeping soul beast's existence was very unique, so it was impossible to determine its level of strength. However, since it could not be stored in the undying world, it should be at least a little bit stronger than Yi Xian's Star Core realm. The reason why it was so easy to capture was probably because his mental power was coincidentally the bane of this beast. However, although this beast could not be stored in the body directly, it was still possible to store it in the space fortress and then store it in the undying world. However, the size of the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito were simply too large, so it was obvious that they couldn't be placed in this crypt. Although Yi Xian had already refined it into a magic treasure, it was indirectly done through refining the super brain. Therefore, he was unable to control the shape and size of the two space fortresses. He could only give up on this idea. Following that, Yi Xian took out a large number of spatial treasures from the undying world within his body. They were all different shapes and sizes. There were normal small spatial boxes, wine cups, treasure gourds, and so on. Some were made by the humans of the third universe, while others were made by the demons. Unfortunately, even after he tried all of these strange and bizarre space magic treasures, the result was still the same. Not a single one of them was able to store the weeping soul beast he had just captured. Damn. What's going on? Didn't that little black horn just now go in? And it was directly stored in the undying world. They both have the same origin. Isn't the difference a little too big? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He muttered a few words to himself, but in the end, he could only store the second weeping soul beast to see if the little black horn would appear. After all, to analyze the cause, he had to at least confirm the basic situation. 4 minutes later, the second weeping soul beast disappeared completely as expected. All that was left was a little black horn. It was still the size of a thumb, slightly curved, and had a rough texture on its surface. Looks like little black horns are common. I wonder if this one can be stored in the undying world. If it can't, then it means that I'm unlucky to have encountered a strange creature when I caught the second weeping soul beast. But if it can be stored in the undying world like the previous one. At this point, Yi Xian's expression turned strange. Then this is really strange. You can't store it when it's alive, but when it's dead, the undying world is not a coffin. This is simply a scam. Chapter 2734. Level 4 Source Core. Yi Xian muttered a few words with a strange expression on his face. He ignored Li Mosquito, who had been watching him torment himself the whole time, and was now giggling with amusement. Then he tried again. In the end he was completely at a loss. With a thought, the second horn in his hand disappeared into his undying world. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't expect such a strange thing to exist in this world. There was no doubt about the result. There was no need to try again. The strange thing was born like this. When it was alive, it couldn't be put into a spatial treasure. But when it died, it left behind a small black object it could. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly as if he had accepted his fate. The world was so big and there were all sorts of strange things. Since there was a final result, the next problem was the most troublesome one. Since the undying world and all the spatial magic treasures couldn't be stored inside, then, could it be that he really had to stuff them into the little pagoda given out by the Black Mountain Star government? What was the difference between this and hitting a dog with meat buns? Something's not right. While he was at a loss, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Among the space treasures that I tried just now, many of them were refined by the demon race, but none of them could be stored. Since that's the case, how can this small tower be stored inside?" The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. In the next instant, the pagoda-shaped magic treasure was brought into his hand. After carefully fiddling with it, Yi Xian still couldn't see anything strange about it. He couldn't even determine what material it was made of. He immediately put the object back into his body and threw it to the Devour system for identification. At the same time, he ordered the Devour system to search for information about the Weeping Soul Beast and the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's internal space network. Then Yi Xian fell into deep thought again. Although this kind of small pagoda-shaped space magic treasure was a special item, it was obviously not a precious treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to throw out more than 10,000 of them so casually. The reason why it was able to subdue the Weeping Soul Beast was clearly due to the special material used to refine the tower. Here comes the problem. Among the spatial artifacts that Yi Xian had tested before, there were more than 20 different materials. One must know that it wasn't easy to refine a spatial artifact with just any random material. The various treasures he had collected could be considered as an ocean of treasures. There were treasures from both the human race and the demon race. Even so, all the spatial treasures added together only had over 20 different materials. This was enough to show how rare the materials used to refine spatial magic treasures were. Under such circumstances, to find a material that could successfully refine a spatial magic treasure and also contain the Weeping Soul Beast, and it had to be a material that wasn't too expensive and had to be in sufficient quantity. With such harsh conditions, the difficulty could be imagined. What was strange was that no matter how difficult this matter was, it had already become a reality. In this Weeping Soul Cave alone, there were over 10,000 finished products. It was hard to say how much stock the Black Mountain Star Government Center had left. Was there a need to go through so much trouble just to select a demon dweller to participate in the trial of the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint? While he was analyzing, the results of the Devouring Systems appraisal finally came out. Ding. Appraisal complete. Appraisal type, spatial magic treasure. Grade, normal. State, level 4 spiritual restriction seal. Material, unknown. Immediately after, the results of the communication systems search came back in time. Yi Xian checked the results and immediately frowned. There was no information about this pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's Starry Sky network. Although there were a few pieces of information about the Weeping Soul Beast, they were all vague and ambiguous. There was a faint hint of pretense and deliberate concealment. Sure enough, there's a problem, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Even the devouring system couldn't identify the material. How could the small Black Mountain Star coincidentally find such a material that meets all the requirements? If I'm not mistaken, the real purpose is to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Using this to determine the qualification for the trial of the Black Mountain Star's saint is just an excuse. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. That is to say, in a month's time, when the competition for the qualifications for the trial ends, Planet Black Mountain's big head, Tatar, and the guy hiding behind him will definitely use other excuses to distribute this kind of small spatial pagoda. The Weeping Star Beast has been targeted by someone. This is clearly the rhythm of hunting it all. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately lost his composure. He originally planned to wait until the matter with the Demon Emperor planet was over before coming to Black Mountain Star to hunt for the Weeping Soul Beast. However, judging from the current situation, there was a high chance that this place would be completely looted before he could return. In short, if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one. Yi Xian only had one chance to capture the Weeping Soul Beast, and he had 1 month's time. F***CK. This result gave Yi Xian a headache. He raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. In the end, he took out the spatial pagoda again. Since he could not stop this, nor could he change it, the only choice was to take advantage of this 1 month's time to capture as many Weeping Soul Beasts as possible. Therefore, he had to find a way to break the so-called Level 4 Spirit Restriction seal of the spatial pagoda in his hand no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. While playing with the spatial pagoda in his hand, Yi Xian quickly fell into deep thought. The lack of authority of this pagoda was obviously because it was sealed by the so-called Level 4 Spirit Restriction. The so-called Spirit Restriction should be a restriction set up with spiritual power, just like how human experts use their divine sense to carve array talismans to form various restrictions. But what the hell was this Level 4? Could it be, as he thought about this, Yi Xian's mind lit up. He suddenly understood a little. Ever since the mind source core in his brain had been successfully condensed, it seemed to have leveled up twice. This sort of leveling up could be considered a type of metamorphosis. If the initial state of the mind source core was level 1, then after 2 metamorphoses, Yi Xian's mind source core should be level 3. Could the so-called level 4 spirit restriction be a restriction created by someone whose mind source core had undergone 3 metamorphoses? If that was really the case, then as long as Yi Xian's mind source core underwent another metamorphosis and became a level 4 source core owner like the other party, he might be able to get rid of the spirit restriction that the other party had left behind. At worst, he could just undergo another metamorphosis and try again when he was at level 5. As he thought about this, he immediately got excited. He turned to look at Lee Mosquito and blurted out, "Lee Mosquito, how many metamorphoses has your mind source core undergone? What level is it now?" Chapter 2735. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The third metamorphosis. What? Your spirit source core is only at level 2? Yi Xian nearly jumped up on the spot as he cried out in surprise. He stared at Lee Mosquito in shock. His mind was in a mess. He was only at the star core grade, yet his spirit source core was already at level 3. Lee Mosquito's cultivation base was at the black hole grade, so her spirit source core should be at least at level 17 or 18. How could it only be at level 2? How could it be lower than his? Level 17 or 18. How could you even think of that? As soon as Yi Xian voiced his doubts, Lee Mosquito laughed. Do you know what level the Demon King's spirit source core is? It's at level 6. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons was only at level 8. That was the Demon King. Level 17 or 18. What a joke. That doesn't even exist. Hold on. Let me sort out my thoughts first. When he heard Lee Mosquito speak so seriously, coupled with her status as a demon slave, Yi Xian finally realized that he had misunderstood. It seemed like he didn't know much about the demon's spirit source cores. As soon as he thought about this, he immediately sent a conditional search to the communication system. This time, the search criteria were the level of the spirit source core. The results were quickly transmitted back. Yi Xian couldn't wait to check it. After a short while, he finally understood. Lee Mosquito was right. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons had been the Demon King, who had been at level 8. The current Demon King of the demonic tribe also had a source core of a grade 6. Legend had it that the highest level of spirit source core could reach level 9, which was related to the demon Saint Forbidden Land. The Demon King had obtained some sort of opportunity there, which had allowed his spirit source core to evolve to level 8. Ever since then, the demons had gradually grown stronger under his rule. Therefore, it wasn't completely unreasonable to say that the source of the demon's inheritance was the demon Saint Forbidden Land. However, this was just a historical fact of the demon's history. Thanks to the conditional search, Yi Xian had a better understanding of the unique spirit source cores of demons and demonic beasts. In general, the level of a demon's or a demonic beast source core didn't have much to do with its cultivation base. The level of a demon core was equivalent to quality, while one's cultivation base was equivalent to quantity. When a demon core's level increased, it underwent a qualitative transformation. This sort of transformation was triggered by luck. The level of the Demon King source core was only affected by quantity. When the origin source energy source core had reached a certain level, a demon's cultivation base, regardless of whether or not the source core had undergone a transformation. That was why Lee Mosquito's demonic core remained at level 2 even though she was already at the late stage of the black hole realm. Most demons and demonic beasts were. As for Yi Xian, he was obviously an exception. He wasn't even a devil cultivator, yet he'd condensed a devil core. If that was the case, then it wasn't completely unacceptable for the magic core in his brain to transform at a slightly faster and more frequent rate. Of course, there was definitely something wrong with this, but he definitely wouldn't be able to figure it out in a short period of time. He could only slowly study it in the future. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a great thing, so there was no need to be too anxious. Of course, no matter how high a demon core's level was, it was useless if it couldn't be accumulated. If a demon core with a grade 9 demon core was at the star core grade, he would be crushed if he faced a demon core powerhouse with a grade 1 demon core who was at the black hole grade. However, if this demon powerhouse with a grade 9 demon core was also at the black hole grade, the latter wouldn't even be considered a mosquito in front of him. At the end of the day, it could be summed up in one sentence. Although the grade of the magic core was important, it represented greater talent and greater potential. It meant a wider space for growth. However, one's cultivation base, or in other words, the amount of accumulation in the origin of magic cores, was equally important. It represented the power that was right in front of one's eyes and within reach. F***CK. In the end, we still have to catch the Weeping Soul Beast. It feels more important than ever. We can't afford to lose it. After understanding everything, Yi Xian returned to the problem at hand. He muttered to himself for a while before coming to a decision. We only have 1 month. We have to catch the Weeping Soul Beast and increase the level of our origin source core. Once we reach grade 4, we can try to remove the grade 4 spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda. It's really urgent. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around to look at Li Ji. From the looks of it, we can only split up and act separately. First, we'll find a suitable area. Then I'll stay there and catch the Weeping Soul Beast and absorb it. You, on the other hand, will use all your strength to drive all the Weeping Soul Beasts here. This will make it easier for me to catch them. This will save us a lot of time. As long as we can remove the grade 4 spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda, then, at this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he laughed coldly. Humph, we can't leave a single one of the Weeping Soul Cave's spatial mini pagoda behind. We have to snatch them all. There are more than 10,000 demons. Even if we only catch 100 of them each, we'll have more than 1 million in total. The temptation of such a large number was shocking. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a strong desire to kill and steal the treasures. 2 days later, in a remote corner of the Weeping Soul Cave. Ding. Discovered spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you want to absorb it immediately? The familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. He immediately gave an affirmative answer. In the next moment, a Weeping Soul Beast that was tightly bound by his mental energy let out a mournful howl that suddenly became even sharper. However, Yi Xian wasn't moved in the slightest. He and Li Mosquito had finally chosen this area after running around for half a day. There were almost no devil cultivator experts in the nearby area, but there were many Weeping Soul Beasts. Therefore, no matter how loud this beast's howl was, he didn't have to worry. In the past 2 days, this was the 498th Weeping Soul Beast that he had captured after the Li Mosquito had left. He was only 2 more away from reaching the 500th mark. Before this, Yi Xian had already absorbed quite a few spirit sources that he had extracted from the Weeping Soul cores of the demons. According to his calculations, the spirit source core in his knowledge sea only needed to absorb another 500 Weeping Soul Beasts before the 3rd transformation of the source core would arrive. Right now, he was very close to the value he had estimated. The difference was so small that it was almost negligible. Because of this, as he absorbed the 488th Weeping Soul Beast, the anticipation in Yi Xian's heart grew stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The level of the Spirit Source Core has increased. Current level, Grade 4. You have obtained a spiritual power skill. Do you wish to activate it? Chapter 2736. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Suppression. When the familiar system beep rang out, Yi Xian's mind shook abruptly. The mind source core hovering above his mind started its third metamorphosis. This metamorphosis process was actually very short. In just a few seconds, the weak throbbing sensation in his mind disappeared. Yi Xian suddenly felt that his mind power was somewhat different, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately returned to his senses and started to check the situation in his mind. Soon, the demon's mind source core hovering above his mind was reflected in Yi Xian's probing consciousness. Compared to before, this mind source core had clearly changed quite a bit. The original purplish black had become a purplish black. In the past, there had been more black than purple, but now there was more purple than black. In addition, its volume had also changed. However, instead of increasing, it had decreased. At first, it had been the size of a thumbnail, but now it was only the size of a soybean. Its shape hadn't changed much though. It was still elliptical and prismatic like a pigeon's egg. Its entire surface had countless refractive surfaces, making it look like a perfectly refracted purple diamond. Although Yi Xian was rather surprised that its volume had decreased instead of increasing, he quickly understood after thinking about it for a moment. Since this was a metamorphosis and its quality and grade had increased, its density and the power of the mind source core would naturally increase accordingly. It was just like compression. Under the circumstances, its volume would decrease instead, which was very normal. If Yi Xian wanted its volume to increase again, all he needed to do was accumulate quantity. This sort of accumulation was actually equivalent to an increase in Yi Xian's own cultivation base. After investigating for a while, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly retreated from his sea of consciousness. The reason why he was so anxious was because he was really looking forward to the mental strength skills that he'd obtained from the transformation of his source core. During the second metamorphosis, Yi Xian had obtained 4 types of mind power skills. All of them had been extremely useful secret techniques. If nothing unexpected happened, the third metamorphosis would result in even more mind power skills and even greater power. With this kind of beautiful anticipation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to activate the system. In the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the mind power secret technique, mind suppression. That's it? After this short sentence, there was no response. Yi Xian waited expectantly for 4 or 5 seconds before he confirmed that he might have been wrong. He had only obtained 1 mind power skill this time. In an instant, an extreme sense of loss welled up in his mind. Indeed, the higher the hope, the more the disappointment. Was indeed true. That wasn't right. As Yi Xian sighed, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up once again as a thought flashed through his mind. If I remember correctly, the system beep didn't say that I would obtain a mind power skill. Instead, it said that it was a secret technique? If there wasn't any difference between the two, the system wouldn't have needed to change its explanation. This meant that the mind suppression he had obtained this time wasn't just a mind power skill. It had risen to the level of a secret technique. This was definitely a qualitative leap. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian grinned as if he had picked up a precious treasure. At the same time, his consciousness couldn't wait to check the details of the mind suppression secret technique. After some investigation, Yi Xian quickly understood everything. The so-called mind suppression was actually the same as the cultivation suppression aura of a human powerhouse, but it was more thorough and overbearing. When a human cultivator faced an existence with a lower cultivation level than him, if he deliberately released his cultivation aura to form a kind of pressure, although he could suppress his opponent, it would only be a suppression of his physical body. Even if the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the suppressed side would involuntarily start to tremble. However, compared to the mental suppression secret technique that Yi Xian had just obtained, it was still more than just a little bit inferior. This was because the latter directly suppressed the other party on the spiritual level. Furthermore, it was silent. If used skillfully, it could even be used without anyone noticing. Moreover, once the spiritual level was completely suppressed, it was equivalent to controlling the other party's thoughts and consciousness. Whatever the other party wanted to do, it would be done with just a thought. This kind of effect was on a completely different level from the cultivation suppression aura formed by a human powerhouse deliberately releasing his cultivation suppression aura. On the surface, this secret technique in Yi Xian's slave seal seemed to have the same effect and function, but in reality this wasn't the case. The two of them weren't on the same level, so the slave seal was much weaker. First of all, the slave seal had to be condensed and shot out into the other party's body to control their brain. Only then would it be effective. The mind suppression secret technique was different. It required a slave seal to be condensed. When one wanted to use it, it could be completed in an instant. When one's mind power was extended, they could directly control the other party silently. Basically, as long as the conditions for suppression were met, there was basically no chance of failure. The so-called conditions for suppression were the second advantage of the mind suppression secret technique over the slave seal. If a slave seal wanted to control a demon powerhouse, it had to be of the same rank. For example, if one wanted to control a black hole grade martialist with an 8th grade cultivation base, they would have to condense at least an 8th grade slave seal. If the situation was urgent and they didn't have a ready-made 8th grade slave seal, they could only watch helplessly. Although the mind suppression secret technique also had this restriction, Yi Xian clearly had an advantage over the other party. There was only one condition for the mind suppression secret technique: the level of one's source core, which was also the level of one's mind power. Yi Xian's source core was currently at grade 4, which meant that he could suppress anyone below grade 4. Although he couldn't suppress anyone above grade 4, given his abnormal source core transformation speed, he might be able to in the near future. Although he could only suppress 3 grades of demon powerhouses, even if he searched the entire demon race, how many powerhouses with source cores above grade 4 would he be able to find? The Demon King was only at grade 7 after all. Of course, apart from the rigid restriction of source core grade, Yi Xian's mind suppression secret technique also had an elastic effect on the difference in cultivation base between the two parties. If this difference was too great, it would also affect the effects of the suppression. For example, when the secret technique was unleashed, the other party would only be stunned for a moment before they regained their senses immediately. This was the only thing that Yi Xian felt regretful about. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he quickly felt relieved. After all, if he could ignore the difference in cultivation base and unleash suppression at will, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to suppress the Demon King if he transformed his cultivation base to grade 7 within a month? Chapter 2737. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Robbery. After obtaining the mind suppression secret technique, Yi Xian was looking forward to the 4th, 5th, and even more source core transformations. Not only would his mind suppression secret technique become stronger every time his mind source core transformed, but more importantly, he would obtain new mind techniques every time his mind source core transformed. No, it should be a secret technique or even a superpower. The first 3 transformations had all been techniques, but the third one had already given him a secret technique. Logically speaking, the 4th one would at least give him a secret technique, while the 5th one would at least give him a superpower. When the tide rose, the boat would rise. It didn't make sense for the boat to sink when the tide rose. A starry sky superpower. Plus, it was a mind power superpower. Just thinking about it made him impatient. After a short while, Yi Xian composed himself and took out the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure again. Then he threw it to the devouring system for appraisal. The reason for this was that the grade of Yi Xian's source core had already increased, so the devouring system, which acted like a personal AI in his body, was naturally aware of this situation right away. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to give it a try and see if there would be any other hints or instructions after the results of this appraisal were out. This had happened before. When Yi Xian hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, the notification hadn't appeared. This time it was even faster. In less than a minute, the appraisal results of the devouring system were out. Appraisal complete. Appraisal attribute, spatial treasure grade, normal state, level 4 spiritual restriction seal. Material. Unknown. Would you like to erase the level 4 mind restriction seal? Beautiful. When he heard the appraisal results, Yi Xian nearly cried out in surprise. Although all the appraisal results were exactly the same as before, after Yi Xian's source core had undergone the 3rd transformation and reached level 4, there was indeed an additional instruction at the end of the appraisal results. It seemed like his guess had been correct. If he hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, even if the devouring system had been able to do something about it, there wouldn't have been a single notification. Even if there had been a notification, it would have been useless. If he hadn't been able to do it, he wouldn't have been able to. What a pragmatic guy. It seemed like he would have to take out some important treasures in the future and let the devouring system appraise them a few more times. It wouldn't be troublesome anyway, so he didn't want to make any mistakes. As he thought this, Yi Xian got ready to give the devouring system an order and get rid of the level 4 mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yi Xian immediately stopped. A demon cultivator that could reach a level 4 origin core was definitely not someone from planet Black Mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely the high priest of the Black Streak tribe, Grayskull. This was because Yi Xian had already understood that existences like the high priest and the holy son of the tribe were all existences with extremely high innate talents in terms of spiritual energy. Therefore, the chances of their spirit cores transforming were much greater. If that was the case, did the word shamans leave a mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure just to prevent the weeping soul beasts inside from being taken out? One had to know that Yi Xian had already left a spiritual imprint that belonged to him on this spatial pagoda. If he were to erase the level 4 spiritual restriction now, what if the other party left behind some other secret door? Wouldn't he immediately know that he was the one who erased his spiritual restriction? When that happened, Yi Xian was afraid that trouble would befall him when he took the pagoda to complete his mission. As he thought about this, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like he couldn't use the pagoda. It would be best if he used it to complete his mission and obtain the Weeping Soul Beast qualification to enter the Black Mountain planet. As for the Weeping Soul Beasts he wanted to keep for himself, he would have to find a random demon powerhouse and rob them. He would snatch the pagoda and erase the level 4 mind restriction seal as well as his spirit imprint. This treasure would be his in the future. As he thought about this, Yi Xian was immediately moved. Although Li Mosquito hadn't returned yet, he didn't plan to wait any longer. If it was just a robbery, he was very confident. After all, he had the perfect vibration technique. After hiding all his aura and figure, he could quietly approach, rob and run. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect vibration technique. His entire figure disappeared in an instant, not even revealing a trace of his aura. Then he rushed to the distant area. After all, where he was now, Li Mosquito would drive a large number of weeping soul beasts over. He didn't want to eat the grass near his nest. He didn't want to arouse suspicion. Since his figure and aura were completely hidden, there wouldn't be any weeping soul beasts along the way. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to capture and absorb the weeping soul beasts, so he kept running at top speed. After 4 hours he arrived at a rather distant area. Along the way he had encountered many demon powerhouses. However, what made him depressed was that there wasn't a single core grade being among them. The weakest was a satellite grade being, while the strongest was a star grade being of the 5th grade. Yi Xian wasn't confident that he could succeed in robbing these demon dwellers, so he could only give up gloomily. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Moreover, what was even more coincidental was that this fellow had just captured a weeping soul beast. At this moment he actually took out the small spatial pagoda in his body and was preparing to collect the weeping soul beast. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the other party's cultivation was much higher than Yi Xian's and was a satellite realm 3rd realm being, Yi Xian didn't intend to continue. If Li Mosquito didn't see him when she returned, there might be other problems. With this in mind, he immediately approached quickly. When he got close, he didn't hesitate at all and directly released a wisp of mental strength. While the other party was unprepared, he suddenly took the pagoda in his hand. After withdrawing his mental strength, he turned around and quickly fled to the side. Ha! Who's there? Come out! Damn! This is a robbery. Xiongda was stunned at first. After all, there was no one around and the pagoda in his hand suddenly disappeared. Anyone would be stunned. Then, in less than a breath, he suddenly reacted. He turned around and roared. At the same time, he waved his hand and threw out a wind blade of mental strength. However, what entered his eyes was an empty space. Even a ghost couldn't be found, let alone a person. Xiongda's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. He knew that he had been schemed against and had been targeted for a long time. Otherwise, why didn't they rob others but only him? There were more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts in his pagoda, and more than 90% of them were stuffed in by his father, Xiong Haizi. Chapter 2738. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, a profitable business with no cost, bastard. I don't care who you are. I Xiongdo will not let you go. Robbery. Behind him, the devil cultivator with a satellite realm cultivation roared endlessly as if he'd gone mad. Yi Xian had already turned around and fled far away, but his voice still clearly entered his ears. However, he had already gotten what he wanted. Even if Baldi Chang came, he would not be able to take it back, let alone Xiongda. Soon Yi Xian returned to the area where he had agreed to meet Li Mosquito. Li Mosquito was still not back yet. She was probably driving the Weeping Soul beasts away in a nearby area. Yi Xian immediately used his mind power to penetrate Xiongda's spatial pagoda. After a sweep, the restriction seal that could not be shaken was easily erased. Even the spiritual imprint left on it by the guy who called himself Xiongda was erased. At this point, the spatial pagoda was clean and Yi Xian could use it at will. He was not in a hurry to check how many Weeping Soul beasts that guy had caught. Instead, he immediately refined the pagoda and left a spiritual imprint that belonged to him. It was the kind of spiritual imprint that had a restriction pattern. No one could open it even if they took it. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately extended his mind power into the spatial pagoda that he had just refined to check the number of Weeping Soul beasts inside. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but when he saw it, he was shocked. There were almost 12,000 of them. Although Yi Xian was very happy to have gotten so many Weeping Soul beasts for free, he was more worried now. The guy he had robbed was only a demon dweller with a cultivation of the satellite realm. If he had caught more than 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts, what about the others? Yi Xian had met a competitor who was at the Star Realm. Did that guy not catch 70,000 to 80,000 Weeping Soul beasts? If that was the case, Yi Xian would have to pay at least 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts if he wanted to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. It seems that even with the Li Mosquito chasing the Weeping Soul beast away, this matter is not safe. Yi Xian furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. His eyes glowed. I must obtain the right to enter the trial. I came later and they all came a month earlier. It's only right that they take care of those who came later. In short, I want to rob. In any case, he had the perfect shock, a cheating artifact. It would be a waste not to do such a profitable business with no cost. Even a satellite realm demon cultivator had captured more than 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Wouldn't these 10,000 demon cultivators be able to take away more than 100 million Weeping Soul beasts? At the thought of this, Yi Xian felt his heart throbbing in pain. Cultivators were meant to fight against the heavens. Everyone had to be mentally prepared to kill others for their treasures. In fact, this was a very common situation, so Yi Xian didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were someone else with a cheating technique like perfect oscillation, they would have attacked him too. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect vibration skill again. His figure flashed as he rushed in another direction. Not long after, the second prey came into his sight. This fellow's cultivation was also at the third realm, the satellite realm. Just like Xiongda from before, Yi Xian quietly approached. After following him for a while, about half an hour later, when the other party caught a Weeping Soul beast and took out the small spatial pagoda, he suddenly made a move. After wrapping it with a strand of mental energy, he immediately withdrew it and turned around to run. Just like that, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had snatched a total of 26 spatial pagodas. This wasn't even the result of Big Bear at the beginning. When he thought about how close to 300,000 Weeping Soul beasts would be in his hands, Yi Xian felt as if he was floating in the air. After hurriedly returning to the area he had agreed upon with Li Mosquito, he immediately wiped away all of the spirit imprints and level 4 spirit seals on the 26 spatial pagodas. Then one by one he began to check the number of Weeping Soul beasts in them. 1132, 1657, 1862, 903, 2814, 1652. There were a total of 26 spatial towers, and Yi Xian checked the number of Weeping Soul beasts in them one by one. The more he looked, the more disappointed and puzzled he became. In the end, the total number was less than 50,000. To be precise, it was only slightly more than 40,000. This was not right. This was not logical. The one with the least was only 903. Yi Xian remembered that this guy's cultivation was also at the satellite realm, the same as Big Bear. Wasn't the difference too big with the same cultivation? In fact, although these 26 unlucky fellows were basically powerhouses at the second or third realm, Yi Xian had not found a suitable prey after searching for a while. In a fit of anger, he finally set his eyes on a powerhouse at the fourth realm, the planet realm. This guy's spatial tower only had 2,814 Weeping Soul beasts. Although he had the most Weeping Soul beasts among the 26 spatial towers, compared to Big Bear, he was still not at the same level. However, looking at the overall situation of these 26 fellows, taking into account the difference in their cultivation bases, these values were basically normal. In other words, this was the general situation of the 10,000 demon experts in the Weeping Soul Cave. Even the fifth major realm, the Stargrade Existence, should have captured less than 4,000 weeping soul beasts so far. At most, 4,000 weeping soul beasts. Then there was a problem. Since everyone only had so few weeping soul beasts, why did that big bear guy have so few? Could it be that this person was a peerless genius whose spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary weeping soul beasts? Or perhaps, he had some kind of special secret technique that allowed him to capture the weeping soul beast with half the effort? If it was the former, then forget it. No matter how good his spiritual power was, the beasts belonged to others and it was useless to snatch them. However, if it was the latter, at this thought Yi Xian was immediately tempted. No matter what, he would first sneak up to that guy and observe him. If he really did have this kind of secret technique, then he would ask Li Mosquito to capture him and interrogate him before killing him. Just the death of a few weeping soul beasts should not attract too much attention. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately transferred all the weeping soul beasts from the 26 spatial towers into the spatial tower that he had already refined. After thinking for a while, he also stuffed 5,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial tower that he used to hand in his mission. Then, he threw all the spatial towers into the undying world within his body and activated the perfect vibration again. He turned around and rushed towards the location where he had robbed Big Bear. It had not even been a day, so he hoped that guy had not gone too far. Otherwise, looking for him in this huge weeping soul cave would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a short while, Yi Xian arrived at the area where he had first robbed. After searching for a while, he saw Big Bear. Chapter 2739. It turns out to be a combination of fathers. Seeing Xiongda's figure, Yi Xian immediately relaxed. After thinking for a moment, he immediately approached him. The other party didn't have a spatial pagoda, so he probably didn't plan on capturing the weeping soul beast anymore. Therefore, Yi Xian planned to sneak up on him and throw a spatial pagoda that had already been stripped of its spiritual seal somewhere in front of him. This couldn't be helped. If he didn't give him a spatial pagoda to store the weeping soul beasts, this brat wouldn't be in the mood to continue capturing them. As such, Yi Xian couldn't be sure if he really had a secret technique that could quickly capture a large number of weeping soul beasts. Thinking like this, he immediately followed quietly. Just as he was about to bypass him and the other demon powerhouse in front of him and throw out a small space tower in advance, an unforeseen event happened. Without any warning, Big Bear, who was walking in front of him, suddenly jumped and directly blocked the path of another devil cultivator ranker who was more than 100 meters in front of him. He then roared loudly, "Stop, this is a robbery." Yi Xian was stunned. Suddenly, his mind felt a little confused and he was stunned on the spot. In less than a day, Xiongda was tortured to the point that he was about to collapse. Originally, he had thought that he had already obtained the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. After all, his father, who was the leader of the Black Mountain Star, had already stuffed 10,000 weeping soul beasts into his spatial pagoda before the start of the trial. Furthermore, Xiongda was indeed a demon with a bit of talent in terms of mental power, so he wouldn't be exposed if he looked back. Needless to say, if Ouyangming was not gifted in mental power, his father, who was the leader, would not have done that. However, his son had the talent to begin with, and he had the ability to help him go further. If he didn't help, it wouldn't make sense. But in the end, everything changed nearly a day ago. Xiongda felt a huge sense of loss as if he had fallen from heaven to hell all of a sudden. Throughout the day, his entire mind had been suffering tremendous torment. In the end, after searching the vicinity to no avail, Xiongda threw caution to the wind as a wave of resentment rapidly grew in him. If others can steal from me, why can't I steal from others? Even if the spiritual imprint on it wasn't his, so what? My father is the leader of planet Black Mountain. As long as I can take out a small space tower and hand it over, it will be fine. Even if there weren't many weeping soul beasts inside, it wouldn't be a problem. If his father could give him 10,000 weeping soul beasts before, why couldn't he do the same after? As these thoughts appeared, Xiongda once again pulled himself together. He knew that he still had hope, but before that he had to snatch a spatial tower. Otherwise, when the competition was over and he returned to Black Mountain City in a month's time, he wouldn't even be able to take out a spatial tower. Wouldn't that be too fake? As he thought of this, Xiongda suddenly looked like he was possessed. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked around. He had encountered a few demon powerhouses previously, but they were all at the planet grade, so he didn't dare to make a move. After all, he had already been robbed once. He was already unlucky enough. If he were to be beaten up again and return with a swollen face, it would be even more depressing. It was also at this time that he saw a demon appear in front of him. His cultivation was only at the meteor grade, the second stage. This was an existence that could be easily bullied by him, so Xiongda was overjoyed and immediately followed. When there was no one nearby, he suddenly jumped out and revealed a ferocious expression. However, the next scene not only stunned him, but also made Yi Xian, who had been hiding nearby, feel awkward. Ah, robbery? You're robbing me? I'm dying of laughter. I say, young Master Da, if we really want to talk about robbery, shouldn't I be the one robbing you? This is too funny. You're the young master of Black Mountain City, the only son of the leader, Xiong Haizi. You're actually robbing me, an ordinary demon at the meteor grade. Ha! Young Master Da, you're too funny. Facing the ferocious Xiong Da in front of him, this meteor grade first stage demon was stunned for a moment, then he held his stomach and laughed loudly. Such a scene made Xiong Da dumbfounded. Only then did he suddenly remember that in Black Mountain City, ordinary demons seemed to recognize him, and this guy in front of him was obviously a demon from Black Mountain City. As for Yi Xian, after being stunned for a moment, he instantly understood. He thought that this guy had some secret technique, or that his spiritual talent was shockingly abnormal, so he caught over 10,000 weeping soul beasts. After all this time, it was a competition of fathers? Once he thought of this, he was instantly speechless. He was not interested in whether this big brother Xiong had really succeeded in robbing, so he took the opportunity to leave before he was exposed. Following that, after a moment of silence, Yi Xian decided to continue robbing. Although the rewards were completely different from what he had originally expected, at least it was better than him going to catch one beast after another without stopping, right? Furthermore, it was not just a little bit stronger. Previously, even an expert at the 4th level of the planet realm had been caught off guard by him. Yi Xian was still very confident in this matter. With this confidence, after searching for a while, a demon powerhouse finally appeared in front of him, catching a weeping soul beast. In fact, along the way he had also encountered many other demon powerhouses, but after considering the issue of efficiency, Yi Xian would no longer choose a target and follow behind to commit crimes. Who knew when the other party would encounter a weeping soul beast and start to catch it? This was simply a waste of his time. In any case, he had already robbed a 4th stage planet-grade powerhouse, so there would not be any big surprises. Since that was the case, he would just roam around and approach those who were catching weeping soul beasts when he encountered them. This kind of roaming around would definitely be more effective than stalking. Because of this, Yi Xian did not pay much attention when he suddenly saw a suitable target. Although the other party's cultivation had reached the 5th stage, the star grade, he immediately took the pagoda quietly, raised his guard, and waited for an opportunity to act. After a short while, the demon powerhouse took out the small spatial pagoda. In the next moment, Yi Xian immediately made a move. A strand of mental energy instantly shot out and wrapped around his spatial pagoda. After retracting it back into the area enveloped by the perfect vibration, he immediately jumped onto the ground beside him and rolled. Bang! Sure enough, the moment he jumped, the demon powerhouse with a star-grade cultivation turned around and blasted out a spiritual wind blade. The ground where Yi Xian was standing immediately exploded into a large crater that was several feet in diameter. After all, when the wisp of spiritual power extended out from the area covered by the perfect vibration and wrapped around the small spatial pagoda and pulled it back, the other party could still roughly estimate his position based on the direction of the small spatial pagoda. Yi Xian was already used to this from his previous robberies. Therefore, although he had his eyes on a star-grade demon powerhouse this time, he had his eyes on a star-grade demon powerhouse. Chapter 2740. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Shrieking Soul Cave, come out. Get the F***CK out here. What the F***CK? How dare you rob me, Hong Dashin? Are you F***King blind? Get the F***CK out here. This is a robbery. He roared and bombarded the surrounding area, but to no avail. Then the demon powerhouse, who was at the 5th grade of the star grade, shouted the word robbery at the top of his lungs. This was a sign that he had completely gone berserk. At this time, Yi Xian was already far away. Along the way, there were quite a few devil cultivator experts that heard the roars and slowly approached with curious expressions. This scene made Yi Xian, who was quickly leaving, suddenly feel an extremely urgent feeling. It seemed that he had to hurry. Although there were many demon dwellers in this underground Shrieking Soul Cave, and the area was large enough, a robbery was not a small matter. News would probably spread quickly. Now, even an expert of the 5th major realm, the Star Boundary Realm, had been robbed. Once this news spread, it would definitely shock everyone. At that time, the entire Weeping Soul Cave would be in a state of uproar. It wouldn't be so easy to succeed again. There was even a possibility of falling into a trap. At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately became anxious. He did not plan to return to the area where he had agreed to meet with Li Mosquito. Instead, he ran around the entire Shrieking Soul cave at extreme speed without stopping to rest. After every shot, he would change locations. It was as if he had gone crazy, constantly roaming around to commit crimes. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. For the entire half a month, Yi Xian had not rested at all. He was constantly on the move, and whenever he found a suitable target, he would immediately take action. After that, he would quickly leave the area where the angry roars were wreaking havoc. From start to finish, he had robbed a total of 1,098 spatial pagodas. On average, there were more than 70 of them every day. He had robbed the weakest target, a second-stage Star Core Realm cultivator. This kind of action of bullying a child made him blush slightly. However, at that time, his eyes had indeed turned red and he had vaguely been possessed. When he suddenly saw someone take out a spatial pagoda, Yi Xian had not made a mistake. His hands were crawling with caterpillars, itching unbearably. In the end, he had still robbed it. Even if that poor Star Core Realm demon spatial pagoda only had a little more than 100 Shrieking Soul apes. This matter was still rather embarrassing. Yi Xian, he even felt a little guilty. However, the strongest one, Yi Xian, had even snatched a 6th Realm Nebula Realm expert. This was also the strongest competitor he'd seen in this underground Weeping Soul cave. Even so, his opponent's spatial pagoda was snatched by Yi was caught. However, this was also the most dangerous time in Yi Xian's life of crazy robberies. After all, his opponent was a Star Core Realm cultivator. His reaction speed was too fast, and his methods were extremely shocking. Without waiting for Yi Xian to leap out, his opponent had already used his powerful spiritual power to shroud and bind the area around Yi Xian. If Yi Xian had not immediately used the secret technique he had just obtained to suppress his opponent's mind, causing his opponent to be momentarily dazed for a few breaths of time. Taking advantage of this time to quickly escape, he was afraid that he would have died that time. However, although it was dangerous this time, the harvest was also the greatest. There were actually 16,825 Weeping Soul beasts in this Nebula Realm Demon Cultivator's small spatial pagoda, far surpassing the previous Big Bear. It was likely that in this huge underground Shrieking Soul cave, this guy had already captured the most Shrieking Soul beasts. From this point of view, even if he hadn't stolen Big Bear's spatial pagoda, in the end, he still wouldn't have been able to snatch the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial qualifications. Therefore, in the end, relying on one's father wasn't the way to go. One still had to rely on one's own strength. For example, although Yi Xian was a robber, being able to rob to such an extent in realm was also a reflection of one's strength. In half a month's time, he had obtained 1,098 spatial pagodas. If he added the nearly 30 from before, Yi Xian already had more than 1,100 spatial pagodas in his hands. It was estimated that nearly 1/10 of all the demons in this underground Shrieking Soul cave had been robbed by him. Considering that it was too risky to continue, and that the deadline for this competition was only 11 days away, Yi Xian finally decided to stop. After finding a more remote area, he erased the last batch of spatial pagodas he had robbed of their spiritual restrictions. At the same time, he moved all the Shrieking Soul beasts into the spatial pagodas that he had refined. After that, Yi Xian checked the total number of Shrieking Soul beasts in his hands. The result was immediately shocking. The total number of Shrieking Soul beasts in his hands was actually close to 3 million. This was not even counting the 5,000 Shrieking Soul beasts he had used to complete the mission. Of course, in front of the enormous figure of 3 million, that small amount of 5,000 Shrieking Soul beasts was actually not very eye-catching. However, after a moment of shock, Yi Xian quickly calmed down. Although 3 million was a frightening number, when divided among the 1,000 or so demons that he had robbed, each of them only had around 2,000 Shrieking Soul beasts. Which one of them hadn't been here for more than a month and a half? Actually, it wasn't that much. The power of the masses was indeed limitless. No wonder the existence that created this batch of spatial treasure thought of such a method. They had seen it more clearly than he did. No matter how strong an individual's strength was, when it came to this kind of thing, it was ultimately still not enough. Even if a late-stage black hole realm expert like Lee Mosquito were to hunt for Shrieking Soul beasts in this Shrieking Soul cave alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch more than a few million Shrieking Soul beasts in 2 months' time. Furthermore, Yi Xian had only robbed 1,100 people. The other party had mobilized more than 10,000 people. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately felt unbalanced. Just a moment ago he had thought that he had made a windfall. Now, compared to that fellow, he was only a fraction of the other parties. Humph, you better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, based on the fact that you have tens of millions of Shrieking Soul beasts in your hands, it would be difficult for me not to set my eyes on you. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he said such words. It sounded as if he wanted to rob the mysterious expert that created these 10,000 shrieking soul beasts. It seemed that the recent successful experience of robbing had boosted his self-confidence by more than just a little bit. At this moment, Yi Xian's location was already in the depths of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. He didn't know if he'd walked this far while robbing others, but this was because he often went in a roundabout manner to find his target. Otherwise he would have walked even further. After deciding to stop, Yi Xian immediately thought of Li Mosquito. He had been missing for such a long time. He didn't know if she had caused any trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became a little uneasy. He hurriedly turned around and quickly rushed to the area where he had agreed to meet Li Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if he didn't rob on the way back and continued to travel at full speed, it would probably take him about a day to reach his destination. And the area he was in now was not the end of the Shrieking Soul Cave, which showed how vast this underground cave was. Chapter 2741. Let go of that monkey. He hurried back to the area where he had agreed to meet up with Li Mosquito. The first half of the day's journey was fine, but after half of the journey, Yi Xian began to feel that something was wrong. Along the way from time to time, he could see the figures of some devil cultivator rankers hurrying in the same direction as him. At first, Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it, but after a while he became a little suspicious. Especially when he saw a few weeping soul beasts appear in the vicinity. A few demon experts clearly saw them but did not pay them any attention. Instead they hurried back. His suspicions finally reached its peak. One must know that although the Weeping Soul Cave was said to be filled with countless weeping soul beasts, there were still more than 10,000 demon experts who had been wantonly capturing them for more than a month. Even though the density of weeping soul beasts in the depths of the cave was not small, but in this area, the weeping soul beasts could not be seen just by looking up. Often, after capturing one, they would need to search everywhere for the next one. Under such circumstances, they had seen 4 or 5 weeping soul beasts in a row. Every time there would be 2 or 3 weeping soul beasts, but no one paid them any attention. This was clearly not normal. However, although Yi Xian wanted to ask, he could not help but feel that everyone was in a hurry. Many demon experts were stronger than him, so naturally they were faster than him. Therefore Yi Xian could not find a chance to ask. Although this situation was helpless, Yi Xian was depressed for a while, but after a while, he threw it to the back of his mind and did not think too much about it. But after half a day, when he was only about 8 hours away from the area where he had agreed to meet up with Li Mosquito, Yi Xian finally realized that something was wrong. These fellows were clearly rushing to the same place as him. There were many forks in the road behind him and there were several choices at each fork. But all along the way, every time he met a demon expert at a fork, they would choose the same path as him. Once or twice was fine, but 4 or 5 times in a row, this was definitely not a coincidence. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his robbery had been exposed? These guys are going to settle the score with me? No, they didn't know that he had arranged a meeting place with Li Mosquito. *CK. Lizzie. Without a doubt, it was definitely the Li Mosquito that had caused a huge commotion. It was actually able to alarm half of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. Along the way, just the number of devil cultivator experts that Yi Xian had encountered that were rushing over numbered close to 1,000. Those who were faster than him and had rushed over earlier were obviously not fewer than what he had seen. In other words, there were at least 3,000 devil cultivator experts who were rushing over or had already arrived. What kind of trouble did that bitch cause? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately became a little anxious. His feet tightened as he sped back with all his might. What was originally a journey of nearly 8 hours was only completed in 6 hours by him. Following that, Yi Xian's line of sight was a large black mass of devil dwellers experts, all of them crowded together and looking in one direction. The feeling was as if he had returned to Earth and encountered a major car accident scene that was being watched by a large number of spectators. Among this large number of devil dwellers experts who were like a crowd of spectators, Yi Xian saw a large number of familiar faces, all of whom he had robbed before, such as Big Bear, and the existence of the strongest cultivation base, the Nebula Realm, who had reached the 6th Great Realm. But at this moment even he was only a spectator standing at the front of the inner layer. After all, the other party's cultivation base and strength were there for all to see. As for Big Bear, sorry, he could only wait at the periphery, occasionally jumping up to take a look inside. At this time, his face as the young master of Black Mountain Planet was no use. After all, not all devil dwellers experts were from Black Mountain City, most of them in fact did not recognize him. And these over 3,000 devil dwellers experts at this moment were watching Li Mosquito. To be more precise, They were crowded together in a large number of densely packed weeping soul beasts that had driven her into a dead end formed by natural walls on both sides of the road. In fact, when Yi Xian was still far away, he had already heard the mournful cries of a large number of weeping soul beasts. Now that he was in front of them, he finally understood what was going on. These weeping soul beasts were all under Yi Xian's instructions. Li Mosquito had gone to the surrounding areas, slowly herded them together with her powerful black hole realm cultivation base, like herding sheep, and finally herded them here. Right now, Li Mosquito was standing alone at the entrance of the dead end. Although it was called a dead end, the entrance was actually 100 meters long, and the inside was even wider. However, Li Mosquito stood alone at the entrance of the dead end, and no one dared to move forward. The Nebula Realm expert at the front of the crowd was more than 300 meters away from Li Mosquito. His gaze flickered, and his eyes were filled with hesitation and fear. Although he wanted to attack, he did not dare to. And the number of weeping soul beasts in the dead end behind Li Mosquito. Yi Xian thought about the size of the dead end and quickly got the answer. There were about 16 to 17,000 weeping soul beasts. It was no wonder that the 3,000 demon dwellers experts were crazily running over here. Over 10,000 weeping soul beasts were gathered together. This kind of scene could only be seen when they first came down. Even then, it might not have been possible. Furthermore, from the looks of it, there were already more than 3,000 devil cultivator rankers that were attracted here. Li Mosquito should have driven these 10,000 weeping soul beasts here at least 7 or 8 days ago. Otherwise, the news would not have spread so far and wide. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a little ashamed but also a little touched. This time, Li Mosquito had made him very satisfied. On one hand, she had indeed completed her mission, herding 10,000 weeping soul beasts over in a few days. It must be known that this result was achieved by Li Mosquito slowly herding over a large area, then slowly approaching the dead end. Who knew how many weeping soul beasts had slipped away along the way, but she had done her best. On the other hand, it had been 7 or 8 days since Li Mosquito had herded these 10,000 weeping soul beasts to the dead end, but they still stood guard here, not ignoring his orders and leaving on their own accord after waiting for too long. This was very rare and commendable. As for why he felt ashamed, it was because Yi Xian was not being fair in this matter. They had agreed on a few days' time, but he had been gone for half a month. If the strongest person here was not a Nebula Realm expert but a Black Hole Realm expert or even a few Black Hole Realm experts, Li Mosquito would have been in trouble long ago. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed, then threw these thoughts away and began to focus on the proper business. He decided to keep these 10,000 weeping soul beasts in front of everyone. This way, when the time came, he would obtain the right to enter the Holy Sun trial with the most weeping soul beasts, and no one would suspect that he was that mysterious king of robberies. After all, his cultivation was only at the 9th level Star Core realm. How could he take out 10,000 weeping soul beasts at once? Coincidentally, a weeping soul beast dashed toward Li Mosquito from the dead end behind her. She sneered and waved her hand to envelop the beast with her mental power. It seemed like she was going to crush the beast and destroy it. Seeing how the weeping soul beasts in the dead end did not dare to approach, it was likely that they had been using this method to intimidate others for the past few days. Chapter 2742. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The reason why Yi Xian shouted so loudly wasn't because he wanted to use this opportunity to show off or something. It was because there were more than 3,000 demon powerhouses blocking the way. With his strength as a Star Core 9th stage cultivator, there was no way he could squeeze his way through. If he tried to force his way through, he might even provoke them. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, there was no need for him to cause trouble. Sure enough, at this moment as his roar rang out, whether it was the more than 3,000 demon experts in front of him or Li Mosquito, all of them looked at him. Of course, although Li Mosquito did not say anything, there was a smile on her face. However, these 3,000 devil cultivator experts were different. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Looking at Yi Xian's righteous and indignant expression, they all looked at him as if he was a fool. Many of them even looked like they were ready to watch a good show. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian maintained the righteous indignation on his face and walked forward, the 3,000 devil cultivators almost automatically opened up a path for Yi Xian to pass through. It was not that they were shocked by his show-off, but they wanted to see how badly he would die. "You demonist, such a cute little monkey. You're too cruel." Very quickly, Yi Xian passed through the area that was surrounded by over 3,000 devil cultivators and arrived at the entrance of the small alley. He directly walked in, and after arriving in front of Li Mosquito, he still had a face full of indignation. He scolded Lee Mosquito and then took out the small spatial pagoda that was used to hand in the mission. Following that, he turned to look at the Weeping Soul Beast, which was still enveloped by Lee Mosquito's mental power. He grinned and said, "Lil monkey, it's too dangerous here. Come, let's move our nest." As he spoke, Yi Xian put the Weeping Soul Beast into the spatial pagoda with a thought. Then he glared at Lee Mosquito and said, "You are too much. Such cute little monkeys. I have to take them all away and save them from the abyss of suffering." After saying this, Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention to Lee Mosquito. He quickly dashed behind Lee Mosquito and smiled at the group of Weeping Soul Beasts that were squeezed together. Come. It's safe enough here. Don't run, I'm not a pervert." As he spoke, he waved his hand and collected 4 or 5 beasts. Facing all this, Lee Mosquito remained unmoved. She turned around and watched as Yi Xian went to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. She covered her mouth and laughed. He had a look of appreciation on his face. Bang, 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 bang. In the face of such a shocking scene, a small portion of the 3,000-plus demon experts who were waiting to watch a good show rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. It was too unexpected. Everything in front of them was simply illogical. Although everyone was drooling over the 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts behind Lee Mosquito was standing at the entrance of the small alley. Not only did she emit the supreme aura of a black hole realm expert, but she would also release her mental energy to envelop any Weeping Soul Beast that tried to rush out. Then she would forcefully destroy its energy form. Such a cruel method made all the demon experts not dare to act rashly. Therefore, even as more and more people gathered outside to watch, no one dared to test the waters. Who would have thought that an ordinary demon at the perfect core state would be able to pass the test just by yelling out such a righteous sentence? This was simply unacceptable. Such a result naturally caused the hearts of all the Devil Chi experts to become active. Some were tempted, some were suspicious. In short, everyone's eyes flashed, each with their own thoughts. However, no one knew what kind of thoughts were running through their minds. At this time, as Yi Xian began to capture the 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts in the small alley, the Weeping Soul Beasts in the alley began to become restless. One of them suddenly tried to rush out. However, when it passed through the entrance of the alley, it was also enveloped by Lee Mosquito's mental energy. In a fit of anger, it tried to destroy its form like before. It was also at this moment that Xiongda, who felt that he had waited for an opportunity, suddenly had his eyes light up. He immediately roared and followed suit. His voice was exactly the same as Yi Xian's from before. Let go of that little monkey. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the demon experts, Xiongda imitated Yi Xian's actions. His face was filled with righteous indignation as he parted the crowd and strode toward Lee Mosquito. At this moment he was extremely excited. Although he did not understand how a black hole realm powerhouse could behave like this, Yi Xian was a living example. In Xiongda's opinion, his actions, including his words and expressions, were exactly the same as the lucky guy from before. If that was the case, why couldn't he go over? As long as he could go over, he would be able to capture the Weeping Soul Beasts faster than the guy from before with his satellite realm cultivation. However, he couldn't let his guard down. Although the 3,000 idiots behind him had been taken by him first, no matter how stupid they were, they should have come to their senses by now. He was afraid that there would soon be others who would follow his example. Therefore, when he entered the small alley, he had to be quick. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongda quickly arrived in front of Lee Mosquito. Just as he was about to imitate Yi Xian's actions and reprimand Lee Mosquito from a close distance, he turned his attention to the Weeping Soul Beast that the other party wanted to kill. However, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Bang! Who gave you the right to call me a demoness? If there's a next time, I'll skin you alive. You're crazy. As an irresistible and powerful mental force surged toward him, Xiongda spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed into the large open space outside the alley with a loud bang. This scene stunned all the demonic powerhouses in the surroundings. Many of them had a look of realization on their faces. After all, the previous scene was too strange and abnormal. None of them were fools. Could it be that Xiongda was the only one who knew how to follow the trend? Everyone was just waiting for someone to take the initiative to jump into the trap. If the same thing happened a second time, everything would be clear and everyone would swarm forward. However, the result proved another truth. Everything that happened before was just an act between the master and servant. It was more fun than fun. This made sense. After all, which black hole realm powerhouse would allow others to casually reprimand them? Chapter 2743. Xiongda's resentment. As the truth of the matter was confirmed, The surrounding 3,000 demon experts were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. On one hand, this matter was indeed laughable. On the other hand, some of the demon experts from Black Mountain City had already recognized Xiongda's identity. In the Black Mountain City, Xiongda was an extremely domineering existence. This was because he was the young master of the Black Mountain City, the only son of the leader Xiong Haizi. Even if the demon experts in the city were bullied by him, they could only swallow their anger. They simply did not dare to say anything. Now that everyone was hiding among the 3,000 devil cultivator experts, they were not afraid that Tong Xiongda would recognize them and take revenge. Thus, some mocking and ridiculing sounds were unbridled, and for a time, it resounded endlessly. At this moment, Xiongda naturally reacted. He felt that he was really unlucky. In just half a month, he was continuously bullied in public. This kind of thing had never happened before. Forget about the robber from before. He was tactful enough to keep his face hidden. At least he did not dare to reveal his identity. Now he could not even take revenge on him. However, the two in front of him were different. So what if he was in the Black Hole Realm? Wasn't his father, Xiong Haizi, also in the Black Hole Realm? Furthermore, he was in the complete Black Hole Realm, which was much more powerful than the damned female demon in front of him. She was only in the Black Hole Realm level 7. As for the guy who was proudly capturing the Weeping Soul Beast in the small alley, it was needless to say. A mere Core Realm level 9 demon without his father, Xiong Haizi, doing anything. Xiongda could take care of him with one hand. Thinking like this, Xiongda no longer cared about the ridicule of the more than 3,000 demons around him. After getting up from the ground, he stared fiercely at Lee Mosquito and then complained, "You will regret not killing me with one palm." Saying this, Xiongda turned around and pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the entrance of the Weeping Soul Cave. Although he had managed to obtain a spatial pagoda after some trouble, there were only a few days left until the deadline. There was no point in staying here. It was better to go back first and report to his father, Xiong Haizi, about what happened here and think of a countermeasure. With this thought in mind, Xiongda quickly left the Weeping Soul Cave and hurried back to Black Mountain City. As for the 3,000+ devil cultivator experts in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, after confirming that Lee Mosquito was Yi Xian's helper, they naturally no longer had any illusions about the 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts in the dead end. Although this method was a little shameless, after all, he was the one who had personally caught the beasts and stuffed them into the spatial pagoda. It could be considered as skirting the line. After all, he could only blame himself for being able to invite a Black Hole Realm's supreme existence. He could only be envious of such a thing. With such thoughts in mind, the more than 3,000 demonic chi experts dispersed one after another. In the next few days, although there were more than 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts in the dead end, they could forget about obtaining the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun Trial. However, the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xiong Haizi, had said that according to the number of Weeping Soul Beasts captured, they would be given a corresponding amount of demonic wool black crystals as compensation. Since this was the case, they could not come here for nothing. They would try to capture as many Weeping Soul Beasts as possible and exchange them for more demonic wool black crystals for cultivation. As for Yi Xian, who was in the dead end, he didn't pay any attention to the departure of the devil cultivator experts. As long as he showed his face before, it was fine. There was no need to let others see him capture all 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts and stuffing them into the spatial pagoda with their own eyes. They did not have the time to do that unless there was something wrong with their heads. More than 10,000 of them were all squeezed together, and Yi Xian would capture them one by one. Almost every 2 or 3 seconds, a Weeping Soul Beast would be stuffed into the small spatial pagoda. If such a thing were to happen to other devil cultivator experts, they might be so happy that they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. However, after Yi Xian caught them for more than 2 hours, he became bored. On one hand, he already had 3 million Weeping Soul Beasts in his hands. These 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts were not even a fraction. Yi Xian did not care about them at all. On the other hand, capturing one Weeping Soul Beast at a time was indeed a very boring thing. Yi Xian felt that he was wasting a lot of time. In addition, if he were to return to the Weeping Soul Cave in the future to continue capturing Weeping Soul Beasts, he obviously could not use this method. If he really did so, how long would it take for Yi Xian to capture all the Weeping Soul Beasts in the entire Weeping Soul Cave? He could not waste his time on this matter, could he? However, he had to get rid of all 10,000 Weeping Soul Beasts. Otherwise, if they were to spread out and be discovered by the nearby devilish beings, they would most likely become suspicious. Capturing them was a must, but he could use a better method and see if he could increase his efficiency. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mind immediately spun as he started to ponder. After a while, he thought of mental suppression. Since these weeping soul beasts could be enveloped and controlled with mental suppression, would a secret technique-level mental suppression be able to affect them? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately invigorated. He turned back to look at the dead end and confirmed that there were no more devilish beings around. Only then did he feel relieved and immediately activate his spiritual suppression secret technique. An invisible wave of mental suppression spread out like a tide, quickly enveloping the 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Then, under the control of Yi Xian, he issued a command. In the next moment, the weeping soul beasts, who had been restless all this time, quieted down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The continuous mournful howls quickly disappeared, and the sudden silence made even Yi Xian a little uncomfortable. A smile appeared on his face. It was indeed effective. Immediately after, Yi Xian threw the small space box with his mental suppression imprint, causing it to hang in the middle of the 10,000 weeping soul beasts. The next scene caused Yi Xian to grin from ear to ear. After he threw out the small space box, coupled with the command given when he used the mental suppression secret technique, the 10,000 weeping soul beasts were scrambling to get into the small space pagoda. There was no need for Yi Xian to pay any more attention to them. Under such circumstances, more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts in less than 10 minutes had all drilled into the small spatial pagoda, and the dead end was instantly emptied. This is the real way of the king. If I really caught them one by one like before, wouldn't I be tired to death? Chapter 2744. Chapter 2744. Chapter 2744. Instructions of the High Priest. At this point, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. It seemed that he had been too happy with the collection just now, and forgot to leave some for the other spatial pagodas. One had to know that he had already stuffed 5,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda, and with the addition of 16,000 weeping soul beasts, the total number of weeping soul beasts exceeded the 20,000 mark. Based on Li Mosquito's previous performance, no one would suspect anything even if he handed over 100,000. With a black hole realm existence as a shepherd, all he had to do was to catch as many as he could. After all, what was 100,000 for 2 months? Most importantly, Yi Xian felt his heart ache. In its opinion, it was more than enough to hand in 10,000. Now that it was given double the amount, it was really unwilling to accept it. But now that he had already stuffed it in, there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. He couldn't possibly erase the level 4 spiritual restriction seal in his spatial pagoda, right? If that was the case, this matter would really be exposed. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could only admit that he was unlucky. He sighed and struggled for a while before finally throwing this matter to the back of his mind. He took Li Mosquito and rushed into the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. This was because it was truly difficult to find more weeping soul beasts in the periphery. Although Li Mosquito was strong, there was nothing she could do if she couldn't find any sheep along the way. This time, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito rushed as fast as they could, and soon they reached the deepest part of the Weeping Soul Cave. All around them, there were only a few more days until the deadline, so Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately ordered Li Mosquito to take action, while he coordinated from the side. Soon, in less than a day, the second group of weeping soul beasts had all entered a dead end. After making sure that no one was around, Yi Xian immediately mentioned the mind suppression secret technique, repeating the same process as before. Thus, in a short 10 minutes or so, the 10,000 weeping soul beasts entered another spatial pagoda that he had prepared. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this efficiency. The time spent on harvesting the weeping soul beasts was basically negligible. The only time they had was to herd them together. If he encountered a large group of weeping soul beasts that numbered in the thousands, he wouldn't even need to drive them away. He would just use his mental suppression, and then the large number of weeping soul beasts would cry and scream as they rushed into the small spatial pagoda that he threw out. It was impossible for such a situation to occur in the periphery. However, in the deepest parts of the Weeping Soul Cave, such a situation could often be encountered. In the next few days, the largest group of weeping soul beasts that Yi Xian's Li Mosquito encountered was actually more than 100,000. If it wasn't for the Li Mosquito protecting him, Yi Xian would have no choice but to turn tail and run for his life. However, this was also the most satisfying time he had ever caught one. After using the mental suppression secret technique, he simply threw the spatial pagoda outside. After that, he didn't need to care about anything else. He just had to wait for all the weeping soul beasts to enter by themselves. Then he would take back the spatial pagoda. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, master and servant, did not stop to rest. They were constantly moving around in the deepest parts of the Weeping Soul Cave. In the beginning, they even foolishly spent an entire day herding the weeping soul beasts. In the end, they only managed to get about 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Later on, they didn't even bother with hurting the weeping soul beasts. They just wandered around. They didn't even bother with a few hundred weeping soul beasts. Only when there were at least 1,000 weeping soul beasts did they have some interest. And once they did, no matter if it was 1,000 or 10,000 weeping soul beasts, they were basically dealt with within 10 minutes. Even the largest group of 100,000 weeping soul beasts only took about 4 hours before they all automatically entered his spatial pagoda. With this kind of super high efficiency, Yi Xian managed to harvest several 100,000 weeping soul beasts in these few days. Right now, the total number of weeping soul beasts in his spatial pagoda had already exceeded the 4 million mark. However, in the depths of the weeping soul cave, there were still a large number of weeping soul beasts. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there were at least 10 million weeping soul beasts. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about where so many weeping soul beasts came from. However, now was obviously not the time to consider this question. In fact, as long as they were all caught, there was no need to care about where they came from. However, even if they wanted to catch them, they could only wait until later. Right now, there were less than 2 days left before the deadline. Considering that the return journey would take some time, Yi Xian could only helplessly stop the capture of the weeping soul beasts. Together with Li Mosquito, he hurriedly rushed back. On the way back, there were basically no more demon dwellers experts. Those fellows already had self-awareness. They knew that they were not fated to qualify for the Black Mountain Star's Saint Trial. Therefore, there was no need for them to work so hard. They all returned to Black Mountain City early. Nearly a day later, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito emerged from the Weeping Soul Cave. There was only half a day left before the deadline, and the rest of the demon dwellers were probably already in Black Mountain City. With this thought in mind, the two of them dared not delay any longer. They flew all the way back to Black Mountain City. As for Li Mosquito, she had already revealed her black hole 7th level strength in the Weeping Soul Cave, so she did not deliberately conceal her strength this time. However, when they returned to the Black Mosquito tribe's headquarters, Black Mosquito Star, they could not bring her along. They had to find a secluded place to release the Black Mosquito Bastion and have her wait inside. After all, Black Mosquito had been personally captured by the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. If she appeared, all of this would be exposed. Black Mountain City? A large number of demon dwellers were gathered around the large plaza where the city's administrative center was located, waiting for the final result. In addition to the large number of demon dwellers, Black Mountain City's Grand Chieftain Xiong Haizi was also here. He sat on a makeshift platform in front of the administrative center. Around the platform and the plaza were a large number of demon dweller scouts. In fact, there were hundreds of thousands of demonkin on each demonkin star. The reason why there were 10,000 demonkin under the command of the team leader was because these 10,000 demonkin were demonkin scouts, which were equivalent to the human race's soldiers. The number of demon dweller scouts under the command of a head captain was around 10,000. However, almost all of the 10,000 demon dwellers on Black Mountain were gathered around the plaza. The atmosphere was tense, and Xiong Haizi's expression was not good. He already knew about the mysterious bandits that had appeared in the Weeping Soul Cave. Now, he even learned that more than 11,100 spatial pagodas had been stolen. In total, at least 3 million Weeping Soul beasts had been stolen. The High Priest was very angry about this matter and ordered Xiong Haizi to thoroughly investigate. Chapter 2745. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Operation Hidden. These weeping soul beasts were indeed needed by the High Priest, but even Xiong Haizi did not know what they were for. Hence, he did not think that the black hole rank 7 being that the demon called Zhang Wuji had invited was the one who had snatched the 1,000 spatial pagodas. How could a mere black hole rank 7 know something that even Xiong Haizi did not know about? What's more, if it was really this person who snatched the 1,000+ spatial pagodas, this person would be too late to keep a low profile. How could he be so high profile as to help Zhang Wuji in the underground Weeping Soul Cave? Of course, Xiong Haizi could not say anything about this. After all, it was true that Zhang Wuji had personally captured the 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts and stuffed them into his spatial pagodas. However, Xiong Haizi would not let this matter go so easily. Xiongdo was his only son, and he was indeed gifted in mental power. Under such circumstances, if Xiong Haizi, as the leader of the Black Mountain Planet, could not even guarantee that the Black Mountain Planet's Holy Sun trial would be given to his son, then Xiong Haizi would be too useless as a father. However, regarding the matter of the Saint Trial quota, whether it was the High Priest or the Great Commander, they had all given a strict order that the 10 Great Devil Stars in the tribe had to go through a collective selection before they could finally decide on the quota. No one was allowed to arbitrarily decide on the quota. After all, The Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe was being selected this time, not just the Holy Son of one of the families. If there was indeed someone who was gifted in mental power among the 10 Holy Sons, perhaps the final Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demonic Emperor planet would be able to obtain some kind of mental power inheritance in the Demonic Emperor Forbidden Land during the selection process. If that was the case, the Black Mosquito Star would become one of the 2 tribes with the most potential among the 10 tribes of the Demonkin race, second only to the royal family of the Demonkin race. After all, among the other 9 tribes, only one tribe's Holy Son had obtained the inheritance the first time they entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land and confirmed their identity as the Holy Son. Right now, this person was already the number 1 among the 9 Holy Sons. Even the High Priest of the Demon Emperor planet was full of praises for his talent and spiritual power. As for the other 8 Holy Sons, it was either their second or third time entering the Saint Devil Forbidden Land before they finally obtained some kind of spiritual power inheritance. And if you couldn't obtain any kind of spiritual power inheritance after entering the Holy Devil Forbidden Land 3 times in a row, then I'm sorry, but the position of Holy Son would have nothing to do with you. The tribe's qualifications and opportunities couldn't always be tilted to one person, and that was unfair. You failed 3 times in a row. Go away, we'll choose a new saint. This was the case when the Black Mosquito tribe was electing a saint this time. The previous saint of the entire tribe had failed 3 times in a row, which was 300 years, but he still couldn't obtain a single mental power inheritance from the Forbidden Ground. Therefore he was banished and executed. After all, the entire Black Mosquito tribe had been mocked by the other 9 great demon tribes for a full 300 years because of him. In a fit of anger, the Grand Commander had raised his hand and blasted that fellow into ashes. As the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, although Xiong Haizi couldn't directly appoint his son, Xiongda, as the candidate to participate in the Holy Sun trial, he could secretly manipulate the situation. This time, the High Priest had sent people to deliver a large amount of small spatial pagodas. Even though they were all sealed with restrictions and even he couldn't open them, as a reward for his great efforts in handling this matter, the High Priest had given Xiong Haizi an additional small spatial pagoda without any restrictions or seals. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he was going easy on him. On one hand, Xiong Haizi's son, Xiongda, was indeed quite talented in spiritual power. On the other hand, even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter if a fake was among the 9 genuine ones. In any case, he wouldn't have a chance at the Saint Devil Forbidden Land on the Demon Emperor planet. The High Priest had given Xiong Haizi such a spatial pagoda so that he could go to the Weeping Soul Cave in advance to catch some Weeping Soul beast to cheat. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it some grass. In fact, Xiong Haizi had indeed done so. At the beginning of the competition, he had ordered his demon scouts to secretly go to the underground Weeping Soul Cave and catch a total of 30,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before that, he had thrown 10,000 into Xiong Da's spatial pagoda. He didn't expect that this guy would be snatched away by someone else. This made Xiong Haizi extremely angry and he fiercely reprimanded him. However, scolding was one thing. In the end, he was still his son. At this time, he was glad that he hadn't thrown all 30,000 Weeping Soul beasts to this guy. Now, it seemed that the remaining 20,000 Weeping Soul beasts were simply lifesavers. After Xiongda returned, Xiong Haizi directly stuffed all 20,000 Weeping Soul beasts into a spatial bottle that he had to leave his spiritual imprint on before handing it over. At present, among the 10,000 demon people who had handed in the mission, Xiongda indeed had the most Weeping Soul beasts. The person in second place only had 7,000 Weeping Soul beasts, but he had caught them with his own ability. This person could be considered pretty good. There was one thing that had to be said. For all the spatial pagoda, the user who left their spiritual imprint could only put it in and check the number of Weeping Soul beasts they had. As for the others, they couldn't even check the number of Weeping Soul beasts in other people's spatial pagoda. This included Xiong Haizi. Regarding this matter, the High Priest had sent a trusted aide over. This person had received the High Priest's authorization to check the number of Weeping Soul beasts in any spatial pagoda. In fact, the High Priest's trusted aide's real purpose in coming this time was to extract all the Weeping Soul beasts from the spatial pagoda and transfer them to a specially made spatial pagoda with a larger interior space. Then he would return to the Black Mosquito Star and hand it over to the High Priest. Therefore, this person had the authority to extract all the Weeping Soul beasts from the spatial pagoda. The spatial pagoda that the 10,000 demon people had handed over had all been publicly checked by him. Then, the Weeping Soul beasts inside were taken out and stored in the spatial pagoda that he carried with him. As the number of Weeping Soul beasts in each spatial pagoda was publicly announced and recorded, the spiritual imprints of the demon people competitors were also conveniently erased. These spatial pagoda had to be left to Xiong Haizi so that he could think of a way to send a second batch of demon experts into the Weeping Soul Cave to work as laborers. At this moment, there was only 2 hours left until the deadline. Chapter 2746. No one can take advantage of public anger. As for the spatial tower that Xiongda took out in front of everyone knew what it was. However, knowing was one thing, but they couldn't say it out loud. After all, Xiong Haizi was the leader of Black Mountain Star, so he couldn't go against him. However, this matter was too fake, and all the demon dwellers who participated in the competition were extremely dissatisfied. They didn't dare to go against Xiong Haizi, but they hoped that the guy called Zhang Wuji could forcefully push Xiongda down. Even though that guy's methods weren't honorable, he was just playing a borderline game. Furthermore, he did it openly and honorably, unlike Xiongda and Xiong Haizi, the father and son duo. It was simply disgusting. In comparison, the 10,000 over-demons were more inclined to support Zhang Wuji. This was something that even Xiong Haizi and Xiongda had never expected. Unknowingly, the two of them had already incurred the wrath of the masses. Moreover, the anger of the masses was not to be trifled with. At this moment, as time slowly passed, not only the 10,000-plus devil cultivator experts, even Xiongda and Xiong Haizi's hearts slowly rose to their throats. At present, all of the other 10,000 demons had already handed in their missions, and all of the spatial pagodas had been counted in front of everyone, and the rankings were out. If that guy didn't come back within 2 hours, then even if the number of weeping soul beasts in the small space pagoda that he turned in later did indeed exceed Xiongda's 20,000, this matter could be considered a done deal. The Black Mountain Star Saint Trial qualification would belong to Xiongda. The game has to have rules. Who told you to be late? It was precisely because of this that Xiongda and Xiong Haizi, father and son, were extremely nervous at this moment. This was because they didn't know if there were more than 20,000 weeping soul beasts in the spatial pagoda in Zhang Wuji's hands. After all, when Xiongda saw it with his own eyes, there were about 16,000 of them at the dead end. However, for the rest of the time, even if they continued to capture them one by one, it was estimated that it would be about time after capturing more than 16,000 of them. There was no way the other party would be able to use the same trick a second time. But what about before that? If the other party had done it once before, then Xiongda's qualification to enter the Holy Sun trial would most likely be lost. This was also the reason why the father and son duo were so nervous. Of course, it wasn't that Xiong Haizi didn't think about sending people to secretly kill that brat. However, Xiong Haizi had a late-stage Black Hole Realm level 7 expert by his side. In the entire Black Mountain Star, although there were at least 20 Black Hole Realm experts, only 3 had reached the Black Hole Realm level 7. Xiong Haizi was a level 9 expert, and he had 2 other level 7 experts under him. However, this was useless. Even if Xiong Haizi were to personally take action, he would not be able to kill the other party in a short period of time. At that time, if there was a large commotion, it would definitely be seen by the other devil experts. He couldn't just kill all the demons, could he? Putting aside the fact that they were all from the Black Mountain Star, the most important thing was that they had already caused such a huge incident in the Weeping Soul Cave. How were they going to convince the other demonic cultivators to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to capture the Weeping Soul Beast? If he couldn't complete the task given by the High Priest, that would be the real trouble. It was precisely because he had considered these factors that Xiong Haizi had no choice but to give up on the idea of secretly sneaking over and killing that pair of master and servant. However, he was not completely unprepared. In any case, there had been a large number of spatial pagodas in the Weeping Soul Cave before, and this matter had to be investigated. In Xiong Haizi's opinion, the person who had secretly done this was most likely attracted by the High Priest's leak of information, and had nothing to do with this pair of master and servant. However, that was not important. Who could be sure of framing someone? This was Xiong Haizi's plan. If the pair of master and servant did not return within 2 hours, then it would be fine, but if they did, humph, regardless of whether the number of weeping soul beasts in the spatial pagodas that Zhang Wuji took out exceeded 20,000, Xiong Haizi had no intention of letting this pair of master and servant go. His precious son was not someone who could be bullied as they wished. Head leader Haizi, I think it's about time. How about you announce the final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial right now? Just as there was only an hour left, the trusted aide sent by the High Priest was obviously a little impatient. He turned his head and glanced at the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xiong Haizi, and then said, "The High Priest is still waiting. I have to hurry back and report." Hearing this, Xiong Haizi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. No matter what, he had to first obtain the qualifications for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. As for Zhang Wuji and his servant, once this matter was settled, he would be able to deal with them freely when they arrived. Thinking of this, Xiong Haizi immediately smiled and nodded. At the same time he stood up immediately. Just as he was about to announce the final result, two figures flew over from the distant horizon like meteors and landed directly in front of the Government Affairs Hall. They were only 200 meters away from the temporary high platform where Xiong Haizi and the High Priest's trusted aide were. Wasn't it Yi Xian and Li Mosquito who had finally returned in time? The more than 10,000 demon cultivators in the square, when they saw Xiong Haizi stand up and was about to announce the final result, all of their faces were filled with disappointment. But at this moment, when they suddenly saw Yi Xian and Li Mosquito appear, their hearts trembled. No one knew who shouted Zhang Wuji's name in excitement. Immediately after, the other devil cultivator rankers all started to shout in response. In just a short breath of time, the three words Zhang Wuji resounded throughout the entire plaza of the Government Affairs Center. Such a scene, even Yi Xian was shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly remembered that this Zhang Wuji seemed to be him. It was a name he casually gave when he registered, but it had only been a month and he hadn't done anything? Why was there so many cheers in the blink of an eye? At the same time as the 10,000 demon cultivators cheered Zhang Wuji's name in unison, Xiong Haizi, who was on the high platform, suddenly changed his expression. He faintly had a bad feeling in his heart. As a person who had been in a high position for a long time, he was naturally very clear about the people's hearts. From the looks of it, this guy called Zhang Wuji had clearly won the hearts of the people. Under such circumstances, if he were to go against him, under the anger of the more than 10,000 demon dwellers below, the matter of him secretly manipulating things might be exposed in public by some one of them. Everyone knew it was one thing, but if it was exposed in public, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. At this moment he suddenly understood the meaning of those 5 words. Don't bully the anger of the public. Chapter 2747. The trial qualifications are in hand. Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji. With the arrival of Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, the 10,000 demons in front of the plaza were inexplicably excited and cheered loudly. This scene greatly surprised the trusted aide sent by High Priest Huigul. He gave Yi Xian a deep look, then took the spatial pagoda he had tossed onto the stage and began to examine it in front of everyone. As his spiritual power entered the spatial pagoda, his eyes lit up. He looked up at Yi Xian again and reported the number of weeping soul beasts inside. Zhang Wuji 23,467. Oh, Zhang Wuji, complete victory. When they heard that Yi Xian had indeed lived up to everyone's expectations and crushed Xiongda, who had cheered so arrogantly, the 10,000 demon powerhouses below immediately cheered again. They felt as if they had vindicated the resentment in their hearts and felt completely comfortable. Although Xiong Haizi was the leader of Planet Black Mountain, these demon powerhouses still understood the principle that the law could not punish the majority. Furthermore, this matter was originally the fault of the father and son duo. Therefore, the 10,000 demon powerhouses in the plaza did not conceal their support for Yi Xian at all. This made Yi Xian, who did not quite understand the situation, feel a little embarrassed. He only felt that the demon powerhouses of Planet Black Mountain were too enthusiastic and too likable. Leader Xiong Haizi, what do you think about this matter? The trusted aide of the High Priest turned to look at Xiong Haizi. He naturally knew that the matter with Xiongda was due to the former's cheating. If it were anyone else he might have gone with the flow and helped push the boat, but this person called Zhang Wuji clearly had an extraordinary background. Not only did he have a Black Hole Realm powerhouse by his side, he also seemed to have a good reputation on Planet Black Mountain. Therefore, the trusted aide of the High Priest did not intend to play any tricks in this regard. He did not want to end up with unnecessary trouble in the end. That would be meaningless. The High Priest had already given this Xiong Haizi a spatial pagoda that didn't have a spiritual restriction seal. Even so, this Xiong Haizi was able to screw up this matter. Why should he blindly worry behind him and even offend him? At this moment he turned to look at Xiong Haizi. Although he did not finish his words, it was clear that he was urging him to quickly announce the Black Mountain Planet's participation in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun Trial in front of everyone. After that, he would be able to bring the spatial pagoda with the large-capacity space pagoda containing the 30 million weeping soul beasts. To be able to harvest such a large number of weeping soul beasts this time, the High Priest would surely be pleasantly surprised and would definitely reward him handsomely. Thinking of this, the trusted aide of the High Priest was simply anxious to return home. Xiong Haizi clearly understood the other's meaning, but he was extremely unwilling in his heart, and even the corners of his eyes twitched. After looking at the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below, Xiong Haizi secretly remembered a few of the most arrogant fellows. He took a deep breath and then said with a heavy expression, "Before this, there was a large number of spatial pagoda robberies in the underground Weeping Soul Cave. This chief suspects that this matter is related to TCH, too shameless. This is clearly a covert operation. If you want to talk about robbing the spatial pagoda, anyone can do it, but Zhang Wuji is absolutely impossible." "What's the matter? The people around him are helping to herd the sheep. Is there a need to rob?" "But Xiongda, I clearly saw him rob with my own eyes." "Well, brother, the unlucky person you're talking about is me. My spatial pagoda was stolen by him. But I don't have 20,000 weeping soul beasts in there. Where did he get them?" "Too shameless, we don't accept this." Without waiting for Xiong Heizi to finish speaking about his suspicion that Yi Xian was the mysterious robber who robbed the spatial pagoda, the 10,000 devil cultivator below immediately began to make a ruckus, even revealing the truth of Xiong Da's robbery in front of everyone. Xiong Heizi immediately became nervous and subconsciously glanced at the trusted aide of the high priest beside him. After discovering that the other party was looking at him with a meaningful smile, Xiong Heizi's heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer remain calm. He naturally knew about Xiong Da's robbery. This brat only had his own spatial pagoda robbed, and then he followed suit and robbed others, intending to take it back to complete the task. But if this was done by someone else, it would be fine, but if he, Xiong Heizi's son, did it, it was inevitable that the high priest would not think too much. If he suspected that the 1100 or so unaccounted spatial pagoda were related to him, then this matter would really be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Xiong Heizi did not dare to continue to tangle on this matter and quickly announced in front of everyone, "The final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial is Zhang Wuji." When they heard that Xiong Heizi had finally compromised, the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below immediately cheered. They were not happy for Yi Xian but for themselves. No matter what, although Zhang Wuji had a shepherd by his side, he was at least open and aboveboard. Moreover, he had personally thrown the 20,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda one by one. Losing to him was better than losing to Xiongda, who had a good father behind him. This matter could be considered as settled. The right to participate in the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial had ultimately fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. There are still 2 months before we head to the Black Mosquito Star. In order to ensure this, Zhang Wuji, during these 2 months, you are not allowed to take a single step out of Black Mountain City. This chief must ensure your safety. After all, the Holy Sun trial is of great importance. You must understand this. Looking at Yi Xian, Xiong Heizi spoke. Although his expression was calm, there was clearly a trace of cold light that quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly understood and immediately sneered. His words were pleasant to hear, but his opponent's intentions were clearly completely different. In this competition for the Holy Sun trial, he was first and Xiongda was second. If he died, Xiongda would naturally replace him. Not allowed to leave Black Mountain City for 2 months with Xiong Heizi's strength and methods, even with the Li Mosquito Star, it would be very easy for him to kill Yi Xian. However, although everyone was well aware of this, Yi Xian could not point it out. Otherwise he would be tactless. Therefore, after hearing this, he frowned and did not say anything. Instead he nodded. Then, under the guidance of 2 demon dweller experts appointed by Xiong Heizi, he walked towards a residence. The moment he turned around, Yi Xian's gaze subconsciously swept over the trusted aide of the high priest who was cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Xiong Heizi. Just now, he had clearly seen the other party move all the weeping soul beasts from his spatial pagoda into a spatial pagoda that he carried with him. Since that was the case, he could basically confirm that the existence that needed these weeping soul beasts was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huegulei. However, all this was not the main point. The main point was that the trusted aide of the high priest had clearly come with the intention of taking away all the weeping soul beasts. Furthermore, not only was the other party about to leave Black Mountain Star, he seemed to be alone. Chapter 2748. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Another Robbery. High Priest Huegulei's trusted aide was not weak, being at rank 1 Black Hole Realm. However, for Yi Xian, a rank 1 Black Hole Realm was too weak if he wanted to rob the other party. As long as Ba Chai attacked, the other party would be dead for sure. Besides that, the Black Mosquito Star was quite far away from the Black Mountain Star. With the speed of Yi Xian's Purple Cave Shuttle, he could definitely catch up to the other party halfway. Moreover, the Purple Cave Shuttle had a concealment array, so it could appear near the other party without anyone noticing. At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately made up his mind. There were at least 30 million weeping soul beasts. If he could really rob them, he would really be rich this time. He definitely could not miss this opportunity. With that in mind, he and Lee Mosquito were quickly brought to a small, independent courtyard. The courtyard had walls, and as soon as the two entered, a small team of 10 demon scouts immediately rushed over and stood around the courtyard like guards. It looked like protection, but this was clearly house arrest. Yi Xian snorted coldly, then closed the courtyard door and entered the residence in the courtyard with Lee Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if Xiong Haizi wanted to kill them, he would not rush over immediately. At the very least, he would have to wait for the situation to blow over. After all, there were still 2 months before they left for the Black Mosquito Star, so there was no hurry. At the very least, Xiong Haizi would definitely not come over in the next few days. Since that was the case, it was the best time to rob them. However, although he had perfect oscillation, he could not protect Lee Mosquito and leave quietly. Moreover, Lee Mosquito also needed to stay here and occasionally make some noise in the courtyard. If there were 10,000 people coming to visit, they would have to find an excuse to stop them. Therefore, Lee Mosquito could not leave. After giving him some instructions, Yi Xian immediately activated his perfect oscillation ability. His figure flashed as he charged out of the small courtyard and towards the horizon. Fortunately, the demon star did not have a star defense array like the human administrative stars. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to leave quietly. After leaving Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian immediately summoned the Purple Hole Shuttle and activated the concealment array to speed along the way. Since his personal interstellar communication network had already connected to the internal interstellar network of planet Black Mountain, he already knew the star map of the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even without the Lee Mosquito leading the way, Yi Xian would not go in the wrong direction on his own. After leaving the starry sky for a distance, Yi Xian stopped in a star field that didn't have a devil domain. He put away the Purple Hole Shuttle, then took out the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship with a wave of his hand. The reason for this was because in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he planned to have the Black Mosquito ships Mount Naibwa and the Black Wind ships Barakai attack together. After taking out the 2 bastions, he immediately activated the concealment array. After all, they were too big. It would not be good if they were seen by others. After doing all this, Yi Xian entered the Black Wind and brought Babakai, who was overseeing the ship, with him. After exiting the Black Wind, he waved his hand and put it into his undying world. Only then did he lead Babakai into the Black Mosquito. As soon as they entered, Barker rushed over and cupped his hands. Master, Lu Wenxuan has made a breakthrough in the space folding array. He has refined a small private warship and asked me to give it to you. He is currently continuing his research in the Demon Nest. A small private warship with a space folding array? Upon hearing this news, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly took a small space box from Barker and gave a few instructions. Only then did he bring Nabashan and Babakai out of the Black Mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he put the Black Mosquito into his undying world. Yi Xian was very interested in this small private warship that Lu Wenxuan had refined. However, he had more important things to do at the moment, so he could only put this matter at the back of his mind for the time being. After summoning the Purple Cave Shuttle, he entered it with Nabashan and Babakai and immediately rushed in the direction of the Black Mosquito Star. Half a day later, under Yi Xian's full control, a warship finally appeared in front of them. Based on the speed and grade of the warship, it should be the personal warship of the High Priest's trusted aide. Prepare to attack. Yi Xian immediately approached with the speed of the Purple Cave Shuttle. When the distance between the 2 sides was less than a kilometer, Yi Xian maintained this speed and then activated space oscillation with a thought. Space oscillation was originally an offensive method that only large warships could use. However, the Black Hole Shuttle that Yi Xian had fused into the Purple Cave Shuttle during his 5th fusion had this ability. However, its range was not large, only a kilometer in radius. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get within a kilometer before he could use it. 1. As the Purple Cave Shuttle's space oscillation ability was activated, the space within a kilometer radius with the warship as the center began to hum at a high frequency. Under such circumstances, the warship in front of them was like a small boat in a storm, swaying up and down violently. If this kind of space oscillation was used by other warships, the Purple Cave Shuttle's concealment state would immediately be removed after entering the area of the oscillation. However, if the Purple Cave Shuttle used space oscillation itself, its concealment state would not be affected because its body was the source of the oscillation. In other words, the Purple Cave Shuttle was not exposed at all. Under such circumstances, the other party clearly thought that he had encountered a natural space oscillation, so he immediately escaped from the warship. After putting away the warship, he was about to leap out. At this moment, Naboshan and Ba Chai, who were already prepared, disappeared from the purple cave shuttle in a flash. When they reappeared, they were sandwiched between the trusted aid of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest. At the same time, Yi Xian roared through the purple cave shuttle's sound transmission system, "Stop, this is a robbery." Naboshan? Robbery? Are you kidding? Naboshan was originally the leader of the demon people on the Black Mosquito Star. This trusted aide of the high priest from the Black Mosquito Star obviously knew him, so he cried out softly when he saw him. At first, he did not seem to believe the robbery, but when he saw the aura in Ba Chai's body, which was full of Black Hole Realm Level 9 perfection cultivation, his expression changed immediately. Then he roared at Naboshan, "Naboshan, do you want to die? How dare you rob the high priest's weeping soul beast? I understand it must be the two of you who attacked on the Black Mountain Star. So noisy." Chapter 2749. Epic Grade Dongshu Shuttle. Yi Xian's figure appeared at the first moment. With a grab of his hand, he swept all the treasures that fell out of the demon beast's body into his unlucky realm. Then, after cutting out the demon beast's brain core with ease, Yi Xian directly raised the Devil Blood Star Tear Sword and absorbed all the blood essence in the demon beast's body. He let the corpse fall into the void, then waved at Naboshan and Ba Chai. The three of them entered the Purple Hole shuttle at the same time and quietly left. This was the first Black Hole Realm demon beast's brain core that Yi Xian had obtained. He was not in a hurry to throw it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual origin energy within. Instead, he stored it in a small spatial box. Vaguely, he had a feeling that this Black Hole Realm demon beast's brain core would definitely be of great use in the future. Then Yi Xian looked through his spoils of war. The other items did not attract his attention and he threw them all into his undying world. Finally, Yi Xian's attention landed on a small spatial pagoda that looked exactly the same. This small spatial pagoda also had a grade 4 spiritual seal on it. Yi Xian immediately erased it and refined it, leaving his own spiritual seal and spiritual imprint. Finally, he looked at the Weeping Soul Beasts and realized that there were actually more than 34 million Weeping Soul Beasts. In addition to the 4 million Weeping Soul Beasts stored in the other spatial pagoda, the total number of Weeping Soul Beasts in Yi Xian's hands was actually more than 39 million Weeping Soul Beasts. That was close to 40 million Weeping Soul Beasts. We're rich, we're really rich this time." Such a large number of Weeping Soul Beasts made Yi Xian dance with joy and cheer uncontrollably. Although he was happy, he quickly calmed down. Without a doubt, robbing the trusted aid of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest was like poking a hornet's nest. Although he had an alibi and basically no one would suspect him, it was always better to be careful. In addition, the killing intent of Black Mountain Star's big leader Xiong Haizi also needed to be resolved. With Li Mosquito alone, she was clearly not a match for the other party. Yi Xian decided to bring MT Naboshan and Ba Chai with him. However, whether it was MT Naboshan, Li Mosquito or even Ba Chai, it was no longer appropriate for them to show themselves. In the past, Yi Xian would have had to use the Black Mosquito or the Black Wind to transfer them into his undying world. But if they did that, they would have to take the Bastion out first. That would be troublesome, and it wouldn't be wise to reveal the Bastion's location. Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to solve this problem in the past, but now, with the appearance of the small private battleship that Barker had given him, everything was no longer a problem. With Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to keep a universal star-grade expert into his undying world. The only exception was if the expert was placed in a treasure with an internal folded space, which was equivalent to an independent space. Then the treasure would be refined before it could be stored. Since Old Man Lu had made a breakthrough in his research into folded space, and had created a small private battleship with a folded space, then Yi Xian could use this battleship to fuse with the Purple Cave Shuttle for the 6th time. Once it was complete, his Purple Cave Shuttle would also have a folded space. When that time came, not only would the Purple Cave Shuttle's interior space be larger, but MT Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the others would be able to pass through the shuttle and be absorbed into Yi Xian's undying world. In this way, if he needed to summon them, he would only need to use the Purple Cave Shuttle. He wouldn't have to worry about the risk of his two bastions being exposed. Yi Xian grew excited at the thought. Without further ado, he steered the Purple Cave Shuttle to a remote location. Once the three of them were out of the shuttle, he took it into his body and tossed it to the fusion system, along with the battleship he just received from Barker. At the same time, he tossed in a mountain of planetary core sources as energy for the fusion. Very quickly, the system's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Discovered treasure that can be fused. Small private battleship, Purple Cave Shuttle, void stacking ship. Do you wish to fuse? It was only now that Yi Xian realized the small private battleship was originally called the Void Stacking Ship. It was a fitting name indeed. As he sighed, he immediately gave an affirmative reply. Then the system notification sounded again. Ding. Command confirmed. Purple Cave Shuttle beginning 6th fusion. Progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian was finally able to relax. According to his calculations, this fusion would take at least 10 days to complete. After all, this was the 6th fusion, and the time needed to complete would increase exponentially. However, Yi Xian obviously didn't have such a long time to waste here. After all, something big had happened, and he wasn't sure if Xiong Haizi would go to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest to check it out. If he really went, everything would be over. Because of this, in order to increase the speed of the fusion, Yi Xian threw level 8 legendary planetary core sources to the fusion system as energy for the fusion. Anyway, he already had plenty of such legendary level 8 planetary core sources. He hoped that the level of the planetary core sources he threw in was so high that the fusion speed would increase quickly this time. This was also a choice he had no choice but to make. As for whether it would be effective or not, Yi Xian had no idea at all. After doing all this, he, Nabashan, and Ba Chai hid in a secluded place, quietly waiting for the result of the 6th fusion. What caught Yi Xian off guard was that after only half a day, the familiar system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. Epic Star Battleship Dongshu Shuttle has been obtained. Done. Done so quickly? The surprise came so quickly that even Yi Xian was a little caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment. Without a doubt, this was the result of him using the level 8 Black Star Core Origin as the fusion energy. After all, he usually used level 1 and level 2 items. This time he suddenly used a level 8 Black Star Core Origin. The quality of the fusion energy increased so quickly, so the fusion speed naturally increased correspondingly. However, wasn't the increase from 10 days to half a day a bit too much? It seemed that if he was in a hurry to complete the fusion in the future, he could try using a level 9 9-colored planetary core source. The fusion speed would probably be even faster. Other than that, what made Yi Xian even happier was that after this fusion, the Purple Hole Shuttle, which was originally only at the Starry Sky Legend level, had finally leaped to become an epic-level treasure like his battle weapon and battle armor. Chapter 2750. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin the Wrath of the High Priest. After the 6th fusion, the Dongshu Shuttle was almost the same as the previous Purple Hole Shuttle in terms of appearance, but the changes inside were huge. This kind of private small battleship was basically only 100 meters in diameter and 300 meters in length. The space inside was also the same. However, excluding the space occupied by some functional areas and equipment, the real cabin was actually not very big. It was only 100 meters in radius, which was about 10,000 square meters. But now, the space inside the Dongshu Shuttle had been increased by 100 times because of the perfect folding array. Moreover, it had 3 floors, top, middle, and bottom. From the inside it felt like a small space fortress. The top floor was the main control room, and the middle floor was the power room and some other empty cabins. As for the bottom floor, it was a huge square. Of course, if necessary, it could be divided and used for storage. With such a large space, even 10,000 demon dwellers could fit in it. Of course, in that case, there would not be much space for them to move around, and they would have to stay in their own cabins. After a round of inspection, Yi Xian immediately took out the Black Mosquito Shuttle again. Then he let Guihai Dao lead the 1,000 demon slaves under his command into the Dongshu Shuttle. They set up camp on the middle floor and cultivated with all their might. In the future, if he encountered something that required more manpower, Yi Xian would not be restricted by the inconvenience of taking out the space fortress. In addition, seeing that Guihai Dao could lead the 1,000 demon slaves out to carry out missions, the wretched mosquito butcher also took the initiative to invite Ying. Yi Xian thought that this guy was weird and could sometimes take charge alone, so he directly agreed. Very quickly, Guihai Dao led his 1,000 demon slaves into the second level of the Dongshu Shuttle. As for Yi Xian, he just brought Mount Nabu, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito to the first level above. Then he activated the Dongshu Shuttle that had activated the concealment formation and quickly rushed towards Black Mountain Star. After arriving at Black Mountain, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Dongshu Shuttle into the undying world in his body. Then he activated the perfect vibration skill again and quickly entered the interior of Black Mountain Star, heading toward Black Mountain City. At this point, only a single day had passed since he'd left and returned. After quietly returning to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest, Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito. After learning that Xiong Haizi hadn't come in the past day, he finally relaxed. No matter what, no one would suspect him and Lee Mosquito for the assassination of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide. After all, they had not left this small courtyard the entire day, and there were many Demon Dweller scouts guarding the courtyard. There was no doubt about that. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing, a large number of Demon Dweller scouts suddenly roared from outside. Their footsteps were hurried and it seemed to be quite noisy. Just as Yi Xian was feeling suspicious, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Xiong Haizi walked in with large strides with a sullen face. This immediately made Yi Xian secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had returned in time. If he had been a little later, this matter would have been exposed. Xiong Haizi obviously came with a purpose this time. After entering the courtyard and seeing Lee Mosquito, he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be because the matter of the high priest's trusted aide being assassinated midway had been exposed. Xiong Haizi suspected Lee Mosquito, so he immediately rushed over. Seeing that she did not leave, he was disappointed and began to ponder other matters. Team leader, what's going on? Listening to the movement outside, it seems to be quite noisy. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and immediately asked. The high priest's special envoy was assassinated on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. He only had time to secretly send a message to the high priest with a secret technique before he was killed. Xiong Haizi was still muttering to himself, so he only casually replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly beat wildly. He actually didn't notice that the other party had sent a private message. It seemed that it was done using a secret technique. However, he didn't know what the content of the private message was, which was very important. Unfortunately, the content of the private message only had the word Nai, but even so, the result is very clear. It must be the people of the Black Nai tribe. Humph, relying on the fact that their holy son is the only one who successfully obtained a certain kind of spiritual inheritance the first time he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, their future development is limitless. This Black Nai tribe is simply becoming more and more rampant. Just as Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly, the answer he wanted to know was directly said by Xiong Haizi. The other party obviously had a purpose for doing this. Halfway through, Xiong Haizi paused and glanced at Yi Xian before continuing. Zhang Wuji, right now, a spy from the Black Nai tribe has infiltrated my Black Mountain Star. You best be careful. The high priest has already ordered a strict investigation. If you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe, kill them on the spot. So, I advise you not to run around, otherwise even this leader won't be able to protect you. In other words, this was clearly a preventive measure. First, he would put on a show on the surface, then secretly get rid of Yi Xian and push everything to the so-called spy from the Black Nai tribe. It was indeed a good plan. Yi Xian immediately sneered, but his expression did not change. He hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands at Xiong Haizi and said, Leader, Lee Mosquito is just a senior that I met by chance in the Black Mosquito Star field and befriended. The two of us hit it off, so she agreed to help me obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain Star field to participate in the Black Mountain Star trial. Now that she has fulfilled her promise, she already has the intention to leave. Coincidentally, the situation on Black Mountain Star here is strange, so it is inconvenient for her to stay, lest she arouses suspicion. So, what I mean is, if I stay here, I will be protected by the demon scouts sent by the leader, so there won't be any safety issues. Since Lee Mosquito wants to leave, I wonder if the leader will allow her to leave? Well, hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiong Haizi was immediately overjoyed. He was worried that there was a rank 7 Black Hole Realm expert here who would make a move on Yi Xian. He was afraid that the commotion would be too great, and it would be difficult to get away with it. Since this boy was courting death, he took the initiative to ask the Black Hole Realm expert to leave. Naturally, he could not ask for more. However, no matter how happy he was, Xiong Haizi did not show it on his face. He even pretended to hesitate for a moment, then sighed and said, Of course you can leave, but the situation outside is chaotic, so you don't have to send me off, lest you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe. It won't be good if something unexpected happens. Chapter 2751. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing intent descends, it's so chaotic outside. I don't dare to run around. I hope you can send another scout team to guard outside. Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but his face was full of smiles. He said to Xiong Haizi, Since Lee Mosquito has left, I'll start my closed-door training. If I can reach the first level of the meteor state in 2 months, I'm sure my chances of becoming the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son will be greatly increased. This is also the glory of the Black Mountain planet. In other words, he seemed to be saying that he would definitely win the 10 Great Demon Planets trial and become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. Unexpectedly, Liang Liang was now beginning to take a pinching stance, requesting Xiong Haizi to assign even more Devil Dweller scouts to protect him. Xiong Haizi despised him in his heart, but the more Yi Xian acted like this, the more at ease he felt. He immediately agreed and sent another group of demon cultivator scouts, instructing them to protect this small courtyard and ensure Yi Xian's safety. Only then did he walk out of the small courtyard with Li Mosquito and soar into the sky above Black Mountain Star. Li Mosquito was a late-stage Star Cave State 7th level expert. Since she was going to leave, he naturally had to see her leave the Black Mountain planet with his own eyes. In fact, as soon as the two left, Yi Xian closed the courtyard door, returned to his room, and activated his perfect vibration skill. He immediately jumped up and followed behind. He followed the two all the way to the atmosphere of the Black Mountain planet. Xiong Haizi stopped there, but Li Mosquito went straight out of the atmosphere and into the outer space. Yi Xian didn't stop for a moment. When he passed by Li Mosquito, he secretly sent her a voice transmission, asking her to follow. Then Yi Xian led Li Mosquito into the void and arrived at the back of a barren planet. He took out the Dongshu shuttle and let Li Mosquito enter it. Then he put away the shuttle and hurried back. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that Xiong Haizi would make a move against him as soon as possible. That was why he had been so anxious and hurried all the way back. Who would have thought that after returning to the house arrest courtyard, he would have to wait for a full half a day, but Xiong Haizi still hadn't shown up. He was obviously busy dealing with the Black Nai tribe spy. As for Yi Xian's matter, since Li Mosquito had left, he could deal with it at any time. Naturally, he would put it aside and leave it hanging. At this moment, Xiong Haizi would never have imagined that Yi Xian was also hesitating in his heart. He had been pondering whether to take him in or kill him this time. If the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide hadn't been killed, killing this Xiong Haizi would have been enough to vent his hatred. However, it was clearly not the right time to do so now. First, his trusted aide had been killed. Then even the Black Mountain Star's high priest had been killed. This matter would probably instantly enrage the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and high priest. When that time came, there would be big trouble if they personally came to investigate. Those two fellows were supreme existences of the Origin realm. Even if Ba Chai and the others joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. If something fishy were to be discovered, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. The risk was too great. Since that was the case, he could only take him in. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately began to prepare a level 10 slave seal. Fortunately, he had several level 9 slave seals in his possession for emergencies. There were also many other seals below level 9. Therefore, in just a few days he finally used one of the level 9 slave seals to successfully condense a level 10 slave seal. Just as he finished all this, Xiong Haizi arrived. He almost didn't make it in time, which caused Yi Xian's heart to tighten as he became vigilant. It seemed that he still had to make some more preparations for the slave seals in his possession. After this matter, it would be best to condense a few more level 10 or even level 11 ones as backup. If he were to encounter such a situation again, it would be really depressing if he were to be restrained because he did not prepare enough slave seals. From the very beginning, Xiong Haizi had been determined to kill Yi Xian. As a result, even the place that Xiong Haizi chose to imprison him was an extremely remote small courtyard. In addition, the demon scouts guarding outside were all his men. Li Mosquito was also not present. Therefore, in Xiong Haizi's opinion, killing the other party today was a done deal. There was no more suspense. However, this brat had not shown any respect in front of him. Therefore, Xiong Haizi did not plan to leave immediately after killing him. At the very least, he wanted to let the other party have a taste of his own methods before killing him. It would also let the other party know the consequences of being disrespectful to a Black Hole Realm rank 9 leader. Wait outside. No matter what happens inside later, just pretend that you didn't hear anything. I'm going to torture that brat properly. Standing outside the small courtyard, Xiong Haizi gave instructions to the demon scouts standing guard outside. Then he worriedly used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before walking in. That brat is a little mischievous. It won't be good if someone hears him if he howls too loudly. With that in mind, Xiong Haizi entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Leader, you're finally here. I've been waiting for 2 to 3 days. Actually, Yi Xian was already alarmed when the other party used his mental energy to set up this simple soundproof formation. It was precisely because of this that his words were very casual. In any case, he couldn't hear them from the outside. You knew I was coming? Xiong Haizi frowned. Yi Xian's calm behavior made him feel slightly uneasy, but he could not figure out what was wrong even after thinking hard. How do I only know you're coming? I even know that you purposely arranged for me to stay in such a remote courtyard so that you won't alarm anyone when you kill me. Shrugging his shoulders, the smile on Yi Xian's face grew even wider. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the leader should have already informed the scouts and guards outside. No matter what they hear later, they should just pretend that they didn't hear anything, right? But even so, Big Leader still used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before stepping in. From this point of view, Big Leader probably wants to torture me before killing me, right? Brat, what are you playing at? Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you're bluffing? What was even stranger was that as he spoke, he was actually laughing non-stop. He didn't have the slightest awareness that he was about to be killed. This kind of strangeness caused Xiong to be bewildered, and his heart to immediately become even more furious. What right did an ant that was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Core realm have to be so arrogant in front of him? No, I'm not bluffing. The smile on Yi Xian's face became even more brilliant. He looked at Xiong and said, I really want to thank the leader because all the preparations you've made are actually... It's exactly what I want to do, but it's not convenient for me to do. Chapter 2752. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Come over and give me a squeeze. Thank you, team leader. As Yi Xian expressed his sincere thanks, the smile on his face vanished as an intense wave of mind power surged out of his body. This was a sign that all the mind power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness was leaking out of his body. Thanks to this powerful activation, a high-grade oppressive aura formed a wave of mind power that enveloped Xiong body. Although his mind power was far inferior to his opponents in terms of quantity and cultivation base, Yi Xian's source core grade was a 4th grade one, while Xiong had only undergone a single transformation. His 2nd grade source core was far inferior to Yi Xian's. 4th grade mind power? Xiong exclaimed in surprise. His face was full of shock as he suddenly realized something. No wonder you are so arrogant, kid. No wonder that black hole grade 7th grade entity took the initiative to form a good relationship with you. Your innate talent and mind power is actually so astonishing. In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, the only person with a 4th grade mind source core is the High Priest. Your innate talent and mind power isn't even comparable to that of the Black Nai tribe's Holy Son. If you were allowed to enter the Demon Emperor planet's Forbidden Land, I'm afraid that you would definitely obtain some sort of mind power inheritance. If your mind source core breaks through to the 5th grade one day, I'm afraid that even the Demon Emperor would be alarmed. Such a monstrous talent is really shocking. However, because of this, you will definitely die today. The enmity between us is already very difficult to resolve. The greater your potential, the stronger my desire to kill you today. Xiong expression gradually turned sinister as he said this. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? It's because I want to tell you that you originally had such a bright future. The more you act like this, the more painful it will be for you when you die. So what if you have a 4th grade mind power? Although the grade is high, the quantity is too little. It's not even worth mentioning. Zhang Wuji, you're destined to die in my hands today. Speaking up to here, a smile once again surfaced on Xiong face as he sighed endlessly. Tiske, killing such a monstrous genius, this feeling is truly wonderful. Even though I don't like your face, I have to admit that at least your reminder made me know how outstanding I am. Under such circumstances, I have a general idea of what kind of attitude I should show others when I go to the Black Mosquito tribe in the future. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian also sighed. Originally, I really wanted to kill you, but since you at least reminded me, this can be considered a reason for me to decide not to kill you. So, you can be considered to have saved your own life, you dog shit luck. Idiot. Whoosh. As the last 2 words came out of his mouth, Yi Xian did not hesitate to summon the Dongshu shuttle. Almost at the same time, the 3 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, Bachai, Mount Naibwa, and Li Mosquito, who were already prepared inside, suddenly rushed out and surrounded Xiong in the middle in a triangle formation. At the same time, they urged their mental powers to wrap around him. Mount Naibwa? Li Mosquito? Xiong obviously knew about Mount Naibwa, but as far as he knew, Mount Naibwa was clearly not in the 1st universe, but at the front line of the 3rd universe of the human race. In addition, wasn't Li Mosquito, a Black Hole Realm rank 7 powerhouse, personally sent out of planet Black Mountain by him not long ago? Even if he could sneak back in, could it be that the Demon Dweller scouts he had stationed outside were dead? How could they not even know that she was under house arrest in this small courtyard? Of course, all of this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that in addition to these two people, there was an unfamiliar demon powerhouse who was in the same realm as him. This gorgeous formation, coupled with being caught off guard, caused Xiong Haizi's figure to be suddenly trapped. Of course, part of the reason for this was the effect of the mental suppression activated by Yi Xian. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian raised his hand and shot out the level 10 slave seal. It instantly touched Xiong Haizi's forehead and disappeared in a flash. Everything was settled now. After a while, the confusion in Xiong Haizi's eyes disappeared, and he regained his clarity. He obediently walked in front of Yi Xian and respectfully called him master. Alright, everyone can go back. He will accompany me here, so it's not convenient for you to show yourself. After completely putting down his worries, Yi Xian directly let Mount Naibwa, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito return to the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the air above the small courtyard. He then waved his hand and kept it in the undying world in his body. He then turned around and sat down on a recliner in the courtyard. After lying down, Yi Xian shook his legs slightly, causing the recliner to sway gently. He pointed at his arm and said, "Haizi, come over. Pinch it, it's a little sore." "Yes, master." Xiong Haizi obediently walked over and squatted by the side. He carefully pinched and did not dare to say a word. "Don't call me that in the future. After all, this is your territory. When people are around, you can just call me Wuji. I'll call you Leader Xiong. As for when there's no one, it's up to you." With a grin, Yi Xian enjoyed Planet Black Mountain's leader's massage while closing his eyes slightly. "Tell me about the Weeping Soul Beasts and the High Priest. Tell me everything you know." This was what he was most concerned about. Similarly, on Planet Black Mountain, this was the only thing that could arouse Yi Xian's interest. There was basically nothing else. "Yes, master." Xiong Haizi responded and immediately told him everything he knew. Yi Xian occasionally asked a few questions, but the final result disappointed him greatly. Although it was confirmed that the existence who needed these weeping soul beasts and the spatial pagoda was indeed one of the two origin realm experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, the tribe's high priest, Huegu Lei. However, as for why Huegu Lei needed these weeping soul beasts and what other uses they had, even Xiong Haizi had no idea. Yi Xian was worried that the other party had not thought of this and did not take the initiative to say it. Therefore, Yi Xian even asked a few questions specifically. However, the final result was still the same. This greatly disappointed him. At the same time, the suspicion in his heart grew stronger. If even Xiong Haizi, the leader of Planet Black Mountain, did not know, then what kind of trick was the high priest Huegu Lei playing? Chapter 2753. Bold, unfilial son. Previously, before Xiong Haizi entered this small courtyard, he had only used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation. Therefore, if someone came from outside, he could still push the door open with a light push. Of course, because there were 2 teams of 20 Devil Cultivator scouts guarding outside, ordinary people would naturally not be able to enter and would be stopped. However, this did not include the young master of Black Mountain City, or even the entire Black Mountain Star, the big bear that Yi Xian thought of. Xiong De originally did not know that his father had come to deal with Yi Xian today. He only found out after asking, so he immediately rushed over. He also hated Yi Xian to the core. Previously, he had tricked him in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, and later on, he had even snatched the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. It was precisely because of his deep hatred that Xiong De rushed over as soon as he heard that his father was coming over. He also wanted to vent his anger and humiliate Yi Xian before he was killed. Who would have thought that when he pushed open the door, the scene inside would be so terrifying? That guy called Zhang Wuji was lying on the recliner like a woman, while his own father was actually squatting at the side and massaging his arms as if he was trying to flatter him. For a moment, Xiong De felt his mind explode, and his entire person was in a mess. He stood there with his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open as if he had just been struck by lightning. "Father, what are you?" After being stunned for a few moments, Xiong Da's face turned pale and he subconsciously asked. However, in reality he already had an answer in his mind. At this moment, Xiong Da thought of the rumors that had been secretly spreading in Black Wind City in the past few years, saying that his father liked men. If that wasn't the case, why didn't the leader, Xiong Haizi, remarry even though young Master Xiong Da's mother had been dead for decades? It was clearly inconvenient. He couldn't possibly marry a male devil cultivator to be young Master Xiong's mother, right? Xiong Da used to scoff at these rumors. However, the scene before him made him believe these rumors. Moreover, he believed them almost instantly. Apart from this explanation, was there any other reason that made sense? As for this guy called Zhang Wuji, his father should have hated him the most, but now he was treating him like this. If this wasn't because he was successfully bewitched by this guy's manliness, then what else could it be? For a moment, a monstrous anger surged in Xiongda's chest. When he thought of the dirty scene of this damn guy and his father naked together, Xiongda's whole body trembled, and he felt like he was about to explode. All of this fell into the eyes of Yi Xian. However, he was obviously mistaken. He thought that the reason why Xiongda was so angry was because he had taken away the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. As he thought of this, the expression on Yi Xian's face immediately eased up, and his gaze towards Xiongda also became gentle. To be honest, this kid was actually quite pitiful. He had been robbed for no reason. Later on, his mental strength had probably suffered a lot. He had even been forced to learn how to rob others. But in the end, he had still lost the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. Now that he thought he could take revenge, he didn't expect to suddenly see his own father acting like this in front of his enemy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and said loudly, "Xiongda, what happened before is in the past. Now, your father and I have turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. If we really want to talk about it, you are just a junior. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. In the future we will all be family. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." There was nothing wrong with these words. Even your father had become my servant. If we aren't family, then what are we? But in Xiongda's ears, this was not the case at all. The family he understood was a family of three. Could it be that his father had been bewitched by this kid to such an extent that he wanted to marry someone who was about the same age as him to be his mother? The key was that this person, was a man. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongda's eyes were about to split open. He no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Xian. After all, in this matter, the most important thing was his father's attitude and decision. Therefore, after Xiongda glared fiercely at Yi Xian, he directly looked at his father, Xiong Heizi. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Father, give me a word. Do you want this man or me, your biological son?" These words Xiongda practically roared out loud, so even the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside heard it. At this moment, they were all squeezing at the door to look inside. When these devil cultivator scouts saw the situation inside the door, heard Xiongda's words, and then thought about the words that had been secretly spread in Black Mountain City for the past few years. As a result, they almost instantly understood, and an expression of sudden realization surfaced on their faces. No wonder there were 20 devil cultivator scouts guarding outside, but the team leader was still worried and set up a simple soundproof array before entering the small courtyard. No wonder even so, he still deliberately reminded them that no matter what sounds came from inside, they were not allowed to enter. They had to pretend that they did not hear anything. After all this time, it turned out. TSK, what a good mood. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside immediately had strange expressions on their faces. However, thinking that this kind of thing was not suitable for them to watch, they quickly retreated to the two sides of the courtyard door. However, without exception, their ears were all opened, and they carefully listened to the movements in the courtyard through the open courtyard door. "Pa! You unfilial son, why aren't you apologizing to Wuji?" The crisp sound of a slap rang out, scaring the 20 devil cultivator scouts on both sides of the courtyard door. Their expressions immediately became serious. Immediately after, the team leader Xiong Heizi's thunderous roar came from inside. He actually called Xiongda an unfilial son, which confirmed their guess. One had to know because Xiongda's birth mother had passed away early. Since he was young, the team leader Xiong Heizi had always doted on him. It could be said that in the entire Black Mountain Star, as long as Xiongda wanted it, there was basically nothing that Xiong Heizi couldn't get. It was also because of this reason that Xiongda's domineering personality was formed. But today, at this moment, in this unexpected small courtyard, Big Boss Xiong Heizi, who had never even loudly reprimanded Xiongda, actually gave Xiongda a ruthless slap on the face for that guy called Zhang Wuji, and even called him an unfilial son. It seemed that the team leader had truly met his true love this time. With that thought in mind, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside the courtyard immediately exchanged glances, secretly becoming vigilant in their hearts. In the future, on Black Mountain Star, other than young Master Xiongda, there would be another existence that they absolutely could not offend. Chapter 2754. Cleansing Weeping Soul Cave. Because of Yi Xian's existence, Xiong Heizi and Xiongda almost turned against each other. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Xiongda's unintentional words, he suddenly understood and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he originally planned to move to Xiongda's mansion to live. Fortunately, he didn't, otherwise he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It was precisely because of this that Xiongde finally stopped talking about this matter. In any case, although this guy called Zhang Wuji had taken away his father's soul, he was still tactful in the end and didn't move to the Black Mountain Star's mansion to be his stepmother. As for Xiong Heizi wanting to keep such a disgusting thing outside the Black Mountain Star's mansion as his son, he couldn't do anything about it. The storm of this matter calmed down very quickly. Yi Xian still lived in the original small courtyard, and there were still 2 teams of 20 demons guarding outside day and night. But the nature was completely different from before. Previously it was house arrest, but now it was real protection. In fact, after these 3 days the Black Mountain Star's boss, Xiong Heizi, would come here whenever he had nothing to do. Every time he came he would carry something in his hand. With one look, one could tell that it was filled with delicious food and drinks. This was just because Yi Xian casually asked what special delicacies there were on Black Mountain Star, and as a loyal demon slave Xiong Heizi took the initiative to buy them. All of this was originally very normal, and Yi Xian enjoyed it with a clear conscience. But in the eyes of others, it was clearly this Zhang Wuji had just been favored, and the Black Mountain Star and the Black Mountain Star were in their honeymoon period. Regarding this, many of the devil cultivator experts who had supported Yi Xian's side and expressed their regret. A devil cultivator youth who originally had a great future ahead of him could clearly rely on his strength to fight, but in the end he chose such a path and relied on selling his butt to live. Thinking about it made people sigh endlessly. In these 3 days, most of Yi Xian's time was used to condense the slave seal. This time, subduing Xiong Heizi was an unexpected and temporary decision, but it was this temporary decision that almost made him fail to prepare a 10th level slave seal in time. After learning this lesson, Yi Xian decided to properly prepare the slave seal in his hands. In a short span of 3 days he'd created another level 10 slave seal. In addition there were also quite a few level 9, level 8 and level 8 slave seals. But this was obviously still not enough. Yi Xian didn't plan to continue condensing the slave seals here. He planned to sneak into the underground Weeping Soul Cave and enter the depths. He would release Li Mosquito, Nabashan, Bachai Guihai Dao, and the 1,000 fiend slave experts under his command. He would give each of them a small spatial pagoda and let them split up to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Then he would settle his own matters in the Weeping Soul Cave with peace of mind. On one hand it was to condense the slave seal. Yi Xian's plan was to produce at least 2 level 11 and 2 level 10. As for the other level 9 and below, it would be enough to have some backup. The reason why he prepared 2 11th level ones was because he considered that the Demon Emperor planet, might very well have a 9th level origin realm, perfect 9th level existence. He was already at the pinnacle of the 9th realm and could step into the 10th realm at any time. Therefore, if Yi Xian were to use a level 10 slave seal to subdue him, it might not be completely safe. Therefore he had to prepare 2 level 11 slaves to be absolutely safe. Of course, it didn't mean that he had the intention to subdue such an existence. According to his estimations, such an existence wasn't much different from the Demon Emperor. With Yi Xian's current strength, although there was a possibility of successfully subduing it, the danger was just as great. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have used such a method even if he was beaten to death in a life-and-death situation. But it was better to be prepared. In addition to this matter, he also planned to try to break through the 9th level perfect core realm in the Weeping Soul Cave, to see if he could enter the second great realm, the Meteor Realm. Previously, when Yi Xian had advanced so quickly, there was indeed a situation where his foundation was unstable. However, after such a period of time had passed, the problem of his foundation being unstable no longer existed. This was the best time to break through to the second great realm. Of course, the main reason why he left Black Mountain City was because Yi Xian couldn't stand the way the Demon Emperor experts looked at him when they saw him. In these 3 days, while Yi Xian was condensing the slave seals, he also went out to walk around Black Mountain City as if he was relaxing. As a result, the Demon Emperor experts he met all avoided him as if he was a ghost. Among them, Yi Xian even saw many of the Demon Emperor experts who had clamored to support him at the Black Mountain City Plaza. However, only a few days had passed, and when these Demon Emperor experts saw him again, their eyes were already. It really made one sigh. Yi Xian even had a feeling that if he continued to stay in Black Mountain City like this and went out a few more times, he would definitely be driven crazy by those strange gazes outside. On the 4th day, Yi Xian couldn't stay any longer. He called Xiong Heizi over and gave him some instructions. Then he quietly left Black Mountain City alone, heading towards the northern wastelands where the Weeping Soul Cave was located. Calculating the time, there were only 50 days left before he had to go to the Black Mosquito tribe's main planet, the Black Mosquito Star. In these 50 days, his mission was still very important. He had to hurry. After half a day of hurrying, Yi Xian finally entered the Weeping Soul Cave again. Due to the unexpected assassination of the High Priest's trusted aide, whether it was the High Priest's forces or the Black Mountain Star's forces, the most important task was to hunt down the Black Nai tribe's spies. The experts dispatched by the High Priest were active in the nearby star fields outside the Black Mountain Star. And the 10,000 Demon Emperor scouts under the command of the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xiong Haizi, had just started a carpet search inside the Black Mountain Star. Using both sides at the same time, they swore to find the Black Nai tribe's spies hidden in the dark. Otherwise they would not give up. Under such circumstances, the second round of capture of the Weeping Soul Cave by the Black Mountain Star was temporarily put on hold. At present, there was not a single Demon Emperor expert in sight in the entire Weeping Soul Cave. Only a large number of Weeping Soul Beasts' mournful howls could be heard. With the departure of the 10,000 Demon Emperor experts, the Weeping Soul Beasts that were almost extinct in the outer area could be seen gradually, but they were still extremely rare. Therefore, after Yi Xian entered the Weeping Soul Cave, he did not stop at the outer area. Instead, he directly rushed towards the deepest part of the underground cave. After another half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the core area of the Weeping Soul Cave. The mournful howls that entered his ears were endless. Chapter 2755. The second great realm. Following the appearance of the Dongshu warship, the 1,000 or so demonkin experts that Yi Xian had kept in the cabin all walked out one after another. Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai, the three black hole realm peerless existences, as well as Gui Hai Dao's 1,000 demon slaves army. Everyone was given a small spatial pagoda by Yi Xian. In any case, he had snatched more than 1,000 pagoda previously, and all of them had their rank 4 mental seals removed. Now anyone could use them. Yi Xian then gave the same instructions. The 1,000 demon slaves army was originally fully organized, consisting of 1,000-man squadrons and 110-man squadrons. Now there was no need for them to be divided into groups at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, they spread out in a carpet-style encirclement, spreading out in all directions. As for Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai, they were free to move about. With their strength, even if they were alone, the speed at which they captured the beast was extremely impressive. Yi Xian could already see another bountiful harvest coming soon. With the large army going to capture the Weeping Soul Beasts, Yi Xian naturally didn't have to do it himself. He had more important things to do, and that was to break through his personal cultivation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian prepared to break through to the first stage of the Meteor Realm in one go. His figure flashed, and he quickly found a remote corner in the deepest region of the Weeping Soul Cave. After capturing the small number of Weeping Soul Beasts in the surroundings, Yi Xian directly sat down cross-legged in the deepest part of the corner. Because he was breaking through to the next great realm, the Star Core Origins that Yi Xian used to absorb the Star Core Origins were all Class 7 Purple Star Core Origins. Furthermore, he threw them out one cube at a time. Of course, he also had better Class 8 Black Star Cores and Class 9 Colored Star Cores. However, he was only breaking through to the second great realm, so Yi Xian didn't plan on using those legendary Star Core Origins. Otherwise, if he raised a crafty one, it would be even more difficult for him to break through in the future. After all, this was the early stage. He couldn't be too extravagant. As he threw out the Level 7 Purple Star Core Origin, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Discovered Star Core Origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave an affirmative answer. Then he closed his eyes and began to practice the cultivation method of the incomplete Dongshu scripture. His consciousness gradually entered the distant void that exuded an ancient aura. Screech. This time, the giant tortoise, which was so large that it was almost as large as an entire universe, did not appear. However, Yi Xian heard a high-pitched and ear-piercing cry of a tortoise. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart. It shook the entire quiet and simple void, faintly bringing out a rumbling sound in the void. As the high-pitched cry of a tortoise resounded, right in front of Yi Xian's vision, in the middle of a vast and empty star field, a small purple object was reflected in Yi Xian's vision. This was clearly a star core. It was extremely small and glowed with a dark purple color. For some reason, at this moment, following the high-pitched cry of a tortoise, it began to slowly rotate on its own, and its speed became faster and faster. It was this rotation that caused the dark purple color to appear as if it was flickering, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. In fact, this small purple star core had always existed. However, because it was too small before, it had never attracted Yi Xian's attention. At this moment Yi Xian's gaze was focused on the dark purple star core. After a few glances, a trace of understanding arose in his heart. If he was not mistaken, this star core should represent the state of his cultivation of the Dongshu scripture. Yi Xian was now in the star core state, so this star core was only a small star core. If Yi Xian entered the 8th stage of the black hole state in the future, then this small dark purple star core would most likely evolve into a real black hole. At this moment, as this dark purple star core rotated rapidly, strands of purple star core source energy drifted over from the vast void around it. The suction force produced by the rotation of the dark purple star core was sucked in and absorbed. These strands of purple star core energy should be the source of the level 7 purple star core that Yi Xian provided to the devouring system to absorb and break through to the next realm. Right now, as large amounts of purple star core source energy were being sucked in, the rapidly rotating dark purple star core's volume was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had become much thicker, and it was still increasing rapidly like a rolling snowball. In the context of the starry sky state, a practitioner's cultivation state was related to the stars in the universe. After the star core state was the meteor state. If there were no accidents, Yi Xian's cultivation state would break through to the meteor state. Then, in the inheritance shadow that appeared in his sea of consciousness, this rapidly rotating dark purple star core would grow to the size of a small meteor. For a small star core to grow to the size of a small meteor, this process would obviously take a very long time in the real universe. Right now, because of the rapid rotation of the dark purple star core and the appearance of the strands of purple star core source energy from the void around it, this process was extremely shortened. However, it was still a transformation from a star core to a meteor. No matter how fast it was, it could not be completed in a day. Yi Xian was very clear about this, so he was not in a hurry to succeed. After all, this was a breakthrough of a large realm. If he was too impatient, the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. In the following time, Yi Xian tried his best to calm down his state of mind. He concealed his spirit and qi and kept neither sadness nor joy. From beginning to end, he watched all the changes happening and changing with a peaceful attitude of an outsider. Under his gaze, the purple star core source energy from the void around it continued to drift in, and the small dark purple star core was constantly growing. Time slowly passed by. 1 day. 3 days. On the 15th day, following a buzzing sound in Yi Xian's mind, the tiny star core that could no longer be seen had shockingly turned into a small purple meteor. Finally, it stopped rotating at a high speed. Its rotation speed decreased, and it reached the speed of a normal star. Then, the inheritance shadow that appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness quickly began to blur, and finally disappeared completely. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's eyes, which had been closed the whole time, suddenly opened, and a faint purple light flashed in them. There was no need for him to feel it carefully. Yi Xian had already felt a surge of powerful power surging in his body. After 15 days of closed-door cultivation, he finally leaped into the second realm of the starry sky state. Chapter 2756. Mysterious Bloodhorn. In just 15 days, Yi Xian made a breakthrough in his cultivation and successfully entered the second major realm of the starry sky level cultivation. All this made him extremely excited. However, Yi Xian did not end his closed-door training immediately. He had just entered the meteor realm, so what he needed to do the most now was not to feel and display the great power he had just obtained, but to continue stabilizing it. After calming down, Yi Xian quickly closed his eyes again and activated the pure power in his body. He operated it according to the cultivation method of the second major realm of the Dongshu fragment, the meteor realm, and repeated it over and over again. 3 days later, Yi Xian had completely stabilized his cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm. Then he began to condense the slave seals. Although he still had several level 9 slave seals in his hands, and the number of slave seals below level 9 varied, it took Yi Xian 8 whole days to condense 2 level 9 slave seals to level 11. After obtaining 2 level 11 slave seals, Yi Xian began to condense level 10 and level 9 slave seals. This process took another 6 or 7 days. In the end, when he had 2 level 11 and 2 level 10 slave seals, and even more level 9 and level 8 slave seals below level 10, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes and ended his closed-door training. Calculating the time, it had been a full 33 days since he entered the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There were only 17 days left before he had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. With the end of his closed-door training, Yi Xian began to capture Weeping Soul beasts in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. His mental suppression was extraordinarily effective. Every time, he would only act when he encountered more than 1,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before he knew it, another 7 days had passed. There were only 10 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. Yi Xian finally discovered that there were not many Weeping Soul beasts left in the huge underground Weeping Soul cave. No matter how many Weeping Soul beasts there were, they could not withstand such a large-scale capture. At present their numbers were almost exhausted. Even if they could gradually recover in the future, it would not be possible in a short time. Yi Xian immediately sent a signal to all the demon slaves to gather around him. Soon, 10-man demon slave squads returned one after another. Half a day later, all the demon slaves including Li Mosquito, Naboshan and Ba Chai had returned. All the space pagodas in their hands were all handed to Yi Xian. When the final numbers were summed up, even Yi Xian was shocked. This time, there were actually more than 20 million Weeping Soul beasts entering his account. As a result, in addition to the previous harvest, the total number of Weeping Soul beasts in his hands now reached a terrifying 60 million. Although only 1,000 demon people were captured this time, they were all active in the core area of the underground Weeping Soul cave. In addition, all the demon slaves were in groups of 10. They carried out an organized encirclement and annihilation. In addition, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, the 3 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, assisted like sheep herding. Therefore, in a short 40 days, the harvest of 1,000 demons was only half of the previous 10,000 demon powerhouses. The difference in efficiency was like heaven and earth. With this great surprise, Yi Xian immediately kept all the space pagodas in his body. Then he let Guihai Dao lead the entire 1,000-man demon slave squad to return to the Dongshu shuttle that he had summoned with a wave of his hand. Just as he turned his head to look at Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai, wanting to signal them to enter the Dongshu shuttle as well, he stored the Dongshu shuttle back into his body and returned home. Li Mosquito suddenly stepped forward and reported, "Master, we found something in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul cave, but we didn't dare to act on our own." "What's the situation?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and he immediately asked. "After circling this area for more than a month, we found a pattern." Li Mosquito nodded and quickly explained, "We discovered that although the Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul cave seem to be wandering around casually, there's an area that they won't go to. Even if we use our mental power to chase them away, they won't go near that area. They'd rather be captured by us on the spot than to escape or move in that direction. The 3 of us went all the way in that direction and soon found a secret passage. It should lead to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul cave. There was only one direction, and after walking for a long time, we did not see a fork in the road." At this point, Li Mosquito paused for a moment, then continued, "However, after walking for a while, we found a very strange mental pressure in front of us. It had to be at least the aura of a level 4 mental restriction, and a very large one at that. Otherwise, it would not be able to emit such a strong mental pressure. Therefore we did not dare to act rashly. After hesitating for a while, we retreated." "A large level 4 mental restriction?" Yi Xian frowned and immediately became restless. Even a fool could immediately understand the meaning of a large restriction set up by a level 4 mental restriction that appeared in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul cave. Other things aside, there was definitely something good in the restriction. And it was very likely to be related to the large number of Weeping Soul beasts outside the restriction. Since there was a treasure hunt, Yi Xian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. At that moment, he rushed to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul cave with Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai. Soon, a small fork in the road appeared in a remote corner in front of them. It was hidden in the corner, and if one did not pay attention, one would not be able to find it. After entering the fork, a narrow path that was not very wide appeared under their feet. After the 4 of them walked for more than 10 kilometers, Yi Xian indeed caught the aura of an obscure level 4 mental restriction. Moreover, this aura began to become stronger as the 4 of them continued to move forward. After another few dozen kilometers, an irregular circular area about 10 meters square suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of this area was the natural cave wall. Clearly, this was the end of the entire underground Weeping Soul cave, and there was no way forward. At the center of this area of more than 100 square meters was a blue stone altar that exuded a simple and unadorned aura. The altar was hexagonal in shape and only had a diameter of about 10 meters. On the flat altar platform was a large blood-colored horn that was about 10 meters long. It was exactly the same as the small horn on the heads of all Weeping Soul beasts. However, this blood-colored horn was clearly not illusory but a real thing. A thought immediately flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Could this horn be left behind by a certain Weeping Soul beast after its illusory body was refined? If that was the case, how terrifying would this Weeping Soul beast's body be? Chapter 2757. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Exploring the restriction node. Yi Xian could not help but think of a gigantic weeping soul beast as he stared at the blood-red horn in front of him. According to the ratio between a normal weeping soul beast and the small black horn that was obtained after this beast was refined, the owner of the blood-red horn on the altar was simply gigantic. Although it was not as gigantic as the giant star tortoise or the golden giant dragon of the human race's technology faction, which could destroy a star system with just a wave of its hand, its body was at least the size of a gigantic star. It was a gigantic weeping soul beast the size of a star. How terrifying was its power! Even so, this gigantic weeping soul beast's body was still refined by someone, leaving only a blood-red horn that was about 3 meters long here. In that case, how powerful would the existence that refined its body be? Forget it, there's obviously no answer to all of this. Perhaps this terrifying gigantic weeping soul beast was already killed countless years ago, so there's no need to dwell on these meaningless questions. After a moment of fascination, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. Then his gaze fell on the blood-red horn on the altar again. Although he did not know the function of the horn that was left behind after the weeping soul beast's body was refined, Yi Xian always had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of great use to him in the future. Therefore he could not give up on this gigantic blood-red horn in front of him no matter what. He had to get his hands on it. However, the entire altar was enveloped by a layer of invisible mental power restriction, and the aura that it emitted clearly indicated that it was a level 4 mental power restriction. This meant that the entire altar was tricky and could not be easily broken. In order to break this mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar, the power used had to be at least level 4 mental power. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful the power was. It was like using a wooden chisel to chisel iron. Even if the iron was only a small piece the size of a table, and the chisel was as big as a mountain, the result would be obvious. However, level 4 mental power did not necessarily mean that this formation could be broken. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he extracted all the level 4 mental power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, he would not be able to construct such a gigantic level 4 mental power restriction. The level mental power restriction that the High Priest previously left in each of the star space towers was just a small part, so it could even erase his cultivation as long as his level 4 mental power restriction was level 4 mental power restriction. Was level of mental power. The reason for this was because the High Priest knew that there was no demon dweller powerhouse with level 4 mental power on planet Black Mountain. That was why he was so assured. However, this was not possible now. Even though Yi Xian's level 4 mental power was like a chisel made of iron, his chisel was too small. The level 4 mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar was like a large door plank. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a chisel the size of a nail to chisel through a large metal door plank. Regardless of whether it was a mental power restriction or a divine sense restriction, the method to break this kind of restriction was basically the same. If the level of power needed to break the formation was high enough, the stupid method would be to grind it down bit by bit, but that would take a lot of time and effort. The other method was to find the node of the restriction, which was the eye of the formation. That was usually the weakest point. If one used all their strength to pierce through it, it was very likely that the entire restriction would be broken and the node would collapse. The entire restriction would no longer be able to function normally, which would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, the eye of this kind of restriction, which was the node, was basically a very weak point. Only a powerhouse who had a deep understanding of the restriction path could find it after analyzing it in a short period of time. Although Yi Xian had dabbled in formations and restrictions a long time ago, that was before the starry sky background. All of his experience and knowledge were no longer applicable after entering the starry sky background. Nevertheless, although he could not do it, he had 3 black hole realm powerhouses with him. Perhaps one of them had some understanding of starry sky restrictions. With that in mind, Yi Zhuan immediately looked at Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai and asked, "Have you studied mental power restrictions? Can you help me find the restriction node of this level 4 mental power restriction?" The 3 of them looked at each other. Then Li Mosquito smiled bitterly. "With our attainments in mental power restrictions, it shouldn't be difficult to find the restriction node of this mental power restriction that's only 30 feet in radius, but the problem is that our levels of mental power are not high enough." At this point, Li Mosquito shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's a level 4 spiritual power that built this spiritual power restriction. We're all level 2 spiritual power. It's impossible to extend our spiritual power inside and explore the patterns of the restriction. Once level 2 spiritual power touches it, it'll be destroyed immediately. In other words, without level 4 mental power, we won't even have the chance to follow the patterns of the restriction. Yi Xian was disappointed when he heard this. He'd planned to have Li Mosquito, Ba Chai and Ba Chai try, but to no avail. If it really didn't work, then he'd leave Black Mountain and release the Black Mosquito Bastion. Then he'd enter and bring Du Wenxuan here to try. After all, Du Wenxuan's knowledge of formations and restrictions was profound. But now, it seemed that this was even more impossible. At the very least, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai had level 2 spiritual power, but Old Man Du was a proper human cultivator. He didn't even have the spiritual power of a devil cultivator, so how could he analyze the restriction patterns? It was no wonder that the other party had set up a level 4 spirit restriction and did not care about it here. It seemed to be incomparably at ease. Thinking about it, on a demon dweller planet like Black Mountain Star, where would they find a demon dweller expert with level 4 spirit strength? In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only High Priest Griskel had level 4 mental power. If Greybone was here, then with his cultivation at the first level of the origin stage, he would probably be able to break through this level 4 mental forbid dance with brute force. But now it was Yi Xian. Although he also possessed level 4 mental forbid dance, he could only use the power of finding the restriction node to break through it. Since Li Mosquito, Ba Chai and Ba Chai couldn't do it, Yi Xian could only do it himself. With a sigh, he extended a small, invisible tentacle of his mental power toward the altar in front of him. Chapter 2758. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Obtaining the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. The entire altar had a diameter of around 30 feet, which was 9 meters. As for the formless level 4 spirit restriction, it was an invisible bowl that covered the entire altar. The bowl had a diameter of 9 meters, so one could imagine how large the area around it was. The spiritual power circuits and runes on the level 4 spiritual restriction were as thin as strands of hair and densely packed together. Just by imagining such a scene in his mind, he would have a general understanding of the complexity of the entire level 4 mental restriction circuit and the runes. The strand of spiritual power that Yi Xian extended was also invisible and as thin as a strand of hair. Who knew how long it would take for it to travel around the surface of the spiritual restriction above the altar? Not to mention the time it would take to analyze and deduce. Therefore, he only roughly wandered around the circuits and runes on the surface of the restriction before immediately withdrawing the strand of invisible mental energy that he had extended out. He sank into vexed contemplation. According to O Yangming's estimation, it would take at least years to figure out where the nodes of this large-scale level 4 mental power restriction were located. It was no wonder that the other party was so confident. Even though this small altar was standing here, it was extremely difficult to get the huge blood horn inside. Even with level 4 spiritual power, it would take at least a few years to analyze the restriction nodes. Of course, that was excluding Origin Realm level 4 spiritual power powerhouses like Huegu Lei. However, Yi Xian's intuition told him that such a huge Weeping Soul blood horn would be very useful in the future. If he could not get his hands on it, he would not be satisfied. One had to know that this kind of thing was not a mineral that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Such a large Weeping Soul blood horn might not be unique in the world, but it was probably impossible to find another one that was similar to it. Since trickery won't work, how about using brute force to break the restrictive spell? As he quickly calculated in his mind, Yi Xian quickly thought of the other 2 mental attack skills that he'd obtained with the Perfect Shock and the Absolute Shock. They were the Annihilation Spear and the Destruction Vortex. He had already used the latter. In an instant, he had extracted 99% of the mental energy from the mental source core in his sea of consciousness, turning it into a mental whirlpool. At that time, even Ba Chai, a Black Hole Realm 9th stage expert, had been delayed for a few seconds. The Annihilation Spear was different. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of mental power to form a mental vortex. Instead, it turned into a tiny dot that stabbed out like the tip of a spear. In this case, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was aimed at the smallest point. If the attack had hit the level 4 mental restriction on the altar, it might not have been able to withstand the attack and would have disintegrated immediately. However, Yi Xian wasn't sure if this method would work at all. From his point of view, be it the Annihilation Spear or the Perfect Shock, they were merely skills that utilized mental power. They weren't even secret techniques, so they shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? If other demon powerhouses had heard this, they would have been angered to death on the spot. One had to know that even the holy sons and high priests of the 10 great demonic tribes only possessed 1 or 2 types of mental power skills. This included the other higher-ups of the demonic tribe, such as the great commanders of the 10 great demonic tribes, and the members of the royal family of the demonic emperor planet. Moreover, their mental power skills were basically inherited from the demonic Saint Forbidden Land. The opportunity to enter the demonic Saint Forbidden Land only came once every 100 years, and they wouldn't be able to obtain an inheritance every single time. Usually, they would only be lucky enough to obtain a mental power skill inheritance after 4 or 5 consecutive times. Among the demonic tribe, those who possessed mental power skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities were the higher-ups. Moreover, even the royal high priests who possessed the most skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities, had only mastered a dozen or so types of skills and secret techniques. Most ordinary demonic tribe powerhouses could only use simple mental wind blades, mental attacks, mental shrouds, and the like when they used their mental power. On the other hand, although Yi Xian's annihilation spear was obtained when his spirit core broke through to the 3rd level, and it wasn't a secret spiritual technique, but a spiritual skill. However, for an ordinary devil cultivator, it was definitely a spiritual technique that they yearned for even in their dreams. Even some holy sons and high priests might not possess it. Yi Xian didn't know much about this, so he wasn't very confident. However, no matter how unconfident he was, this seemed to be his last chance. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the matter on the demonic emperor planet was over before coming up with a solution. Who knew if there would be other unforeseen circumstances when the time came? At this thought, Yi Xian immediately gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try with the annihilation spear. If it didn't work, he would have to give it up for the time being. After making up his mind, he immediately recalled the way to use the mental power skill of the annihilation spear in his mind. Following that, he began to use the mental power in his sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, the mental power source core that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness started to rotate faster and faster along with the circulation of the mental power. In the end, a small mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. Like a dense and heavy strand of hair, it surged toward the formless level 4 mental restriction that shrouded the altar in front of him. Whoosh! The sound of a mirror shattering rang out, and the level 4 spirit restriction that enveloped the altar actually shattered. It was like a steel needle piercing through a thin layer of glass, and without any suspense, it shattered in the blink of an eye. Following the shattering, a large amount of pure level 4 negative karma energy began to disperse. A portion of it enveloped Yi Xian's body, making him feel as if he was bathed in a warm spring breeze. With luck in his heart, Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the altar. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 3-meter-long weeping soul blood horn into his undying world. Then he sat cross-legged on the altar. After the restriction collapsed, a large amount of pure level 4 mental power source core appeared. It was useless for Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai to absorb it as they couldn't digest it. However, it was a great supplement for Yi Xian. Soon, as he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, rapidly operating the mental power source core in his sea of consciousness, the large amount of pure level 4 mental power that was dispersing around the altar seemed to be attracted by some invisible force and rapidly dispersed into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2759. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The throbbing of the Forbidden Land. The Devil Royal Star was the holy land in the hearts of countless devil dwellers. It was the only holy land. Not only because the royal family of the demonic dwellers lived here, but more importantly, it was said that the Forbidden Land of the demonic dwellers was located on the demonic Emperor Star. The Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star was actually an independent parallel plane. It was not in the first universe where the demonic dwellers lived. However, in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there was a miniature wormhole that led to the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star. Moreover, this miniature wormhole was very stable. Every demonic dweller could enter it once every 100 years, and they had to return within a year. Even if they did not return, they would be forced out by the rules of this space. However, this miniature wormhole was controlled by the royal family of the demonic dwellers. Therefore, ordinary demonic dwellers were not qualified to enter at all. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave of the distant Black Mountain Star. He used the spiritual skill of the Annihilation Spear to break the level 4 spiritual restriction. Then he waved his hand and kept the huge Weeping Soul Bloody Horn in his undying world. The entrance of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star suddenly shook without warning. From the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there seemed to be an extremely mournful howl faintly coming from the other end of the wormhole. 2 royal demonic dwellers who were sitting cross-legged on the left and right of the entrance of the wormhole opened their eyes at the same time. They were both at the late 7th level of the Origin Realm. At this moment they opened their eyes at the same time and cried out softly. Their eyes flashed with uncertainty. What a strange mournful howl. Even the entire forbidden land of the demonic Emperor's star trembled for a moment? What is that? Calculating the time, the Crown Prince has been in the forbidden land for half a year. Could it be that he met with an accident inside? This matter must be reported to the demonic Emperor immediately. As they spoke, one of the two royal demonic dwellers immediately shook his shoulder and disappeared in an instant. Black Mountain Star. The depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the empty altar after he took away the Weeping Soul blood horn. Presently, there were only 7 days left before he would head to the Black Mosquito Star. In other words, after he obtained the Weeping Soul blood horn that was around 3 meters in size, he had already meditated on the altar for an entire 3 days. It took him less than 2 hours to collect the pure level 4 mental energy that had dispersed due to the collapse of the level 4 mental energy restriction on the altar. In the following period of time, he used up all the Weeping Soul beasts he had absorbed. At this moment, a small spatial pagoda that contained 1,000,000 Weeping Soul beasts floated in front of him. In the past 3 days, whenever one Weeping Soul beast that Yi Xian had enveloped with his mind energy and rapidly absorbed the mind origin energy disappeared, a second Weeping Soul beast would immediately be sucked out of the small spatial pagoda and continue to be absorbed. At first, because Yi Xian was unfamiliar with the process, he took one Weeping Soul beast at a time. Later on, it was a few dozen, until the last 100. Now, this process of sucking out 100 Weeping Soul beasts at once and absorbing the mind origin energy that formed their forms had been going on for 2 whole days. The ground around the altar was densely covered with a thick layer of small black horns the size of a thumb. Each small horn represented a Weeping Soul beast that had been completely absorbed by Yi Xian. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of these small black horns around the altar. However, Yi Xian continued with his eyes closed. Only the small spatial pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, a level 4 mental energy extended from his sea of consciousness and enveloped the 100 Weeping Soul beasts that had long since lost their forms. During these 3 days, Li Mosquito, Nabashan, and Ba Chai did not leave either. In fact, the 3 of them had been doing the same thing as Yi Xian for the past 3 days. Yi Xian gave each of them a small spatial pagoda, including Gui Hai Dao. Each small spatial pagoda contained 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts. In any case, he already had more than 60 million Weeping Soul beasts. It was only a few 100,000, so it really did not matter. The reason for this was that Yi Xian had taught them the method of directly using mental energy to refine Weeping Soul beasts. However, without the help of the devouring system, although they could successfully absorb the mind origin energy in the Weeping Soul beast forms after learning Yi Xian's method, the efficiency was much lower. After 3 days, Yi Xian had already absorbed tens of thousands of Weeping Soul beasts, but the ground in front of the 3 of them was only littered with a few dozen small black horns the size of a thumb. After all, Yi Xian could absorb 100 Weeping Soul beasts at a time, while the 3 of them could only absorb 1 Weeping Soul beast at a time. Furthermore, their absorption speed was not as fast as Yi Xian's. The reason Yi Xian had done this was because he wanted to see if he could transform his mind source core before heading to the Black Mosquito Star. If he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 in one fell swoop. Even the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Huegu Lei, only had a level 4 mind source core, which was the highest level in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Although Yi Xian had a level 4 mind source core as well, the amount of level 4 mind source core stored in it was too little. His source core was only the size of a soybean. Although High Priest Huegu Lei also had a level 4 mind source core, Yi Xian simply couldn't be certain that his mind power would not be probed by his opponent using some sort of secret mind technique. Ordinary demons naturally didn't have this ability, but Huegu Lei was a high priest of a demon tribe who could enter the sacred devil forbidden area once every 100 years. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to use his mind power to perform a soul searching on a demon powerhouse. If this was really the case, then many of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed to his opponent's probing. Plus, as long as he appeared and Huegu Lei really had this sort of secret mind technique, he would definitely use it on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 2nd level of the meteor grades, yet he already possessed a level 4 mind source core. It would be hard for such a monstrous talent not to attract attention. Plus, the unforeseen situation on the Black Mountain Star would make Huegu Lei suspicious, even if he was a fool. Because of this, when Yi Xian had obtained the Weeping Soul blood horn, he had decided to take out a large number of Weeping Soul beasts to see if he could transform his mind source core once again. As long as he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 and surpass Huegu Lei's. Then, even if his opponent had this sort of secret mind-probing technique, it would be ineffective against Yi Xian. Chapter 2760. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. There were only 5 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. As the time was approaching, Li Mosquito, Neibashan, and Ba Chai had already stopped collecting the weeping soul beasts and were waiting anxiously. On the ground around the altar where Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged, there was a thick pile of small black horns. At a glance, there were already close to 100,000 of them, but he still had no intention of stopping. Currently, there were still 100 weeping soul beasts floating in front of him, wrapped in his spiritual power. They had long lost their physical forms and were about to be completely collected. If this continued, the last 5 days would simply pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, they would most likely delay the important matter of going to the Black Mosquito Star. After all, it would take a day to return to Black Mountain City from the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Looking at each other, Li Mosquito, Neibashan, and Ba Chai immediately made a decision. At most they would wait 4 days. If Yi Xian still did not end his closed-door cultivation after 4 days, they could only try to cautiously remind him. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind was completely immersed in his knowledge sea. In the past 5 days, as one weeping soul beast after another was refined by the devouring system, it absorbed a large amount of spiritual origin energy and poured it into his sea of consciousness. At the same time that it continued to nourish his sea of consciousness, it was like a trickle that flowed into the spiritual origin that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His consciousness had almost always been in a floating and intoxicated state. To use a very vulgar phrase to describe it, it felt so good that it was bubbling. As mentioned before, absorbing the spiritual origin of the weeping soul beasts was different from decomposing and extracting the spiritual origin from the demon's brain nuclei. Generally speaking, the demon's brain nuclei that Yi Xian threw to the devouring system to decompose and extract the spiritual origin energy were basically a sea of them. After this sea of spiritual origin energy was completely decomposed and extracted, once Yi Xian gave the command to extract it, the devouring system would often pour it all into his knowledge sea in an instant. It was as if a flood dam had collapsed. The huge impact at that moment was simply indescribable. Perhaps the devouring system was doing this on purpose because this kind of bold and decisive method was obviously the most obvious and effective way to expand the sea of consciousness and temper its strength. Unlike that kind of pain, the devouring system did not cut off the spiritual origin energy that he had absorbed from the weeping soul beast. After accumulating a certain amount, he handed it over to Yi Xian and allowed it to rush into his knowledge sea. Instead, it was done in real time. Whatever amount of spiritual origin energy he had absorbed from the weeping soul beast was immediately transferred into his knowledge sea. Therefore, even if he absorbed 100 of them at a time, the amount was not large. However, the advantage was that it could last for a long time. Not only was it gentle, this gentleness was endless. In comparison, the method of absorbing the spiritual origin from the demon's brain was like drinking strong alcohol that burned the throat. It was satisfying, but it would more or less cause some damage to the throat. But using the weeping soul beast's method of absorbing spirit source was like drinking a bowl of mildly warm millet. That kind of soft and comfortable feeling was fascinating. For 5 whole days, Yi Xian was immersed in this feeling. His entire body was so comfortable that he felt like he was floating in the air. The hidden injuries that he had suffered from using the demon's brain to absorb the spiritual origin had all been healed a long time ago. In fact, some of them had even been healed. In short, his knowledge sea was now completely free of all the minor hidden injuries. It couldn't be any more healthy. After 5 whole days of absorbing nearly 100,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core that had been suspended above his knowledge sea had grown from the size of a soybean to the size of a pinky finger. Although it was still unremarkable, it was about twice as big as before. Even though the quantitative change was already so obvious, the qualitative change that Yi Xian had been hoping for still hadn't appeared. Another half a day passed. When the number of weeping soul beasts that Yi Xian had absorbed reached the 110,000 mark, he was finally completely disappointed. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had all turned into the purest spiritual origin power that had been absorbed by him. The spiritual origin core suspended above his knowledge sea had already shrunk from the size of a soybean to the size of 2 grains. However, the 4th source core transformation that he had been anticipating still hadn't happened. It seemed like he was really getting a little impatient. After all, his spiritual origin core had just undergone its 3rd transformation and become a grade 4 source core not too long ago. Indeed, compared to the average demon powerhouse, the probability of his source core transforming was much, much higher. However, it wasn't to the extent that he could transform whenever he wanted. If that was the case, would it still be a spiritual origin core? As soon as he thought about this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had indeed been a little possessed. However, the past 5 days hadn't been in vain. After absorbing the spiritual origin power of 110,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core in Yi Xian's knowledge sea had doubled in size. This meant that the total amount of his grade 4 mind power had doubled. Although this doubling of his mind power wouldn't be reflected in his cultivation-based breakthrough, as he mainly cultivated the Dongshu cultivation method. If he wanted to break through his cultivation base, he would need to break through his Dongshu cultivation method. However, just because he hadn't broken through his cultivation base didn't mean that his combat strength hadn't increased. His total amount of grade 4 mind power had doubled. Even though Yi Xian was still at the first stage meteor stage, his current combat strength was definitely much greater than it had been 5 days ago. This wasn't a bad thing, as this was a cheat. Although his actual combat strength had increased, his cultivation base hadn't changed at all. He hadn't changed at all, not hidden it. No matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, he reckoned that no one else would be able to do such a thing. Just as Yi Xian sighed in his heart and was about to leave, the dark purple spirit core that was the size of a fingernail that was suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly changed. Boom! A thunderous explosion was heard, shaking Yi Xian's entire knowledge sea. His consciousness, which had been caught off guard, was nearly shaken by this loud explosion. After recovering from his shock with great difficulty, Yi Xian once again looked towards the spirit core above his sea of consciousness. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused him to be completely dumbfounded. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Was gone. This was simply a case of extreme joy turning to sorrow. The dark purple spiritual origin core, which had been the size of a fingernail, was actually completely gone. It seemed as if it had been completely destroyed by the explosion. However, in the air above his knowledge sea, there were now wisps of dark purple mist, which seemed to be a cross between a gas and a solid substance, exuding a mysterious aura. As he was extremely shocked, Yi Xian immediately opened his eyes. He was worried that what he had just seen in his knowledge sea had been an illusion.